information and breaking news. Brought to you by Doob Snacks, Spraggles, Ewok, and Mari.
Good morning, world, and people possibly listening on other worlds. What a fantastic day of news we have for you.
That's right, Spraggles. The world is erupting and we are sitting on the flashpoint.
Absolutely. That is chaotically hot. I did not realize all the talk is based around the Pokemon Regional Championships and those guaranteed invitations to Yokohama, Japan. Douglas, let's get that graphic up on the screen.
Wow, what a graphic, and wow, what technology. Let's take a look at our regional finals champions. Brazil, we have Double O Nation. Europe, Tally Bobo Believers, whatever that is that they're doing over there. North America, we have TTV. Latin America North, NT7, Latin America South, Peru, and Oceania, Legends reappear.
Wow, what a list, and all read perfectly. I'm really proud of you.
Well, we've got some surprises in there, and of course some things that we expected to see, and we want to give a big ho-humdinger congratulations to all of these teams and wish them the best of luck in the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
That's humdinger extremely hot, this coffee still, but things are actually heating up all over the place here. We've got a massive heat wave coming through, and I want to hear more about it. Let's check out that weather report with Ewok Padawan.
Thank you, Spraggles. This is the weather from Latam North. Podemos esperar grandes olas de calor. Entity 7 simplemente se abrió paso a través de todas las temporadas incendiando cada una de las competiciones. Ha sido un total incendio forestal, pero no podemos dejar de lado las inundaciones, como pueden ser el equipo de Joen y Fusion Esports. Las inundaciones están aquí y la marea está subiendo. Este fue su informe meteorológico de Latinoamérica Norte. Echemos un vistazo al tráfico. ¿Cómo se ve eso por allá, Mari?
Thank you, Ewok. Time has stood still. You'd think we were in Los Angeles with this traffic. Let's take a look at Brazil. 00 Nation slammed the Nitro and did it for family because they parked themselves on the freeway express lane as the untouchable team on the top. There was a high-speed chase for number 1 as Brazil made sure that 00 was always checking their rear view mirror. It's all gas and no brakes for this competition as both of these teams are guaranteed to have higher insurance premiums heading to Worlds. And that puts a stop on traffic for today.
And that's why I don't drive or go outside.
Indeed, you are an awful and dangerous driver. In sports today, let's take a look at our Oceania region. We had Legends reappear, go through the losers bracket, and set the grand finals ablaze as they were able to reset it and defeat EXO Clan in 9 matches. That allows them to be the regional champions, but most importantly, $20,000. Spraggles, that is so much money in the 90s, you can't even understand. That is maybe even one entire house. Of course, don't throw away your EXO jersey just yet, because with this second place finish, they will also be attending the World Championships. Congratulations to both these teams for making it this far, and we are very excited to see what kind of highlights you can put together on the world stage. Touchdown!
Talk about a home run.
Breaking news, this just in. We have an on-scene correspondent on the scene here to bring you very pivotal and key information on this developing story.
Oh my, we're gonna lose it. Team. Wait, am I live?
From everyone here, and Shasta included, I want to apologize for that. Obviously, someone has hacked into our matrix.
Robots, automation will all take our jobs one day. That being said, let's head over to the Pokemon Report with Ewok. Ewok, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Doobs. Let's talk about Latam South. No te duermas en esta región. Tenemos al equipo de Perú sentado en la cima del trono, con Estamina Esports aferrándose a escalar a la cima. El equipo de Perú está de una forma totalmente dominante, listo para chocar contra cualquiera que se ponga enfrente para demostrar quién es el verdadero jefe. Ambos equipos han dado todo durante esta temporada y están aquí para mostrar cuál es el nivel y que nadie se va a poner frente a su camino. Time is money, and now it's time to talk about the money. Here's Dub with the...
Now that is how we get our World Championships kicked off in style. Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start. Good morning, or ohayo gozaimasu, to everyone here with us today and all the Pokemon trainers and fans watching from around the globe. My name is Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host all weekend long here in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. The strongest trainers from around the globe have battled to earn their way here, and we'll be witnessing history as over 1,000 trainers compete across Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers will be going head-to-head to prove who is the very best, like no one ever was. Before we get things kicked off, it's tradition to hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
皆さんこんにちは。世界大会にお越しいただきありがとうございます。私たちがポケモンの世界を歩み始めてから25年以上が経ちました。皆さんがここ日本の横浜での初めての世界大会に参加されることを大変嬉しく思っています。競技を通じて生まれる友情はポケモンにとって最も重要なものであり、世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。1年をかけて今日ここにたどり着いたトレーナーの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations to all of the trainers who have made it here today after their year-long journey.
そして今日ここまでの道のりでトレーナーを支えていただいたご家族やお友達にも感謝申し上げます。
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends who have supported these trainers along the way.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、まずはトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、それは日曜の閉会式までお待ちください。
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver latest news about Pokemon, but first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles, so please wait for the closing ceremonies on Sunday.
ポケモンは私たちみんなで楽しむものです。その最高の楽しみである世界大会がいよいよ始まります。誰が世界チャンピオンの座につくのか本当に楽しみです。
Pokemon is something that we all enjoy together, and the World Championships are one of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new World Champions.
皆さんの健闘を祈っています。
Wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I know that Pokemon Go players are with me as an in-game event will be starting later today that features the debut of Pissimian, Pikachu appearing in his World Championship jersey, and other activities to celebrate our event this weekend. Our team of casters and analysts are ready to prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pregame shows coming up next. And we have more to share all weekend long, including a special series of videos that honor past World Championship moments and celebrate the themes of our community. Now, everyone who qualified And everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokémon legend. That's what we based our upcoming First Worlds theme around, and it's called Legendary. Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. Strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome to the 2023 Pokémon Unite World Championships from sunny Yokohama, Japan. We are live here at the Pacific Coast Center in, of course, Yokohama to crown a champion of Pokémon Unite this year. One of the most competitive years that we have had yet in Pokémon Unite, and we have 28 teams fighting over that title on what is an incredible main stage. The energy in this venue is already off the charts, and I cannot wait. Groups from all around the world are here to represent their regions, and of course, we are here to break down all the action. My name is Zoinks, joined here by Wonder Chef. How you doing today, Wonder Chef?
I am so excited. This community has been together through thick and thin this season. This has been the most exciting season of the Unite Championship Series, and it's all coming down to this. We're going to be crowning at the end of this weekend our second Unite's World Champion. But if anybody wants to know or doesn't know how this format is working out for this weekend, we've got an explainer for you.
Roland's going for a hero play. Trainer starting through. Buzzwole takes it. But they couldn't stop either of them. 500 points. Somebody's points in. That goes in.
Hello, trainers. Join us as we cover the format for the Pokémon Unite World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Over the past season, players from all over the world have competed at the highest levels in their regions to qualify. Each competing region will be sending their best teams to represent them on the world stage. High stakes will test the resolve in the most anticipated tournament of the year. On the first day of the World Championships, teams will be sorted into groups, then face off in round-robin matches. The best teams from each group will advance forward. This takes us into the second day, where the top teams from day one will battle through a double elimination bracket, all the way to the grand finals. Everything is on the line here as the winning team can look forward to being crowned the world champions, as well as take the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool. All of the best teams are eager to prove themselves in Japan. Who will ultimately win? Will there be any surprises? Comeback stories? You never know what'll go down. Be sure to tune in and find out.
We have gathered champions here today, but we can only crown one by the end of the weekend. And of course, there's a long road to doing that. Wonder Chef, why don't you break that down for the people about how we are going to get to that point?
Oh, that's right. Of course, we are going to be starting today here with an 8-group round robin. Now, each of these teams is going to play against every other team within their group. The single team in each group with the best results is making it to tomorrow for the finals bracket. It's going to be best of 3. 8 teams are going to make it. Like I said, one from every group, and it'll be double elimination, where eventually, at the end, we will be having a best of 5 to decide who our champion will be.
And in addition to crowning a champion, we are also awarding a whole lot of prize pool. $500,000 on the line, with first place taking home a grand prize of $100,000. The stakes could never be higher. And because of that, we actually brought along some extra help. Welcome to the show, Kelosaurus. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Zoinks and Wonder Chef. It is wonderful to be here. I'm hyped. You're hyped. The crowd is hyped, but also those trainers from home are also hyped. So I cannot wait to see how today pans out.
Oh, me neither. And it's going to be so exciting from start to finish. Let's take a look at the first 4 groups that we have here today. A, B, C, and D rounding out our first 4. And of course, a whole lot of talent packed into just these 4 groups.
That's right, and you'll notice that there are regions next to each of these teams. The regions have been split up within their groups, so the only way they're going to be playing against each other early is if they end up doing very well, and then at that point, it's a problem that you like to have. But you can see the second half of our teams here, Group E, F, G, and H, and let me tell you, these groups are just absolutely terrifying, just at the maximum level of talent across the board.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, let's take a deep dive into, we're going to take a deep dive into each of those groups in just a second here, but obviously so much talent across the board. So many regions. Kelo, is there any region you specifically have your eye on?
Look, obviously being from the OC region, I have to cheer for my folks at home.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's deep dive into each of these regions. Starting out with Group A, we have Peru from Latin America South, Secret Ship from Japan, Team 3 Stars from Korea, and Latin America North's team is going to be Hoenn, the 2nd seed. A very, very solid group. And we're going to start off with Team Peru here. An incredibly successful season all year long. A ton of championship points, only having one slightly worse performance near the end of the year. But other than that, a dominant squad, but now it's their chance to prove it on the world stage against so many other teams.
That's right. This is going to be very cool to see all of these regions go up against each other. This is a great one to start off with this group to see an example of that, because of course the team Peru is going to be fighting against very soon. One of them is Secret Ship, and Secret Ship is a team that of course is coming out as 1st seed out of Japan, a region that has been looking very, very strong in Pokemon Unite as of recently. I mean, I think a lot of regions kind of are, but especially Japan, and so I'm very excited to see them in particular. Of course, we've all got the home turf advantage for them as well, being here in Japan.
Look, I'm really excited to see Team 3 Stars. I need to know if we can actually rate them 3 stars out of 3 today. We'll obviously have to see how they pan up against these teams, but there's also Hoenn from Latin American North. We're going to have to see how they go.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Hoenn on this main stage. Absolutely. 2nd seed coming out of their region. However, the start of the season within their region was all of them. Hoenn was untouchable in the first few monthly finals. AOS Cup was the first slip up for them, but I mean, a super, super solid team. Latin America North definitely proving to be one of the more aggressive team fight focused regions. Hoenn really encapsulates that strategy really well. I'm excited to see that. Watch out for Kira on that main tank. That's the player I have in mind when I am watching Team Hoenn. So I'm excited to see that roster play.
That's right, but we gotta move on. There are so many teams to talk about. Group B even. Rex Region Kion, Exo Clan, Nouns Esports, and Orangutan gonna be rounding out this group. And we can start up with RRQ. Honestly, we have so many of these teams from APAC West. I kind of feel like just even talking about this as a region just to kind of cap things off here, where APAC in general is showing a lot of really good promise. And when we talk to a lot of these teams, there have been a lot of the teams from the region, both APAC West and APAC East, that have really been on the radar a little bit more than I think a lot of people thought. And of course, RRQ is going to be one of those teams.
Oh, it's not just those battles internally within those regions, but it's obviously all of these other battles. But one team that I have my eye on is definitely Exo Clan. Obviously being from the OC region, the #1 seed. Definitely keep your eye out on Ethos. They played a spectacular game in the regionals.
Oh, yeah, the skill caliber on Exo Clan seems really, really high. I'm excited to see it when they go up against opponents the caliber of Nouns Esports. Now, a lot of people have this name front and center in their tournament predictions because they, of course, were the 2nd seed from EU, but also the runner-up at last year's World Championships. So much stage experience now, a Worlds, an EUIC event, and now here at Worlds again. This team comes with experience, they come with talent, but honestly, I think a lot of people credit their coordination and team play as the biggest strength.
Yeah, well, it's just a well-known team, of course, so really one that we're going to be looking at. But another team that I'm personally going to be looking at, of course, the final team of this is going to be Orangutan. I was talking about the APAC, both the regions, for a good reason at the start of this group, and that's we've got, of course, Orangutan as well, which is a very, very strong team with a very wild play style. From everything that I've seen from them, I'm really excited to see how they play. They bring some very unique things to the table, and we'll see exactly what that might be this time around. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of very cool surprise picks throughout the weekend. We're going to be seeing a lot of surprises, and I feel like this might be one of the teams that could be bringing it to us.
Now, I think we need to move on to Group C. Who do we have in this group? From Group C, we have from the EU region, Tally Bobo Believers. From Brazil, we have 00 Nation, and OC region, returning team, iClan. Yeah. So, obviously, iClan, they do have that stage experience. They've experienced Worlds last year, and I believe some of the players from 00 Nation also did too. But we obviously have those fan favorites, Tally, Bobo Believers. Zoinks, what do you think about this team?
I mean, there's so many people's prediction to be the champion at the end of this weekend. They have such an incredible season, and just watching their gameplay, they truly look untouchable. Not only that, they are coming 2nd place overall in terms of championship points for this entire event, so a lot of success following them there. They have such an interesting playstyle, and well, when I say interesting, I mean their playstyle is to win a whole lot, from the start of the game all the way to the end of the game. A very competitive team, and well, they have that reputation for a reason. I'm excited to see Tally Bobo play this weekend.
I guess it's a pretty good playstyle, just to win.
Correct.
Winning as a playstyle, yeah, I'll take that for sure. But if there is one team that I feel like stands a great chance against Tally Bobo, well, at least one of maybe 3 that really could be looking to take them down, it's 00 Nation. They are the team that has been dominant as well within their own region, and honestly, just being able to talk to them a little bit before the actual tournament started, I felt like their mental was so good. They are here, they are happy, they have been taking a little bit more relaxed and just feeling like they are confident in what they've been doing, and for very good reason. They have been one of the most dominant teams overall if we look at the entire season of UCS this year, and for a very good reason. They are just so incredibly strong. So already there's a reason why people have been looking at this group and saying this is kind of the one that's the hardest to get out of. Of course, they're all going to be very difficult, but just having Tally Bobo Believers, 00 Nation, and Icon all in one group, and like Hella mentioned, lots of experience from Worlds altogether.
Definitely, and that experience is going to come intact. Obviously, once these teams are up on stage, the pressure is going to be on, but you know what? It all comes down to that moment, that 10 minutes that we do have.
Absolutely. And a team that's made spoiler level plays like that before has been iClan, a team represented from OC, and they were here last year as well. Definitely made their own dreams happen, broke some dreams of other teams as well. iClan definitely the underdog of this group. I think that is fair to say. However, the talent they're coming into this tournament with is also immense. Untamed the Great Chandelure play in regionals look fantastic. I think we're going to see a repeat of that again, and of course, we're going to have Fripp on that tank. Now, we are going to be looking at Group D, which is Agile from Korea, Fusion from Latin America North, Amaterasu from North America, and Rise Gaming from Brazil. Now let's start talking about Team Agile from Korea, shall we? They are the champions from the Korean region, an extremely strong team, and having a lot of experience as well. 3 of their team members playing on Team No-Show in Korea last year, so coming in with a lot of talent, and of course that grand finals from them in the Korean home region looked fantastic. They looked really, really strong there.
And then, of course, also Fusion within this group. And I know I just keep kind of going back to talking about the regions in general, but I feel like it's so important. We have so many regions from across the world battling it out today. But Latin America North, I've gone on record saying that I feel like this may be Latin America or Brazil's kind of weekend right now. Like, we're going to see them pop off. I don't know who's going to win, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of these teams play very strong. And Fusion is, again, one of those teams that I'm very much looking at just on a personal level. I feel like there's been so much competition within those regions that they've all leveled up immensely.
Oh, they have leveled up immensely indeed. But you know what? A team that leveled up from the NA region is Amaterasu, obviously being the 2nd seed there. I do have my eye on rolling it down, being that flex player, but also Nudo on the tank. We have seen some incredible support and plays from that player.
Yeah, that role swap for them has been really good, by the way, right? So Nudo playing a lot of different roles in their competitive history. However, switching up to the defender position has been fantastic for this team, I think. Nudo, definitely a good play caller, comes in with a lot of experience, and just a team that you can kind of trust, and it allows Trainer and Defense to get to work, which is something I love to see from this team. I've talked about play styles a lot. I think Amaterasu's got a very interesting one, but another one that we have to talk about, though, is the final team in this group of Rise Gaming. They are the 2nd seed from the Brazil region. They were playing under a few different names, so the B-roll here saying that True Esports is this squad. You know, they just got to change their names too much. A bit of a Rolodex of a team. However, they were 2nd seed coming out of this region, but so close against 0-0 Nation the entire year. Even in that regional finals, it came down to a bracket reset, Game 5 for 0-0 Nation to take down Rise Gaming. So these teams are so incredibly close, and I know they are looking to prove that they should be the champions, and they're pushing for a little bit higher here at the World Championships.
Yeah, maybe that's the secret to being hard to read. It's like, how do you find VODs for a team that's played this season under 3 different names? It's like you have to just keep searching and searching and searching. You know, we'll see if that strategy works out, but I love to see all their name changes. Let's move on, though, to Group E with TTV, Team MYS, MJK, and Team Peps. This is going to be one of my favorite groups to watch on a personal level. Of course, we've got to start off talking about TTV, our North American Regional Championships, winning the offline event at North American International Championships. A team that has been together for a long time. I would say one of the most consistently together teams over the course of the past 2 years, and for very good reason, as they are a very solid team. Their draft strategy in particular really got to shine at NAIC, and I'm really excited to see if they're going to have some very creative, especially bans, coming into this event.
Oh, I definitely think TTV are definitely one of the fan favorites, but one of the fan favorites from APAC West is Team MYS. Now, obviously, Rebongs and Yang, they have been here before. They did participate in London last year. I believe they did come 3rd from Renaissance. So we'll just have to see what they bring to the table today and how they fare up with their new teammates.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some new coordination and some synergy, but another team that we are going to be talking about in this group is MJK, and I feel like we haven't been able to talk about Japan too much yet, but this is one of the fan favorite regions. Of course, we're playing on home turf, like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, but also the playstyle of Japan is just so different than that of some of the more Western regions, so it's something that we love to see. MJK playing a very solid game of Pokemon Unite, playing a lot of early game dominant Pokemon. I'm talking about Urshifu, and their Umbreon play in particular looks world class. And that is a Pokemon I think is going to have a lot of impact on this main stage. So if we're talking about a team to really make some of these newer Pokemon look good on the World Championship spot, I think it's going to be Team MJK.
I think all the Japanese teams are going to be very, very important to look at, regardless of where they place in seedings. We'll actually talk about that a little bit in the final group, but Team Peps, of course, the last of this group, one of my favorite teams currently in the entire world. world. They have so much momentum coming in from, of course, the European International Championships, where they were in the top 2, very, very close. But they just seem like they have playing with so much confidence. I was talking to Dupe Snacks about it last night, actually, just how fun they feel to watch, because they feel like they just never, ever question anything. Like they just are 100% ready to go at all times. They never feel like, is this the right answer? Is it not? They just go. And they are so good at communicating that way. I feel like they may be one of the biggest sleeper teams, in my opinion, of this group.
Now, obviously, we have already gone through a lot of the teams today, but we are not finished just yet. We have to cover Group F. Now, on Group F from APAC East, we do have Oma Abyssinian. We do have from APAC West, UD Vesawan, and another NA team is Team YT. Now, looking at Group F, obviously, Oma Abyssinian being the #1 seed from their region, we're going to have to see what they bring to the table. But Tempest, I absolutely love their tanking maneuvers and their support that they provide.
Oh yeah, I think we are headed into a metagame in this tournament that is going to be very defender-focused. So if you have a star-level tank player, I think like OMO Abyssinian does in Tempest, I think you are going to be in a great spot. So they're positioned extremely well in this tournament, but they are not the only team that is really formidable in this group. I want to talk about UD Vesawan as well. This is a team that also recently had a name change, getting picked up. They were Cakelock when it was coming to their regional finals, and while they only got 3rd place in their region, I don't think that was for lack of talent. An extremely strong team. However, it is an extremely competitive region. APAC, I think, has been really the story on the streets these days. I've been hearing a lot of rumors about APAC East and West, about how powerful they are, and UD Vesawan is definitely a part of that. They're large, and they're in charge, and they're going to be trying to make this group definitely their own.
Well, exactly like you said, I think there are a lot of teams that, despite the fact that they may not be the 1st or even 2nd seed within their own regions, they are very, very strong. And all that matters is how will you do today. That's the biggest thing. Well, today and tomorrow. This weekend, I should say. And I think another team that really encapsulates that is Team YT. They have had the most explosive results that we've seen. Of course, they did barely qualify in a very, very tough region, but they were able to show that they could take down literally the best of that region, just not consistently throughout the entire season. But like I said, all that matters is what happens this weekend, and I feel like they've just been riding their momentum more and more. Again, an extremely fun team to watch. They can always just they're always bringing their comfort picks. They're flexing to some interesting stuff, and of course you can see the Buzzwole right there, really, I don't want to say putting it on the map, but one of the teams that really most strongly put it on the map competitively. So I am always going to be a big Team YT fan, and you know they're going to be bringing some fun stuff. So.
Look, something I'm excited for, obviously we can see this previous gameplay here and all the Pokemon that they play, but what new tricks do they have up their sleeve? That is what I am most excited to see from these teams.
Oh my goodness, I'm right there with you. Team YouTube, their uncharacteristic picks are very exciting, but they're a lot of fun. Now, we are going to be transitioning next to Group G. SAUL Esports from India, Time to Shine from EU, and Luminosity from North America. That's right, we're in this group with LG, who were the world champions, but the first team we got to dive into is SAUL Esports, the team from India, a region that definitely didn't have the performance they wanted last year at World Championships, looking to make a bit of a change. And the player you see on your screen right now, All Might, I think is going to be the focus for this team. A player that has got worldwide recognition. A lot of people, when looking at this team, definitely calls this out as the player to watch, the kind of cornerstone of this team. And if SAUL Esports is going to have a big successful run, I think a lot of that, or a large part of that, is going to come from All Might's leadership on stage.
And based on the name, I'm assuming somebody that's going to be very happy to be in Japan here playing. But of course, past that, there's Time to Shine coming out of Europe. And I do have to say, Time to Shine, of course, being a previous qualifier, but not having maybe the most consistent season this time around. So they didn't really have a chance to shine in this current UCS season, but we know exactly how strong they are. So I kind of feel like this is their opportunity to have locked their team together, which is a big part apart and just their strategies together, where it feels like they've been shifting so much and sometimes, a lot of the time, been forced to shift over this current season. But now they've been together for a few months. They've been practicing for Worlds together. This might be their time to shine.
Look, talking about shining, we have to talk about the world champions from last year, Luminosity. Obviously, they took home that trophy. Will they be able to double it up? So, obviously, Luminosity, they are well known to us. Overlord, I know last year they played quite incredible Aegis Slash. So, Lord of the Sword, will we get to see that today? I don't know. But obviously, all of these players that we do have on these teams are very high caliber. They have been practicing, they have been scrimming, so we're going to have to wait and see what they bring today.
Oh, I can't wait to watch Luminosity on the main stage. I mean, their season has definitely been an interesting one. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. However, when they're coming into the World Championships, they're coming in that second spot, second at regionals after a very impressive performance. And honestly, Overlord looks really in form. Whenever the team can be run and be really successful, it's always on the back of this star-level player really popping off. And you can see it in every replay. Honestly, we should just call an ELG replay just an Overlord replay, because every single time it's 3-4 KOs and just game-changing moments like that. And obviously putting a lot of resources towards that player, throwing a Comfey there for support, which honestly, I don't know how much Comfey we're going to see, but North America really like that play of just putting a lot of resources on one carry player and letting them take over.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to talk about this a lot. We're all going to talk about this a lot throughout the weekend, but having this offline experience on these very pressure-intensive stages is going to be one of the most important experiences to have coming into this tournament. All the play in the world means nothing if you just end up not being able to follow through. So that's going to be one team, but we can move on to our final group, Group H, which is, I mean, this is a great way to close it out. Entity 7 from Latin America North, Kumu, formerly known as Old Guys from APAC East, and then Oyasumi Macro from Japan, which is for 3-player team group. This is, I mean, it's great right now. But of course, we can start off by talking about Entity 7. And I know that Zoinks, you and I have put a lot of value into this team. They have been really grinding. They have been leading their region, of course, but they are looking really, really solid. Of course, we've got a chance to see them play against some of the North American teams in some grassroots tournaments. They did very, very well. But just in general, I said it before, I said it again, I feel like this region is just going to have a great weekend.
Look, one team that I have my eye on is Kumu. They are a bunch of old guys, and it just shows that Pokemon is good for all different ages. So, obviously, we do have Thorfinn on there. They have played some quite incredible attacker roles. I am excited to see whether they bring Chandelure on the stage today.
Yeah, I'm excited for Oyasumi Macro as well, though. I mean, obviously having a recent change into this group is a bit of a wrench in the mix. However, Oyasumi Macro, I think, collectively known, is one of the strongest Japanese teams that we have ever seen in the history of Pokemon Unite. Yes, they may have got fourth in their regional championships, but for them to still have that credit thrown at them from the community, I think says a lot. This team is going to be so good, and of course, they have the star player from last year, Mame, on this squad, and I can't wait to see them in year 2 as well. It's gonna be a great game, and obviously that's gonna bring us to the end of our groups finally, after a marathon of all of these teams, and we get to watch all of them play today on stage. It's gonna be amazing. I cannot wait. Oh, it's gonna be fantastic. Any thoughts here on groups, Jeff?
I don't know. I mean, I think this is going to be the most kind of up in the air that we've ever seen at an event, because there's been more time since this Worlds where the meta has shifted than any other event. We've seen every region really change up their style, especially this year with the addition of Draft. It is just all completely different. We could have literally any team from any region pop out and kind of solve the meta. I don't know if there's actually a solve, but find that one little weird thing that's just going to throw everybody else off and win the weekend. So it's completely up in the air to me.
It's going to be great. Kello, any thoughts on groups before we jump into our first game?
Look, as you said, there are so many groups, but obviously only one of each team can come out of those groups. So who is going to be able to face up that chopping block and survive?
Yeah, good point. It's going to be OC all the time, right? All right, and she didn't say that for real, though. We are going to be jumping into our first game very shortly. So, Kello, I'm sorry, we're going to say goodbye for right now, but don't worry, everyone. Kello is going to be breaking down the games all all day long, all weekend, as we have an incredible tournament to find our champion. I cannot wait. Kella, we will see you very soon.
Thank you.
Now we are going to be talking about our first game of the day. It is going to be TTV versus MJK on that main stage. I cannot wait. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Wonder Chef, what are you thinking about this first match?
I am honestly so excited that the very first thing that we get is the chance to see teams from kind of really opposite regions, right? We're going to see teams from the east of Japan, of course, and then teams from all the way in the west in North America. This is one of the full, I would say, regional matchups that I'm most excited for. And of course, we can start off talking about TTV, like I mentioned just very recently, champions from the North American International Championship. And can we talk about, for the first time of the day, those jerseys, man?
Unreal. Definitely the drip has leveled up a whole lot for Season 2. You can see the regional colors actually mixed in with the jersey accents. It looks amazing. And of course, TTV sporting them looking very, very fine in this tournament. I can't wait. I mean, great season from TTV. And here they are on stage. Some brand representation from Inder on the stage. I love it. Of course, an amazing support player in their own right. A really solid captain of this team, too. I mean, a lot of leadership figures on TTV, but Inder has been leading the squad for quite some time. They are not alone there on stage, though. We got Team MJK from Japan on stage as well. It's going to be a great matchup. Of course, I'm so excited to see Japan versus TTV in particular. Japan, one of those early game team fight composition teams that I talked about before. MJK really showcasing that. But TTV, one of those teams that's not afraid to play late game scaling Pokemon. Like that Venusaur, even the Goodra we've seen from time to time. So some dedication towards that late game versus that early game team fight focus from MJK is going to be very, very interesting in our first game.
I agree. This is going to be, I mean, it's so cool. I feel like usually we get to talk so much about like what we've seen from experience from teams playing against each other, but this is the first one of the day, and this is already the first one where it's like we've seen the styles from each different team, but what's it going to be when they actually clash? And there's no better way to figure it out than starting off the first game of the day, and we're going to get into the draft. For anybody who's not familiar, it is one band per team. This is very different from the previous year of Worlds, and you can see the bands looking like it's going to be Umbreon from TTV, and the other side is going to be Lapras, and that's going to be first pick on the left side team, then 2 for the right side team.
That big call out already. I was talking about how I think MJK's Umbreon play was what really set them apart, and it had a great season. So double defender ban is going to lead into that first pick of the Inteleon. This Pokemon has been so strong in recent practice, and what is MJK going to try to bring to the forefront against it? A first pick Blastoise is no surprise, and we have Zacian here on our stream for the first time this year.
Oh, that's very interesting, actually. Surprisingly, of course, Zacian going very, very well in the entire season in ranked, for example, but a lot of teams have actually not valued it super highly. So to see it as the first pick, that is definitely going to be maybe a regional thing, but oh yeah, the Comfey coming out. On the other side, of course, we have the Koopa and the Slowbro. I just got to mention that. It's a very strong meta pick from TTV, but the Zacian Comfey is a classic for MJK.
Yeah, we're going to double commit to that solo carry strategy on the side of MJK. TTV instead bringing an interesting strategy. We're going to have a Buzzwole and an Espeon, which leads me to believe that the Inteleon is actually going to be playing Central. So Lutano going to be bringing that Pokemon into the central area and allowing Otter to have the Espeon in the bottom half. We're going to have a lot of early game presence from both of these teams, but I think most importantly, TTV needs to get Celestia to that level 5. That is a big, big benchmark for them.
Yes, I think this Buzzwole pick is so good. It's going to be really good if they do end up going the Spin Source. Of course, they could potentially not, but also the unstoppable ability of the Zacian. You can just dunk it. You can take out 2 members at once. If everybody jumps on it once with the burst damage of this team, I think it's very, very possible. So I think this is an excellent, excellent pick. Not one that I've seen as much from TTV, but of course, we're not the only ones here today. Let's send it over to our casters, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks, to take away game number 1.
Here we are, Dupe Snacks, Yokohama, Japan, for the first game of our Pokemon Unite World Championships. Let's freaking go.
Woo-wee, Spraggles! I am so excited. We found our way to Japan. I ran here. I don't know if you saw that. I ran the entire way straight up.
I was super impressed seeing that from you. That's really incredible.
The battle drums went off. The war is going on Eos Island today, and I am ready to go. So are these teams, and we got Zacian in the mix for the first opportunity to get locked in immediately.
Incredible stuff. You can see the crowd is pumped. We got Let's Go TTV out there in the stands as we start our game number 1. TTV from North America, your purple team. MJK from Japan, your orange team. Woo! Yeehaw to you and yours. Let's get this thing started. Inteleon heading into that central area for the side of TTV. It's the first time we're seeing Inteleon inside of a tournament. This is the first time we're seeing Zacian inside of a tournament with a North American team playing. So this is going to be really wild.
Sage of just ways that Zacian was released, Comfy on top of it. Right as it was released, that was kind of the go-to combo, and we're seeing it here live on the world stage. In front of it, though, a Hoopa and a Buzzwole looking to scrap early.
Yeah, Hoopa and Buzzwole, obviously a lot of power early into this combination, but Zacian and Comfey, a thing of nightmares for all of us if you've been playing Pokemon Unite this year. So we're going to have to see if MJK is able to bring that out here into game number 1. Obviously, these group stages are brutal. Only one team moving forward from each group. So every single game counts so much. As we see Urshifu down here in the bottom path, preparing for these 850 birds.
There it is, and they're going in, and they're going to charge up. There's a little rapid strike action back and forth, taking a good crop of that for MJK. So, I mean, they're doing good on the experience. TTV keeping up, though, not doing too bad themselves.
Yeah, TTV looking pretty good right here as we see MJK heading up to this top path right here, sneaking in with the Urshifu, looking to pick something up, but no. Beautiful stun there from Ender. Celestial trying to make it back and just barely grabs that berry.
Grabs that berry, but also the fear of the port of the Comfy kind of getting plucked up by the Buzzwole, jumping right back on Lakaba, who's going in with the Rapid Strike Urshifu, has great movement, going to be able to dart out a little bit, and of course, poaching the wild Pokemon is Celeste there to make sure that they can at least get experience if they can't get the KO.
Beautiful play there from both these teams, really aggressive from the side of MJK, and then at the same time, TTV making sure that they can secure that wild Pokemon experience throughout this fight so they can keep level parity right here. So we got that Sacred Sword Zacian moving on in to secure a lot of that. We got the snipe shot there from Inteleon, massive amounts of damage coming out from the side of TTV.
You can
oh, and they got the Zacian!
Listen, infrared glasses on, they found him in the weeds and blew him up in half, send him packing. Zacian getting put down early and another one is mute. What is Lutano's got that third eye, got that inner sight going, finding them all and knocking them all down. K-openers 2 ways into the hands of TTV.
Beautiful stuff from TTV right here. There are a few, builds that are amazing on Inteleon. A lot of players choosing Liquidation, but as we can see, I mean, Lutano, an absolute sniper for the side of TTV, picking up 2 massive KOs early. We've got about 10 seconds now until objectives spawn on top and bottom path. MJK getting aggressive once again, but a snipe shot almost takes out Wartortle.
Yeah, Otter peeling back. They're low on HP, but there's no commitment out of MJK to try and get that KO. And listen, we've got Slowbro here, who's kind of the Zacian art counter. Once it gets Slow Beam, it's going to be there, but Zugruk knows how to get spacing for this team, and the fact that, well, the rest of the team's already working on Regice, that spacing is going to happen in the form of Scald on top of the Mew. Boosted auto hits Slowbro, doesn't matter. Nice little pop shot on the Phantom Force on the Zacian, who can't get it in time, sealed up. Nice Unite move by the Espeon. Bang, Zacian down again, and TTV is getting huge out here. Lutano says, welcome to the Guac Bowl. You getting slashed up, mixed up. Unite move out of the Urshifu. Doesn't even matter. Comfy's getting stitched up. KO streaking 3 out the gates for Lutano. Otter gets themselves one on Espeon. Wendy's 4 for 4 out of the gate. Spraggles TTV is playing motivated. Regional finals energy.
Oh, that's a KO out of the gate.
Come on. That the whole team goes down. MJK's got to be one. Who is this man? Where did he come from? And then why is he stomping on our lives in our own home country?
Incredible stuff here from the North America champions, TTV, to start this thing out. Obviously, MJK is not out of this fight at all. They have so many options to come back inside this game, but what a commanding lead to start our World Championships from TTV. Massive snipe shot right there. Unfortunately, misses that Wartortle, and from the side of MJK, they really need to funnel some experience over to Wartortle, still sitting at level 8, not yet a Blastoise, has no Unite move for the team.
Surfs through, comes through. tries to buy some spacing so MJK can literally get any objective off the map. Buzzwole Unite comes out and of course takes out Urshifu. They're just converting on every engagement that they've got. War Turtle seals up Regieleki, but I don't think TTV cares, Spraggles. They're looking to take some bodies because they know they've got the experience lead. And talking about taking one, how about a Mew?
Beautiful eject button right into that side shock from Otter on the side of TTV. And right now, TTV dominant in all these fights. However, incredible positioning from MJK in that fight at the top of the Regieleki. You could see them positioning themselves in front of Regieleki, so the snipe shots from that Inteleon could not make it in and secure it. Even though MJK is still way, way down. Only 8 score compared to 157 of TTV as we now get ready for this bottom objective. Inder here in the bottom path, ready to bring the team down Avengers style with that Unite move.
Yeah, and it's only going to get tougher for MJK to take engagements here because that Slowbro has a slow beam, and that's a great engagement. We're going rings unbound, and we're trying to protect this goal zone. We're throwing the fists out to stun him down. Where's the team follow-up? Nice skull back the other way. This is leaving this Registeel all alone for MJK. Great secure for them. They're getting experience, but the fight rages on as really all TTV wants to do is insulate this goal zone. Nice little stun. They take out the Mew, which means the Comfy can come for free. Hops right on time, and Zacian, who is out like a thief in the night.
Once again, MJK, you know, with some excellent positioning in that fight. They were not able to win on the KO perspective, but they kept themselves in front of the objective, ripped it down to make sure that TTV could not get it. Still, TTV in a commanding lead here. If you take a look at levels, though, they are starting to even up across the board here, especially after securing that last objective. MJK still very much in this, but behind on score. They're going to want to put some points on the board before Rayquaza hits in about 1:45 here, Dude Snacks.
You can see what TTV has put together. A very front to back, buy some time, line up some snipe shots, get big KOs for Lutano. On the other hand, MJK is just taking individually powerful Pokemon that leverage certain things and trying to use that collective power to get some wins here. Buzzwole poaches another one, puts it on the backside, forces out the Urshifu Unite. Hydro Typhoon comes out, that's 2 players down for TTV. MJK's finding the flow, they're trying to get Otter. They grass knot him down, but they blink out in time. And there's the KO from the Inteleon on the Blastoise. Back the other way, the Urshifu keeps the push. Comfy Unite comes out to keep those 2 players standing, but the siege on the goal zone is fairly successful as they're finally able to get more points in.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from MJK, and they are coming back into this game. That Comfy bouncing around perfectly inside of that engagement, making sure that Urshifu could survive long enough to pick up some big KOs. TTV still up on this thing. 136 points separate these teams. As I talk about a lot, Dupe Snacks, I feel like 100 points is a huge difference maker moving into the final moments. If you're up by over 100 points, it really puts the pressure on your opponents to do something big at Rayquaza because they can't just peel off and make one score happen.
Yeah, because the Urshifu was able to get quality KOs there in that bottom path exchange, it is now the biggest thing on the map, and they need to get behind that Rapid Strike Urshifu and make big things happen. Nice secure by Otter on the Regieleki just to give themselves a different problem to have to deal with on the side of MJK.
Now, MJK actually in a decent position to do something at this bottom Reggie, but it looks like they're getting ready for this fight, and they may be looking for a pickoff here of a member of TTV as they're positioning themselves already at Rayquaza. 10 seconds now until the first Rayquaza of our World Championships. TTV in a commanding lead currently as they set themselves up around this pit, watching their top goal zone. MJK looking to move in on Rayquaza right now, hitting with some damage here, but they are not starting this fight. The snipe shots move out, and everyone is patiently waiting to see how this is going to kick off. No one wants to make a mistake right here as a massive snipe shot chips up this Blastoise. More snipe shots following in here from Inteleon. Rayquaza still being hit right here, but no one actually taking this. And this is great for TTV because obviously MJK is the one who needs to make a play right here. They need to make something happen. TTV actually peeling back right now to continue getting some experience here, Noob Snacks, as it looks like they're moving forward.
They go in, big time serve, tries to go for the engage. The Zacian's there for the follow-up. Urshifu takes the first one. Hydro Typhoon's trying to buy some time, and it buys some KOs, 2 of them there. The Mew's going for the follow-up. Zacian gets those 3 players down for TTV. They're going in. The Urshifu Unite is actually flipping the script on top of the Rayquaza. Lutano's hanging out in the back. They're going to have to make a prayer play as the rings are unbound. The Hoopa is unbound, but it's nowhere in sight. This thing's getting low. Snipe shot lined up. Zacian takes it. MJK takes it. They're down by a ton, but they got those Hundo burgers on the menu. They just got to get that
that thing in. Zacian's buying some time. They're going to put some points in. And all of a sudden, MJK says that might have been a Penta KO on your side, but we win it on the scoreboard, baby. Let's get it.
MJK raining points in right now, but it is still not over. 327, 256 is more points rated for MJK. They are putting them into the main goal right here, and they're taking a KO on Lutano, and Teleon goes down right here, and Mr. Shifu is just cleaning it up right here in these final moments. 256, 403, and they pick up a triple KO.
You've heard of Lutano. How about Luca? Well, we're going in, baby, and they're trying to find another one. The Comfy is just riding this Urshifu till the brakes fall off, but until then, it's TTV's brakes that are falling off. 4 players down, just Otter stands, and there's more points going in. Group E kicking this thing off. MJK looking saucy.
That's right, MJK from Japan taking game number 1 here against the North American Regional Champs, TTV. Beautiful final fight there. Incredible stuff from MJK. What a start to our series, Doomsnacks.
Oh, man. Are you serious? I mean, TTV comes out of the gates, could not have asked for anything more out of a big-time player like Lutano. Gets a KO streak of 5 right out of the rip, and then MJK plays, stays in the pocket, doesn't get flustered, and look at that. Turn the tables on it.
Amazing stuff right here. Obviously, TTV in a commanding position through most of that engagement, but MJK with a massive fight here at the end of it. I can't wait to hear what our analysts think about this. Let's send this thing over here to Zoinks and Wonderchef to break it all down. Gentlemen.
What a way to start our tournament. An exciting game between these two. TTV had that early game on lock, and then MJK come back with a major swing. Wonderchef, that was a really fun game to watch. I mean, stats-wise, looking good on both sides. I mean, that late game swing really helping MJK's knockout numbers.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, we were watching from the stands, and it felt like this was a wrap at the even like 4 minute into the game mark, the 6 minute mark in game, but it was just so dominant from TTV. I cannot believe that MJK had such an incredible comeback, not just as far as, of course, securing that final Rayquaza, but just as far as actual strength of their team. And one of the coolest things I got to point out early on was that we got to hear so many of the Japanese fans actually cheering for MJK to make the comeback. And then, hey, guess what happened? That's the kind of level, power up that you need.
Yeah, that home crowd advantage helping. And honestly, I think MJK showing why they are here on this championship stage because of how they played their composition in that final team fight. TTV had almost no engaged tools whatsoever. Slowbro maybe, but that's getting you just a couple of meters in front of yourself. And other than that, Buzzwole, but you're such at risk for getting slammed by a Zacian or an Urshifu. MJK gets positioning early and just creates a tough wall. The poke damage is there for TTV, but the actual getting the bodies in there a little bit tougher. Let's take a look at the actual numbers though, because that's our specialty. A lot of damage on this screen, a 91,000 damage for Lucapo.
Oh my gosh, that has to be the name of the game. The Zacian, you know, it was shut down pretty strongly early, and I think that's a big reason why it looks so tough for MJK, but Lucapo just altogether looking so incredibly strong consistently throughout the game, and that's why we got a chance to see them make that comeback. But here we can take a look at the highlights from that first match. What a way to start things off with a huge turnaround.
Yeah, TTV kind of surprising me with this Inteleon Central area pick, but obviously the value was here at the start. A Reggie Ice secure, and after that it was secure in the rest of MJK. Lutano puts up 2 in this first initial engagement, and that counts all the way up to 5 by the end of it. A Penta KO in our first game of Worlds? Are you kidding me, Chef?
A Penta KO at the 7-minute mark, and then that team doesn't win the game. This is, seriously, I'm sorry, I'm just so blown away at, like, this is a taste of what we're going to be experiencing this entire weekend, and the game is just never over. That is such a great thing about how this game has kind of turned out in a meta direction. And you can see here, this was a little bit of an aggressive push that did manage to help kind of, I don't want to say start the turnaround, but yeah, right here, this was everything the big team fighted red.
Look at that Surf Blastoise just pushing everybody all the way to that edge on that Rocket Urshifu and Zacian. Love when all those enemies are just grouped up together in small little areas. They can completely shut that down. Unfortunately, Tano not able to base there, and the shutdown just swings the other direction. I mean, that Rayquaza secure was huge, but the follow-up gameplay from MJK to seal the deal was definitely on point.
I just got to point out that I love their draft choices overall, where, of course, the Comfey on the Zacian is a very, very strong pick. But that wasn't their only chance. We actually had a ton of great Comfey targets, and I think that's one thing that a lot of teams make mistakes with, was that they will depend on this Comfey is sitting on this Pokemon, and that is all that's going to happen, and they are going to win the game. And then that one Pokemon gets shut down, and you're like, well, that's GG, unfortunately. But, I mean, there was, of course, the ability to flex over to the Urshifu, which worked really well. You can see sneaky out there in the crowd. There's the ability to even shift onto the Blastoise to be very effective, so I love the way that they made their team. But let's see if there's any differences this time around.
Wow, okay, game number 2, of course, the draft sides are going to swap up. Let's see if TTV wants to stick with that Umbreon ban like they did last time. It looks like we're having a bit of a split decision, but MJK with a bold decision to ban away the Leafeon, which has been extremely popular, but it's probably a Leafeon ban to grab a different top pack Pokemon that they want to steal and make sure they have a good lead there.
Well, I wonder if it's going to be their first pick. There are so many Pokemon available, more than we've ever seen. Wow, first pick Zacian. Even though the Zacian didn't really pop off in the last game, you can just tell already how highly they value that. And on the other side, it looks like we are going to be stealing that Urshifu away from MJK. I think it's a great choice, of course. There's extremely strong Urshifu players on the side of TTV and the Umbreon.
Wow, yeah, so Zugrog taking away that Umbreon is giving MJK a chance for the Slowbro, but they're not going to grab it. Instead, grabbing Inteleon and Trevenant. So Trevenant obviously having a whole lot of kind of stunning abilities. Hornleech and Woodhammer is something that the Zacian can really pop off with, as well as an Inteleon if they do want to go with that snipe shot style of gameplay. Otter going to stick with the Espeon in that bottom path, and Inder going to grab that Blissey. So no Comfey for that individual support, but the Bliss assistance on an Urshifu who's diving all the way into the enemy zone is an amazing combination.
Now, I do see we're highlighting Eldegoss, but I was going to say I would be very surprised if we didn't see Comfey on the side of MJK once again. Oh, okay, well, I am surprised. Count me as surprised. But another surprise is we're actually going to see the Scizor pick, most likely a Scyther, I'd have to say, but hey, you never really know exactly how people are going to run this, especially currently. There's going to be a lot of surprises today. And oh, Lutano going over the Venusaur that we saw pop off so much at NAIC. So many hero plays. It's like, you know what? If I'm not going to get snipe shot with Inteleon, I'm going to be able to snipe you a different way.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Lutano has had hero play on this Venusaur, and they're going to have Inder's support back up there on the Blissey. But I do think a lot of TTV's composition is going to come down to Zugrug and their Umbreon play. Can they capitalize on these engagements with the mean look if they go that way, or is Zugrug going to be able to brawl for infinity? It's going to be a tough decision. The question mark on the other side, though, is this Scyther Scizor. Since we're running that Razor Claw, I'm tending to believe this could be the Scyther, but honestly, this item loadout, it could go either direction. So
yeah, it's surprises all day for sure. I would love to see the Scizor, but I'm expecting the Scyther as well. And now it's time to see how MJK plays Inteleon as we move into game number 2 of the set. And we send it back to the casters.
Here we are, game number 2, Doom Snacks. Obviously, we're seeing this Zacian come back out for the side of MJK. Didn't really get to, you know, explode in that first match right there. So I'm interested to see why they're bringing it here into game number 2.
I think it's because it perennially offers up a challenge, right? Like, it's something that TTV has to frontline deal with, because it may not have had the best game 1, but it certainly was causing static and problems that needed to be handled. That's where I'm looking. However, I'm immediately seeing Zugrug on Umbreon. I'm seeing Lutano on the Venusaur. And what we can do is we can lock down a player into a ring of, just a ring of sunlight and absolutely beam them down, and I expect to see that quite a bit here in game 2.
I wasn't going to interrupt you, but we just saw Dodrio with 3 separate hats, which I think is a huge, huge deal to have here on broadcast. And yeah, the question is, what kind of Pokemon do we see here from the side of MJK? Is that going to be a Scizor? Is that going to be a Scyther? I think, given the item loadout, as they talked about having that energy amplifier, it feels like they have a Scyther, and the plan is to get into that backline, take down that Espeon, take down that Venusaur, so there's nothing that they are able to do to stop them here in some of these big fights. Zugrug already really deep right here on the side of MJK.
But what's that done? It's bought a ton of time for that Espeon to come online already for TTV. And the fact that they made it out is even more impressive here. That's just icing on top of the cake, and that's exactly what Zugrug was hoping to get, and they delivered. So a decent early start despite the lack of action for TTV.
And let me tell you, I always put icing on a cake. Never have an uniced cake.
You don't like dry
cake?
I'm telling you, you got to go with this icing, buddy, as we get ready for
I'm gonna look into it.
We get ready for the birds here at the 8:50 mark right here. We can see the evolution. We have the Dark Bear single striker Shifu. A lot of that picked up from the side of TTV, but also a good amount here for MJK, as now that Zacian's level 5 missing with that empowered Sacred Sword.
Yeah, Zacian's still trying to bully a little bit, but now that the Wicked Blow Urshifu is online, they can put the pressure back. That's something that we've really seen. The west side of the planet loving the Wicked Blow version of Urshifu. East side of the planet loving the Rapid Strike, and we're seeing that both flavors already today.
We're going to have to see if it's a West Side story here in game number 2. Come on, I made it happen. We got there. We do have ourselves a Scyther, by the way. That's level 6, so it has not went over to the side of Scissor. That's going to be important for MJK so they can dive in and pick up some big KOs. This is Woodhammer almost takes out Shifu, and there comes the Zacian to pick up the KO.
Overextended and calculated aggressiveness back the other way by MJK seals up a great KO on top of the Urshifu, sending Celeste packing. Of course, Ender wasn't in the stratosphere to give them the eggs they needed to stay standing. So, of course, a nice little K opener over to them.
A nice play here from MJK. They're in the central area right now of TTV, and this has been something we've seen from MJK in both of these games here. Just incredibly aggressive, always taking these fights, putting the pressure on TTV. And right here at the start of game number 2, they're looking a little stronger than they did at the start of game 1.
Nice little cotton ball on top, trying to secure that for the team without having to overextend. Of course, it goes the way of TTV, and that's what they were hoping, of course. But look at the pressure that the MJK is mounting in the bottom path here. Hagu King playing very well and playing very strong forward with the tree, allowing for this push to kind of rage on. They're just trying to buy some time for Lucapo to engage. They go in, the wing beats come through. They can't quite get the KO. Finally, Ender shows up for the support. Egg bombs are starting to rain in, and there's the beam. A beam on top of a tree. They ain't Miracle Grow in that one, as they're forced to retreat a little bit. Umbreon going back and getting a KO on the Inteleon. Okay, TTV's trying to mount something here, holding on to their goal zone. But now the Scyther used their Unite back the other way, and this KO should get 2 for them. They're trying to find out. They'll make it 3, baby. They get far in the back line, and they're getting it for themselves. MJK, yikes, coming alive.
MJK looking amazing here at the start of game 2. They've got the Inteleon right now. They've also got this massive aggression here, and you can see it with that Scyther, a Pokemon that we do not get to see a ton of competitively, but it is absolutely going off here in game number 1, as they are continuing this push, looking to rain more points into this goal, and they're trying to break this thing. Nice big Sacred Sword. Umbreon has to run away.
That's one thing with Umbreon. If you're locking the players down or keeping them in one spot, I mean, Zacian loves to sit there and hit its button right in your face. And that's kind of what Zacian does. It's offering up a very simple problem to answer, but what it does is it stresses all the other problems that you're being presented, and you can't just necessarily answer all of them that easily.
Yeah, what we have on the side of TTV now is finally this Venusaur. We also have Urshifu, who stayed top that entire engagement to make sure they can continue to experience, continue to stack their attack weight. MJK, once again, just insanely aggressive at this objective, and they secure it.
Yeah, Hagu King and Lakubo have been playing such a good front line here. Trevenant Unite comes up. That's on top of 3 players. Solar Beam back the other way. Finally sorts out Lucapo. Now this might be an opportunity for TTV to make a stand here. But unfortunately, the points are going in because the Regieleki hit. So really, all MJK has to do is get as many points in as possible. I can't believe the Zacian got a KO Shiga 2 on the way out. Lutano gets 2 back the other way, but MJK gets another positive exchange.
MJK gets the objective. MJK gets the KOs. MJK gets the score. MJK is looking very different from game number 1, a game that they already won. TTV in some trouble right here. Level-wise, things are somewhat equal between these two teams, and the question is, are they going to be able to shut down this Inteleon? Because it's going to do insane damage at range. We saw a couple of TTV's tools come out in that last fight. We saw the lockdown on a Pokemon, so you could hit them with the Solar Beam, so you could hit them with the Psy Strikes, but TTV is going to need to get a lot more aggressive in some of these fights. They're going to need to pick up a ton more KOs, because right now MJK is running this thing.
Yeah, I mean, basement Reggie in about 10 seconds here, and TTV's just trying to make their way down, and they're so bullied, they actually have to move kind of like in a crescent moon pattern just to try and get to the bottom path. Zugrok's trying to get on top of Sonya here for the Zacian. Tons of damage getting rained in. Another Scyther Unite, but they get buckled very quickly. Caught by the Solar Beam, I'm sure. Wicked Blow can't quite find the Eldegoss as they're moving through. Zacian's kind of playing backline to the Eldegoss, believe it or not, as Zugrok's getting shredded. Is this going to be a KO finally for the Zacian on Zugrok? No, the Unite move comes out, buys them a little bit more time.
time and eating some shields. The rage continues. Trevor Unite on top, and finally Haku King tries to make it happen. The Wicked Blow reigns true, and that takes another objective over to TTV, and that's the one they needed, Spraggles, to keep them in this game. Zugruk finally goes down, but TTV's work here is done.
Yeah, TTV having an excellent fight here, and they need one here in this match because they've been behind through a lot of this game. The liquidation lands true on the Espeon, and that is another KO for the Inteleon on the bottom path. MJK fighting extremely well, but we have level 13 already on this Venusaur. Massive power spike for this Pokemon. You're going to see those solar beams early and often, and also late, midday, you're just going to see a lot of solar beams.
Yeah, at night, solar beam.
Midday,
morning,
solar beam.
Morning, solar beam. Breakfast, solar beam. You eating them all day long, and that's exactly what they want Lutano to be doing. Buy time for those to get hit. But now this Regieleki is flying towards a tier 1. They couldn't sandbag it long enough, so it's going to be able to be dealt with fairly easily, but they're looking to push up the back of this, Greg.
MJK is just extremely aggressive right here, and some teams would walk away from this, but they want the fight. They want to try to push this in, and it is right there.
Celeste is kind of getting buckled. They forced a retreat. They get eaten by a liquidation here, and that thing's going to hit again. And now Zacian can frontline to buy time. A nice little overcap there. 293 to 123 with less than 3 in the game.
That's right. This is a huge break point here for MJK. Unlike their last match, right now we see that they are ahead considerably in points. They don't need to be as aggressive in that final fight, but I wouldn't expect that they're going to let off the gas anytime soon. MJK just keeps putting the pressure on TTV. TTV having a couple good engagements later into this match now that they have their Venusaur powered up, now that they have their Urshifu online, but they're going to need a big win here at Rayquaza, or MJK is going to take our first series of the World Championships.
Yeah, MJK positioning uniquely. They don't want the bottom objective. They're actually just trying to make a wall around it and have TTV collapse into them.
Yeah, and we can see now Lutano on that Venusaur making their way towards this central area. Obviously, TTV is looking to protect their squishier backline Pokemon, the Espeon, the Venusaur. They are using their ranged attacks to see exactly where they may be inside some of this tall grass right here, as MJK does not need to actually put the pressure on. They are way ahead on the scoreboard.
Inteleon getting chunked by that solar beam that was bush checking a little bit. Haku King going to be sought out and found as they go into that bush. And now it's just about trying to find where MJK is hiding. And they found one immediately. 3 players there chipping up. The Unite move comes out. Zacian is down. TTV found their mark and they cashed it in quickly. Haku King's trying to peel back to the rest of their team, but TTV sees the Rayquaza as the objective they want. Zugruk good spacing right on top of the Scyther. And now the Scyther has to dive into the middle. Double wing beat comes through. Solar beam as well. Vertinanger. Trevor Unite on top. Holy smokes. 4 players down for MJK. TTV seals it up. Celeste gets it for them. And holy smokes, what a bounce back by the squad. The NA team says there's still fight left in us here in Japan. And now they're putting in those burgers.
They are looking to flip some burgers and get some points in right now. Nice little eject button into that solar beam. And here comes a massive 100 points from the Umbreon. 423, 293 for MJK right now. TTV with a commanding lead. 50 seconds left, though. So MJK is not out of this match at all. However, there are still members of TTV with Rayquaza shields, and you can see the Umbreon moving across the map away from everyone else, picking up Eos energy, getting ready to score as MJK is looking to put in one last fight here at this bottom goal zone.
They're already raining in attacks on top of the goal zone. The push is happening. Egg Bomb chipped up into the solar beam, and now Haku King needs to play forward in space. Zacian's nowhere to be found as they're just trying to bully out Lutano so they can't deal too much damage. Poaching off the thing is Celeste, but they've got a full Ray Shield too. Wicked Blow comes through. That tree is split in half karate style, and now we're all on top of this goal zone. There ain't enough points going in. Spraggles, no shot, not today. Celestial's game, Lutano's game. 2 for 2 on the back. Make it 3, and that's a dub.
What a beautiful series so far between these two teams. Incredible back and forth plays, as we can see TTV are victors of that last match, taking an amazing fight there at Rayquaza. You can see the scoreline ticking up right here. We can now see who won. Big win there for TTV.
Great bounce back, and tell you what, they were searching for their target. They found the Zacian, they jumped on the Zacian, and that was really the beginning of the end for MJK in that game. The Zacian needed to stand tall and needed to be with the team. They were trying to get clever with their spacing. One good guess out of TTV, and literally, I don't even know if it was a guess, because Celestial pretty much committed right into that bush, and the follow-up was immediate. Once that first domino fell, the rest of the squad followed right after, and that's an easy red.
Easy rate for TTV. Incredibly aggressive. I gotta hear what Zoinks and Wonder Chef think of this one as we take a look at the scoreboard. Gentlemen, take it away.
Can't count out TTV that early. Are you kidding me? In game number 1 of our World Championships, they are bouncing back, and we're headed to a game 3 for game 1. It honestly, for our first match of the day, it feels so good. And what a game there. You were saying before, Wonder Chef, whoever is losing just wins. And that so far is the story of our match.
I know, what a set. I feel like the first set of Worlds is like a grand finals already. This is exactly what we want to see. It is so even, you can see the score right there, but let's take a look at how the actual battle data went out, the damage numbers, and of course, Lutano now on really what truly is a signature Venusaur.
Oh, I said they put the Venusaur on the map, and I really do think they are going to prove that every single game we see them in. 87,000 damage for this Venusaur. They were really cooking in this game. Lucapo on that Scyther, though, I think had some great moments throughout the match. That was super cool to see. I really loved that. And again, this Zacian not really having the same level of impact. Early game, though, it looked amazing from Sona this game.
It did. Of course, it's really hard to judge because it did get jumped on in that late game so heavily. And actually, we can see it right here. Lucapo, again, like you mentioned, has been, in my eyes, oh, that was such a beautiful play. It was just absolutely beautiful. But I think one of the MVPs of this set so far, for me, on the side of MJK.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch them play, and then kind of watching that style clash with TTV. I've always kind of defined TTV as a team that is incredible at team fights, but not because they're over aggressive. They get 1, they get 2, they get out. MJK, not that way at all. They go in and they go in deep. A lot of flux zone pushes and making that value across the map wherever they need to find it, and it's been looking amazing so far. Zugrug on this Umbreon, I called out as one of the big playmakers of this matchup, and even though it wasn't the mean look build that I originally had predicted, I think it was so impactful. Those stuns at that final end of Snarl are massive, and getting multiple stuns just makes it that much easier for Otter and for Lutano to really hit those big special attack damage spikes.
Right, for anybody who's not as familiar with some of these newer Pokemon, we're going to see Umbreon with a lot of different builds throughout the day. It is a strong Pokemon in a bunch of different, almost even roles, but you can see right here, that was the follow-up after getting that pick. It's just a beautiful collapse from the side of TTV, and we can just see it happening in slow motion, really, as we were watching it live. It's just like, yeah, that pick happened, and you know that TTV is not going to give up that opportunity. And so, exactly like we said, it's been 2 games where it's been an early lead from one team, and then they've lost it. But now the question is, how do you hold on? How do you stay in the lead the entire game?
Yeah, exactly. They are. Can you win early and win late? That might be the secret to winning this one. Now, Celeste is going to have the Player of the Game award, and for that play call in that final moment, I definitely think that is worth this accolade. Running the Wicked Blow throat shot build that Celeste definitely tries to focus on primarily. A lot of that big hit secure, but also, as you can see, kind of that 1-2 combo of throat chopping in, hitting one Wicked Blow, Unite move, and following up into another Wicked Blow to basically eliminate one threat single-handedly.
Yeah, the Urshifu is going to be a hugely important Pokemon, of course, to be able to secure a lot of those objectives as well. And so we are now going to be going into Game 3. We've seen a lot of switches, like basically people taking their opponent's Pokemon because they're just so good at it as well. But you can see right here, we just saw Celeste extremely strong on that Urshifu, but now they're saying, we don't want to give you your first pick Urshifu, so we're just going to ban it out, even though it worked very well for us.
They're going to take that away. Now, there's a whole lot of defenders available for the side of TTV. However, in this position in the past, they have first picked that Inteleon. Honestly, the versatility that Pokemon brings is huge, but the defenders are really going to be the tail of this tournament. They are so strong. They really control this game. So grabbing the Umbreon first pick is no surprise to me, but do we see MJK steal away the Inteleon? We haven't seen them play today yet.
Well, based on exactly, of course, just highlighting it, but just what we've seen as well, they are going to first pick the Zacian. They love the Zacian, which is surprising to me. I don't feel like it's working out as well for them, but they do know how to base their team around it, and it has been working out. Oh, I mean, obviously they're 1-1 in this set, so that's going to give the Inteleon. The bigger surprise to me is the Trevenant first pick. Yeah. I feel like you could go way lower for picking that, but Inteleon and, of course, that Blissey for the side of TTV. I feel like TTV is very happy with this draft so far.
Oh, for sure. Hongo King grabbing this Trevenant first pick is interesting, but we always have this debate is like, do you let something that you know you'll get fall later, or do you want to keep the rest of your picks a little more secretive and grab something that is a bit more straightforward first, and you can just leave those spots at the end for counterpick
breaking open, and there we go. Cramorant is on the table. One of the best executing Pokemon that we have in the game. That air slash dive combination is amazing. But Wonder Chef, it's your favorite, so why don't you break this down?
I have been waiting for this entire year for Cramorant to be picked. This is the first time on a UCS broadcast that I've gotten to see Cramorant. I am so excited. And of course, there are quite a few. Kello actually was saying there's quite a few coming out of Japan. But on the other side, we are going to see the Buzzwole come back, probably being played by Celeste, and then the Espeon as well. So this is going to be some pretty high damage on the side of TTV. MJK with one more pick. Will they be going back for that? Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to be going back for the Scyther. The Capo probably going to be getting that. But hey, you know I'm excited for the Cram.
Okay, in terms of roles, we have 0 of them in the game. However, MJK is essentially playing double speedster. We have Scyther and Cramorant, which are both amazing last-hitting Pokemon. Otter and Lutano are going to play so careful to not be caught out and just immediately burst it down. Indoor support is going to be great. That healing number is going to be huge at the end of the game. The problem is it comes a little slow. It comes in tandems, and if we have the rest of the Scyther and the Cramorant really popping off, they're going to shut down their enemies in between those healing moments.
Yeah, especially with just how squishy this team can be. So it's going to be really a lot about positioning from TTV. But one of these teams is going to go one up in the tournament. One's going to be losing their first game. Only one way to find out as these casters take it away for the final game of our first set of the day.
And here we are, already heading to a Game 3 Doob Snacks at the start of the World Championships right here. I gotta say, I'm loving the draft from the side here of TTV. However, MJK is coming out with some wild picks here. I have to give it up to Cowboy Cram. I'm so excited to see it on the battlefield. But I am surprised with the order that some of these came out, and I'm surprised to see Scissor or Scyther once again.
Yeah, it didn't look bad, to be honest. They were working very well. Specifically, the Trevenant and the Scyther were working incredibly well. Lucapo and Hagu King were in there. That's how they were generating their pushes with the Zacian cleanup. So they found a lot of comfort there, clearly. Unlike my solo queue games, who loses early and then loses the game, one of these teams is going to have to figure out how to maintain their lead through it.
You know what? I would actually change your strategy up here, Doob Snacks. I would try to win early and win middle and win late. That will help you in some of your games.
Well, I've been studying the first 2 games we just watched, and I didn't learn anything. So I'm hoping we've got a straightforward one here to really coach me through this. Hoopa Zacian is a bully of a lane in the face of this Buzzwole, and Chansey gets eviscerated right at the gate, and Celestial just has to peel back and eat a berry and say, sorry, Ender, you have to catch the receipt for that one.
Beautiful play there from Sona, picking up a massive KO early. And yes, Zacian is just such a bully. Hoopa able to fight incredibly at range with those huge stuns also. And now we see nice secure there, it looks like from the side of MJK. Is Zugra looking for that level 4 right here. However, Otter already level 5 on the Espeon.
Yeah, exactly where you want Otter to be, right? Just funnel everything into them, sort out your supports and tanks later. No worries there. Neri, however, doing great job securing with those last hits and giving themselves a good level parity here with some of the bigger players on the other side. Zacian goes in, does tons of damage, trying to find Lutano, falls on top of him, goes after the Drizzile, who makes it back to base, and now they're kind of slowed down, but they've got the support right in the pocket. Lucapo and a little bit of Astonish gets the time that they need to get them out.
Once again, MJK just so incredibly aggressive in these fights. You can see they've got TTV on their heels here in this top path. Once again, moving in massive Sacred Swords, trying to take that experience that was secured, however, by the side of TTV. Right now, the scoreline very close, 8-0, as we can see the Trevenant in the central area here of TTV. Zugrug, the Umbreon, trying to chase it out right now, and they do push it back.
Creatively, though, they put the portal down to try and get the Trevenant back. It forces a weird cutoff by TTV to keep them from getting to the portal, and the Trevenant is still able to make it happen off its passive and its potion there to get out of there.
And we can see Scyther moving on in here, trying to pick up some of this. Nice big side beam right there with the stun. It's getting very low, but it's got the Hoopa portal that it can go back through, and it does. Incredible play there from MJK, and just once again, always in the face of TTV. And here comes the Cramorant with the dive, looking to see if it can pick up a KO on that Espeon. Espeon misses their shot right there as they push towards this bottom goal.
Cram goes down, Neri goes down, the pressure continues. Is anybody to fall on top of that portal to reset? No, they're going for the body. Ender is chunked big. Hagu King gets taken down by Lutano quickly, as that's a little Phantom Force for the Hoopa to get out, but it's KO streak of 2 for Lucapo. They're looking for everyone. Now they're caught on the backside of a Nightmare. They get KO'd. Zacian tries to give them support, but now they're singled out. It's a 3-on-1, and they're collapsing on top of the Zacian. Can they get a Hoopa portal? They're going to see if they can catch it. Phantom Force comes through for a nice little potential initial stun and lets the Zacian get out of dodge. Now they're collapsing on Neri, who wants the KO on Otter, and they get it back the other way. Snipe Shot gets them sorted out, and this fight rages on. Hagu King finally frontline a little bit for Lucapo the Zacian, or for Sona the Zacian, and they're able to play back on their side. These are the most aggressive supports and tanks I've seen in a long time, Spraggles.
Insanely aggressive. The fight is still continuing. I think they only backed off there for a second so they can give you a moment to breathe as Reggie Rock is being ripped off the board right here. MJK, once again, look at this positioning. Look how aggressive they are, just pushing TTV out of all of these fights.
I mean, they're trying to make TTV cross the living room with Legos on the floor. They keep stepping on him like, what's going on? Why can't I cross this living room? Why is it so difficult? And that was all off the back of some support and a tank player. And there goes a goal zone as Lucapo and Hagu King again are going in deep. Zugrug is low. They find the engagement. They get the KO. Scyther still stands. Celestial comes through, gets the KO back on the Scyther. But the Zacian's just throwing down those big sword winds right in the middle, cutting off the rest of the team. Phantom Force right to the rest of the TTV squad to try and catch attention. Italian gets a KO back on the Hoopa. KO Stricken 2 for Celeste. But now they're caught in the middle of a face of a Zacian. Neri comes in. They're going tons of air support. Bang, 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 bang. They're trying to sort out the Calgary Cram is. Sona finally makes it out, dodges the egg bomb. And now TTV is sieging a goal zone. And they're finally going to be able to get a crop of points in. Come on.
Somehow making their way across the living room full of Legos. Call them the sticky bandits or the wet bandits, whatever you want to call them. They are no longer home alone as they are ahead on the scoreboard, 147-80. And man, what an aggressive series between these two teams. MJK just always putting that pressure on TTV.
When's the last time you saw so many yellow pips on the side of TTV's map? That is how much pressure MJK is putting on this team. They can't do the traditional wild Pokemon farming that they're used to. And now Hagu King's just on their side of the map, poaching whatever's left. I mean, MJK has a very clear-cut, aggressive strategy, and they're executing it over and over again. Nice secure on the side of TTV. And from the long range, Otter gets it done with the side shock. They're coming through. Zacian gets the Umbreon, but they're looking for one back the other way. And Talion gets them. We have the Cowboy Cram Unite. They're firing shots on everybody. KO Strika 2, and now the Regieleki's going to hit close that goal zone out. That might have been the best case scenario for them in this case.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from MJK. Cowboy Cram actually heading home through that portal, but it looks like they came back, got picked up there with a KO, as now TTV is pushing towards this bottom goal, looking to put some points in. They just want to break it at this point so that they don't have the positional advantage here for this next fight. TTV trying to make something happen. We see the snipe shots firing towards the side of MJK as they are continuing to push. Hoopa, of course, can bring the whole team down right now. It is level 9. It has its Unite move.
They're trying to stun down Zugrug. Nice little engaged Trevenant comes out. It only catches Zugrug, but that's a prime target for them right now. Woodhammers are laying in, and another objective bought literally off the back of Hagu King, who is playing so well on that front line.
Yeah, that Trevenant is just so incredibly aggressive, always in the face of TTV, but really every single member of MJK never afraid to take a fight, as we have 4 minutes left in this match. And there we go once again, Hagu King in the central area of TTV, taking away their farm.
I mean, the level of comfort that this player has on that Pokemon is very clear to all of us now. That's why they're prio picking it so high, because they know Hagu King just built different on this thing. That's what they want. And now they're closing out a goal zone. They're shrinking this lead. It's less than 200 now. Hagu King's there. If they get a KO on them, that doesn't even really matter, because they're isolating TTV from the rest of their key players.
Yeah, great stuff here from MJK. Of course, they get chipped up, they get pushed back, but they're able to put the points on the board. They are now down by less than 100 as a big Unite move comes in from the Hoopa. They're getting really aggressive on this goal zone.
Yeah, look at that spacing right on top of the Cowboy Cramp, so everybody had to retreat back through the shots that were going out. Zugrug's still playing far forward, forces out their Unite move. They're still on top of this goal zone. Zugrug's low, and Espeon takes out the Scyther quickly with a side shock here. Egg Bomb misses wide. KO Streak 2 for Otto. They're absolutely heating up. Who makes it through the portal? Almost everybody. Are they going to rain back through? They're not going to make that choice. They're going to hang out for a minute and take a deep breath, because that didn't quite end up the way they wanted. TTV standing tall in the middle of a tsunami.
Yeah, that was just crazy. It felt like they were coming at them from all angles, but TTV kept their composure inside this fight, pushed them back, secured that Regieleki, and now the question is anyone going to deal with this Reggie in the bottom path? Obviously, this can give you a huge advantage moving into Rayquaza, the final Rayquaza of this series. And as I said before, Dupes Next, these series matter so much. One team moves on from each group, and this game right here could be the deciding factor.
without a doubt, these are two top-tier teams squaring off to kick off our day. That Reggie Alecki is gone. The basement Reggie's about to hit the map. We've got 10 seconds till our Game 3 Match 1 Rayquaza. It's go time, baby.
And now we can see TTV with some aggressive positioning here in the top path. They're looking for MJK. They want to find exactly where they are. If they can catch Sona once again on that Zacian, they can start this fight in a big way. Of course, Cramorant is able to sort of dive around and see where they can find members of TTV, but TTV is ahead right now, so MJK needs to make the play, as it looks like we've got some aggressive positioning from MJK. No surprise there, as they slightly move towards this Rayquaza. No one wanting to start this fight just yet. Everything is on the line here in this series between these two teams. Zugrug with some forward positioning right here. Cram in the top path, they may have actually seen this Cramorant up there from Inder on the Blissey, but I'm not sure if they actually saw it, as Rayquaza's getting hit right now. Zacian goes down. Zacian is down.
Key member, they found them, and they're going to flip the script on anybody else. They're going for the engage. Hoopa's low. The Woodhammers are coming out. They're trying to buy space. We've got a Cowboy Cram uniting right in the middle. Espeon does go down. Otter's down. Now they're going to have to push back. Neri's putting in a ton of damage. They engage on Zugrug. 2 players down, and Lucapo's still up and going. Inder's trying to make some magic happen. They're catching out. Lutano's so low. There's the big stun by the Hoopa. That's another KO. 4 players down for TTV. Just Silencio left standing there, putting the push on him. Can they get the follow-up ace? Can the Japanese team get it done? They get the KO. The Rayquaza is theirs. Match 1 MJK. It's time to get those ducats in. It's time to win yourself a match.
They are running towards these goal zones. They are still behind on points. TTV looking to try to stop them, but they can't stop the bottom score, and it looks like they can't stop the center score, as another 100 points rain in. 223-61 with only 30 seconds left, and another 100 points for MJK. There really just is not enough time here for TTV as they look to try to stop a score. MJK with the incredible aggression right there. TTV caught out in that Rayquaza pit. The Inteleon went down, and then that was it for TTV. 15 seconds left as they rush towards these goal zones, but there simply is not enough time for TTV, as it looks like MJK is going to take our first series of the World Championships.
I'm curious if MJK used the Zacian to do the bait and switch, because they caught the Zacian immediately to TTV. The difference was the follow-up. The follow-up, the follow-up. TTV got that KO. MJK was there to sweep in and buckle every other member of TTV, no questions asked, and holy smokes, what a team fight by them.
Yeah, what an incredible fight here from TTV, just looking absolutely amazing.
Understatement, and a gutting feeling for TTV, because you know that is a huge, huge, huge roadblock for you on your way into day 2 for this event. MJK, on the other hand, has to feel great. You played against a good team. If that didn't warm you up for the rest of the day, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible start here for MJK. What an incredible start for Japan here in their home country at the World Championships right now. Obviously, we don't know how the rest of this group stage is going to play out. TTV able to take 1 game off of MJK right there, but they are going to need a very flawless run as they continue this group stage to have a chance to move on after losing this match right here.
Yeah, they slipped out of the starting blocks. It's not the end of your race, but you got to dig in and you got to find something within you to run hard the rest of the day and try to make some magic happen for yourself. MJK needs to use this momentum. We talk about momentum all the time. TTV had it in the NA Regional Finals. MJK just bought that thing at a premium right now, taking out a quality team and putting themselves on the path to day 2.
Yeah, as we take a look here, you can see our scoreboard right here. Obviously, TTV in control, but a very, very close match right there. Then an amazing fight from MJK, and it was all over at that Rayquaza. You know, it matters how you play the first 8 minutes of Pokemon Unite, but boy, those pivotal moments at the end, you cannot make any mistakes. And unfortunately, TTV getting caught out in that Rayquaza pit, that was really it for them.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit on the side of TTV to Otter, who is doing everything under the sun to take objectives, take KOs, last hit, and make sure that this team could stay standing in the face of the pressure that was being put on. But if I need to shout one player out here for MJK, Haku King on that Trevenant. Holy smokes.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And again, they were just always in the face of TTV. It felt like they were never letting the gas off at any moment. And just as you said before, Doopsnacks, there were points in the match where TTV normally would have cleaned their plate and gotten all of that wild Pokemon experience, but MJK just never stopped pushing, every single fight. Even when they were behind in that final fight, they kept being aggressive, they kept fighting, and they were able to come back and win this thing. Incredible stuff from MJK in our first series of the day.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I was taking a look at MJK here, and they played well, obviously well. We talk about aggression. That was very controlled aggression out of them. But I'll tell you what, we have Sona from MJK on the stage for an interview. So let's throw to that right now.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm on stage with Sona from MJK after an amazing first game. Congratulations.
ソナ選手に来ていただいております。おめでとうございます。
Now, you just had an amazing game, but here in Japan, in front of your region's crowd, how does it feel to win in Japan?
はい、今回日本という地元開催ですね。地元の日本の観客の皆さんの前で勝利をつかみました。どんなお気持ちですか？
そうですね。僕の出身国である日本でこうやって、僕の知り合いもたくさん見てくれる中で活躍というか勝利できたのですごく嬉しいと思います。
This is absolutely amazing because, you know, I am from Japan and there are so many people that I know or they support me so well. And we are absolutely elated for this victory. Thank you.
That's amazing. And I mean, this first game, you took down the #1 seed from North America, TTV, a very strong team. How does it feel to get such an important win right away?
まず、第1試合からノースアメリカの地域の1位の TTV というものすごい強いチームを倒しましたね。この素晴らしい試合で、この素晴らしい勝利、初戦から飾りました。どんなお気持ちですか？
はい、TTV さんはもう僕がユナイト始めた頃からずっと知っとったチームなんで、もうすごい緊張はしていたんですけど、僕たちもチームとしてちゃんと完成させてきたので、最初から絶対勝てると思っていたので、本当に激闘ができて嬉しかったです。
I mean, yeah. Since I started Pokemon Unite as a competitive player, I mean, I was really nervous facing off against the TTV because they're a really formidable team. But you know, our team is also completed as a great team, and so everything. So we just believe ourselves and play one game at a time. So yeah, this is the result.
Great. Well, you proved that. Congratulations again. Thank you, everyone. It was our game #1. We're going to be jumping to a very short break. We'll be right back right after this.
is at 20%. Where's the follow route taking? Wicked blow! Wicked blow seals and TTV makes the magic happen. Waterspout is still ripping and gripping on nobody, but Sunrub's about to score on him. Burger back the other way. KO Shrika 2 for Overlord, and then goes straight to score.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan for Pokemon Unite. We just had 2 incredible matches, not only here on the main stream, but also on the B stage, where Time to Shine just actually took down Seoul Esports in a 3-game set. But we have had incredible matches to start this off, and it's only going to get better from here. I cannot wait to see all of these teams continue to battle it out, but we're going to be moving forward, and now I'm gonna be here with everybody's favorite, Kello. I'm so glad you're here. We got to talk a little bit earlier on the broadcast, but you're finally here, finally on the desk. How's it feeling?
Amazing, I must say. It is definitely amazing to be standing next to the Wonder Chef. So, but obviously, TTV, MJK, for a first set of the day, I must say it was wild, and that is only just a taste of what is to come.
That's right. We've got a great match coming up as well. Another match of essentially East versus West. We're going to have Team MYS taking on Team Peps. And I said that these were some of the matches, or some of the teams that I was most excited to see throughout this entire weekend. But as we've seen, even from the Heartbreakers from the first sets, it's so wild to think. You just assume a lot of these teams will make it to day 2, but you really never know.
Look, expect the unexpected, right? But obviously, we need to talk about these teams. Team MYS. So we spoke earlier. We have Yangs and Rebongs, who were here last year, part of Renaissance. They did come 3rd. So obviously, they have a new crew. We'll have to see how they gel together. We have seen them throughout the season this year. They did come 1st in APAC West, obviously in April, qualified, and they actually ended up coming 2nd in the championships.
That's right. This is the first time that we're going to be seeing any of the APAC teams on broadcast so far today. Of course, we're still in the 3rd overall broadcasted game of the weekend. So I'm very excited that we do get to start off seeing so many different regions, but their opponents will be, again, yet another region that we haven't seen here on the main broadcast, which is going to be Team Peps, formerly known as Woof Woof earlier in the UCS season. They are one of my favorite teams to watch by far, placing extremely well in the regional finals at UIC, but I believe making it 3rd out of their region overall as far as seeding go, behind Taliboa Believers and Nouns. But they are a team that has brought so much uniqueness every single time that we've seen them play, and with such a wide variety of available Pokemon that are so good in the meta. I'm really, really curious what they're going to be bringing out today. Do you think we're going to see anything spicy, Kelly?
Look, the thing is, with Team MYS, they are hyper-aggressive early gamers, but they come up with some crazy strats as we've seen throughout the season. So the thing is, obviously, I feel like there is that sort of set meta across that we know, but it's the crazy strats that are going to catch these teams off guard.
Yes, without a doubt, this is going to be, I think, a day for all these teams, not just these 2 teams, a day of how much can you kind of stay on your toes as when you're dealing with these weird meta picks. And we haven't seen anything super spicy so far, but I feel like we're going to see it here. You know, we were just talking a little bit right before this to the Japanese casters for the Japanese broadcast, and we were saying, what are you most excited to see? What player are you most excited to see? And one of the answers was Potato, which is a really cool pick. Potato specifically on the Garchomp. If we do end up seeing that, everybody loves seeing the Garchomp. I know Zoinks is out there. I'm actually pointing at him, but he can't see it. He is a huge Garchomp fan, so he popped off, but I know that a lot of people out there are as well. So we'll see if that ends up being one of the spicy picks, but again, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we've had a really interesting meta so far in the day. We've seen Zacian from multiple Asian teams now so far, but none of the Western teams have chosen Zacian at all. Do you feel like Zacian is going to do well this weekend, or do you think it's going to be a little underrated, or I guess undervalued? What do you think?
Look, only time will tell how well it goes. Obviously, we have only seen it once, and we've only spectated the one set, so we actually don't know. We have a long day ahead of us, but as I said, you know, it's these crazy wild things that these teams aren't going to expect. Maybe they are expecting it. I'm not too sure how much preparation they have gone into today, but I'd expect it would be quite a lot.
That's right, and you know, there's some preparation for you to do as well. well. You can use code 2nd Anniversary in Pokemon Unite to celebrate the 2nd anniversary. I can't believe we're here at 2 years, but of course, this is the 2nd championship, so of course it's got to be 2 years. You can get the limited license for Mew and Mewtwo, and then some of the Platinum emblems as well. So you've got some stuff for yourself to start powering yourself up for potentially your competitive career. I gotta say, this season has been so fun to be kind of along on the ride for. I'm so happy that we've been able to see so many different teams do very well, and I think that this is going to really inspire people for next UCS season to really come out the gate and be like, hey, I didn't compete before, but it's time this year. I can't wait to see everything that comes in the future, which maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself because we still got so much for this season within the next 2 days.
Well, I guess that's the thing with Pokemon Unite. It is the fairly new game on the block, the new kid on the block. So it's only in its 2nd year. We don't actually know what to expect.
I know. It's so weird because, you know, I mean, we're here, and for so many of these tournaments, you know, we've all been in so many of these UCS tournaments, and we've kind of known more what to expect. And this is such a big mystery for all of us, like the meta, the players, what's going to do well. Just the fact that we've already had one of the favorite teams, one of the first seeds, get knocked, well, lose their first game, I guess. It's a round robin, so it's not like loser's bracket yet, not until tomorrow, but that is just already just throwing such a huge wrench in there. Look at that. I love all these hats, by the way. The crowd is huge here in Yokohama, unbelievably huge. I've been at multiple Worlds so far. I think this is actually my 3rd Worlds, and I have never seen this many people, and especially this many people out here for Unite. So shout outs to everybody out in the crowd from moment 1 of the tournament, making this extremely hype. How have you been enjoying Worlds, Keller?
Look, you said that it's your 3rd time? Well, it is actually only my 1st time here, experiencing an in-person event, but also Worlds, the biggest one. It is absolutely insane, and I must say, the atmosphere is chef's kiss.
Oh, yes, chef's kiss. Wonder chef's kiss. It is. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. But again, let's just recap how the format works for anybody who's just tuning in, because this is going to be a long weekend. We're currently in the group stage. There are 8 groups, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, and there is a round robin between every single member of those groups. So every one team that you're going to see here today is going to be playing 2 or 3 games based on how you do in, based on how many members there are in that group. That's what I'm going for. And then the top team of each of those groups will be moving forward to tomorrow, which is a whole big different thing. But just once again, if you have not been kind of following along throughout this entire season, we've got a little explainer for you for how this works.
Roland's going for a hero play. Trainer starting through. Buzzwole takes it.
But they couldn't stop either of them. 500 points.
Somebody's points in. That goes in.
Hello, trainers. Join us as we cover the format for the Pokemon Unite World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Over the past season, players from all over the world have competed at the highest levels in their regions to qualify. Each competing region will be sending their best teams to represent them on the world stage. High stakes will test the resolve in the most anticipated tournament of the year. On the first day of the World Championships, teams will be sorted into groups, then face off in round-robin matches. The best teams from each group will advance forward. This takes us into the 2nd day, where the top teams from day 1 will battle through a double elimination bracket, all the way to the grand final. Everything is on the line here, as the winning team can look forward to being crowned the world champions, as well as take the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool. All of the best teams are eager to prove themselves in Japan. Who will ultimately win? Will there be any surprises? Comeback stories? You never know what'll go down. Be sure to tune in and find out.
And you can see there that is going to be a tough road for so many of these teams here. And of course, we're getting set up for Team MYS versus Team Pep. So who could that be? Who's that Pokemon? I think we all know there. One of the most famous in the crowd. Also Gugashi in the background. Look at that, the double shot of some well-known casters here in the community. I'm loving it.
I absolutely love Pump wearing that drip. That is definitely the suit that he is known for. You can spot him from a mile away in that suit.
You can. Actually, actually was wearing like, I think it wasn't like full suit pants, but like shorts of it yesterday. I could be wrong on that. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the full thing. How is that even possible? So I'm always impressed by that. But huge shout outs to the entire scene here. Like I said, showing up so many just to even spectate. It is like nothing I've ever seen from across the world. I mean, I bet in this camera shot, we're seeing people from at least 6, 7 different countries, even that one alone. This one, way more.
Oh, well, that's the thing. It's just so multicultural here. There's a wide variety. It's not only, obviously, players from their home turf in Japan, but we have people from all around the world here, Chef.
Oh, I know. And in all of these different regions, of course, we're going to see APAC West versus EU. That just shows how far it goes. But shout out once again to everybody in the crowd. This truly is Pokemon Unite. You know, there's a reason why it's called Unite. It's brought so many people together from so many different regions, which is what we're seeing. I mean, how many people have we already met that we've never had the chance to meet in person just throughout even this bit? I mean, look, we've got even a competitive team right back there. Look at they're hiding behind the camera. Shot, hold on a minute. You can't hide back there.
Look, one thing I must say is I love how everybody, or most people they have their favorite Pokemon by their side. Probably a good luck charm, but I think you can tell a lot about a person about the plushie that they do carry around with them, right?
Yeah, you have to have your lucky Pokemon, right? I mean, I've got Cramorant. I actually had my Cramorant plushie. I should have brought it, but it was at home. I do have my Cramorant shirt for maybe tomorrow. I know you got the Eevee shirt. Is Eevee your luck Pokemon?
Eevee, or the Eeveelutions in general, Sylveon would be my favorite. I would absolutely love to see somebody pick up Sylveon today. Fingers crossed.
Hey, I think there's an extremely good chance we're going to see that. But another thing that you can see yourself is it's not just a competition for this weekend for Unite. There's events that you can take yourself, take a part in. And so we can take a look at one of those that's going on in Pokemon Unite right now. And so that's going to be a great opportunity for you to get Mewtwo. Oh, you see the little Mew right there. #1 enemy of Mewtwo. But you, of course, are not going to be seeing Mewtwo at this tournament. Plenty of Mew, I am sure, without a doubt.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, while we might not be able to get Mewtwo, we have obviously seen Zacian already. Both those legendaries, we know that they're super powerful. So, I wonder if we're going to end up seeing any other teams picking up that Sword Dog.
Oh, I feel like almost undoubtedly we are going to. Yeah, so when I was referencing earlier that I had seen another Asian team, it was the Seoul Esports coming out of India that did choose it on the B stream. So just want to remind everybody that there are quite a few stations of gameplay. Of course, we're here on the main stream. There's a B stream that's going to be gameplay only, just in an effort to be able to show off as many of the competitive matches as possible today. So a huge shout out to production for making that happen. They put a lot of work in there.
They definitely did put a lot of work in there. But you know what? Not only production, but look at this stage. It is beautiful.
I know, and this is so representative of the area, you know. I mean, I know our hotel's right next to that actual Ferris wheel, which is very cool, by the way. It lights up with a Pikachu every 15 minutes. Very, very bright outside my window. Definitely not when I'm trying to sleep, not at all. No, I'm just kidding. It's very cool. This area is sweet. And we can talk about the prizing. Why don't you run us down on how much these teams are earning, because it's a lot.
Look, it is a 500K prize pool that it's on the line this weekend. So from 13th to 16th, we have $5,000, which, you know what, I think is pretty good for a day or 2 days of Pokemon Unite. From 9th to 12th, you do take home $10,000. And Chef, tell us about the rest.
Well, first of all, let me just say that if you get 16th, you get just about enough to for one full run in the Pokemon Center, which I think we both experienced. But I actually forget where you ended off because I was thinking about how much money I spent there this weekend. But I believe 7th through 8th, it's going to be $25,000 for the team, 5th through 6th, $45,000, and then $60,000 and up. So just a lot of money on the line. We've had a decent amount of money throughout the rest of the season, but this is where the real meat and potatoes of the prizing is. And again, if any of those teams win that money, please, I need help. help, I bought everything at the Pokemon Center.
Look, I mean, I must say, I see a fair few shopping bags walking around, so I think we are not the only ones that may have spent all of our cash at the Pokemon Center. Obviously, picking up some plushies, maybe some merch. I know a lot of people are definitely looking snazzy today.
Oh, well, you know what is looking snazzy to me is this draft. We're finally getting into it here. It's going to be Team MYS on the left, Team Peps on the right, APAC West versus EU, and the bans are coming out. We're going to see potentially here, as we're going into this, love that they added this midway through the season, the ban kind of like pre-picks, but it looks like it's going to be double defenders.
Look, it makes sense. We have seen previously, it is like this double defender meta. They are rocking house right now, but to get rid of 2 defenders straight off the block, it doesn't really leave very much choice for these teams.
Right, I wonder if we're going to be seeing an Umbreon first pick on the side of Team MYS. Again, it's time to see how these kind of regions match up against each other in their styles of draft. There can be so many things you can value highly here. The Umbreon was the pick. I feel like it's such a smart choice with both of the big defenders, or 2 of the big defenders, there's so many now, out of the pool immediately. But are we going to see a first pick Wigglytuff that has to be just hovering over? There's no way we're actually going to see it. Okay. We're going to see the Urshifu and the Hoopa, much more of what we'd expect.
Did Potato just bait us thinking we were going to get the Wigglytuff? But no, I mean, Urshifu and Hoopa, 2 very good first picks for Team Peps. Obviously, Hoopa is a spectacular supporter to have on your side. The kit that it has to be able to teleport your teammates not only back home, but also up into the top path and bottom path.
Yeah, and sometimes there's a mean look, and they can only be in the exact area of that portal, so you kind of want to get them out of there in any way possible. Oh my gosh, it's no way. Come on, there's no way they're actually trolling me. I made it. No, they are trolling me. I want to see Mamoswine so bad, but this is a great pick as well. Picking that I mean, Snorlax is a playmaker defender and is still very strong. And when we've got the level of defender players inside of Peps, I love to see it. And then Inteleon, I'm surprised getting picked so late, but ooh, starting speech is the other side.
Look, the thing is, I am definitely loving Yang's pick here. I feel like this is a really common pick for the APAC region. Clefable, just having that AoE healing if it does end up going for that Moonlight build, and then supporting the double defenders. Obviously, you have Blastoise and Umbreon. It's going to be hard to take down such a chunky team comp.
It is, and the final pick, Buzzwole. That is a great choice, I think. A lot of people currently, of course, the Surf is used extremely, quite a bit as well, but if you have the Spin, I think it is a great opportunity to be able to kind of grab people out of the Spin Stoys, to be able to stop even the Speedsters, right? When the Speedsters are trying to like zip around, if you can just grab them, suddenly they are just a sitting target for the rest of your team. So I really like this final pick.
Well, the thing is, you do have a Zoroark there, so whether it's going to be able to weave out of the muscly arms of the Buzzwole, that is definitely going to have to be a challenge for Rebongs there.
That's right. So we've got our draft for game number 1. Some cool picks, some ones that we've seen before, but there's only one way to send it over, and we got to send it over to our casters. We're going to start off game number 1 of Team MYS versus Team Peps.
All right, Doob Snacks, here we go. Game number 1, EU versus APAC West. Are you ready?
I am ready. I'm looking this MYS team. If you're looking at UCS Season 1, Yang was playing a little bit more of that aggro role as they were falling in line with like Zarina and Venusaur in tandem with Rebongs there. Another thing that sticks out to me right now, Peps, Cali with the Wicked Blow Urshifu. It's really tough to take them off an objective when they're on that Pokemon. We literally saw them have a run in a tournament of like 8 secures in a row across an entire set.
Yeah, and that's something that obviously MYS is going to have to figure out a way to deal with as we head in here to game number 1 between these 2 teams. MYS, your purple team, Team Peps, your orange team. And it's so exciting seeing these different regions clash, the strategies come out from each of them, the different play styles, and seeing what will actually work inside some of these games. So you see the Squirtle in a lot of trouble right here. Peps getting extremely aggressive up in that top path, and there's that Buzzwole from Potato looking for the Fell Stinger, just barely misses the KO.
Just barely missed it, puts tons of pressure on, and that was a couple stacks that are going to the hands of MYS, so they're pretty happy with that exchange, the fact that they didn't get knocked out. Of course, that's good. Nice little Inteleon action for Peps. Love to see that. And honestly, Peps went to a lot of old favorites here. They're trying to build themselves some comfort on stage here in game 1. MYS, on the other hand,
they're looking to throw a little bit of different action and maybe a little spin to win in the Clefable Moonlight to just have this endlessly never KO'able Blastoise by endgame.
Here we go. Callie getting ready with that big wicked blow here. Nice moves by Peps. Looks like they got a lot of that here as Squirtle still way behind, needs its level 5 as they are now pushing into the bottom path right here. But it's hard to push into this Inteleon with that massive water gun early. They're just going to chase them out. You know, I have to wonder, did MYS take away this Alolan Ninetales from Ikelis on the side of Team Peps? If they did, they gave them an Inteleon. So we're going to have to see how that's going to fare for them. They are amazing on Alolan Ninetales, but Inteleon is so powerful right now.
Look how aggro MYS is, and they're trying to dive on top of Callie. They know this is going to be an issue. They're sitting on top of the portal, just blink out in time. Good support by Human for Callie. Now that Zoroark is low, if they make the call, you actually see Ikelis peeling up to try and get on top of Rebongs here. They're going to make it out, but good adjustments on the fly by Peps.
Yeah, really nice job by Peps right there to make sure they did not get KO'd in that exchange. And you can see these hyperspace holes just in perfect positioning right here. They know how long it's going to take to charge up that wicked blow. They're able to charge it up, try to take a big secure, and then head back home in case the damage gets too intense from MYS. However, MYS, the only team to put points on the board so far, 21-0 right now.
That's no new news if you're Peps. We've seen them put up a lot of donuts by the end of a game here. They are the biggest pendulum swing of a team I've ever seen. We've seen them lose by 1,000-0 and literally win the next 2 games in a row in a tournament setting. Wildly, I call it inconsistent. I call it just an absolute kerfuffle of a team strategy.
Here we go. Nice snipe shot, but unfortunately misses after that push from the Blizzard right there. Here comes the mean look, catching that Inteleon. Beautiful Blizzard avalanche here from MYS. More points raining in for them.
Yeah, the hyperspace hole comes in, 2 players roll through. Nobody's sticking around for MYS. They got their job done and they're getting out because they know Callie is just 1 wicked blow away to turn the tides of that fight. Darting through here, MYS, but the Hoopas babysitting the Blastoise so they can't get their sacks in and they can't get too out of control as the basement Reggie's on the map, but not anybody really making a move here.
Yeah, it feels like MYS knows they want to take this fight. They don't want to let, Peps try to secure this right here. Massive avalanche Blizzard, but not able to pick up a KO. Nice snipe shot right there, but and here comes the pickup on that Zoroark.
Beautiful poach by the Buzzwole to Potato, bring him back on their side. That's the pick that they want. All of a sudden, the Regice isn't in contention anymore. Snipe shot, lock it in and rake it in. That's a KO, and now they're all over the Clefable. Marv spacing incredibly well. They just need to shell damage on this Regice, and Peps, with just double paddles to the chest, sparked back to life out of nowhere.
Beautiful stuff right there. The Defibrillator being that big KO there on Zoroark. That's when things really turned around for Peps. And then they knew they could take that fight. They knew they could push them out. The secure on the side of Peps is insane this match. Wicked blow and snipe shot's going to be massive. And then, of course, you've got Potato on that signature Buzzwole of theirs, just able to keep the enemies away from the side of Peps as they secure both top and bottom objectives here.
Foxy is doing great on the Fox, spacing though. The Avalanche Blizzards are hitting true, catching multiple players at once, and actually because of that first engagement, the Unite move comes up and they want Foxy. Big punch through, is there enough to KO? Nobody else from Peps is there to deal more damage, but what does that do is spacing Spraggles, and now that goal zone has 14 seconds left on it, and they got a ton of points to buckle that thing.
Atrocious math here from Peps.
Brutal
I
math.
mean, what on earth?
Get them an Abacus. Holy smokes. They had a 30 and a 40, 34 left, and they duffed it.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate score there for Peps. I assume, they're up on the main stage. Big moments happening right here. But you have to wonder if that point difference is going to make a big difference as the match goes on. Really unfortunate scoring, but they are still ahead on the scoreboard. They are still ahead level-wise. But they did give, their opponents access to a ton of catch-up experience in the top path. We can see they now have a Blastoise. They have Unite moves on every single Pokemon on their side. So they are ready for a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a 36-point swing right here, Spraggles. You want to talk about that 100-point threshold. That would have almost put them at that here in that match if they would have done that quick math correctly. Buzzwole looking to poach a Blastoise. They certainly do. Put it on the backside. Humans hiding out for the support here. Forces Yemu to just peel back a little bit.
Yeah, nice surf there from Yemu, not getting caught up right there by the Blastoise. As we can see, they are pushing towards this goal zone. Nice big KO coming in right there. One goes down from the side of MYS as they are continuing this push.
They're continuing the push, and they got Foxy right out of the gate.
Zork's looking for the engage, but they don't have enough stamina to keep up with this team. Nice heavy slam by Marv. They're going to see if they can get the time that the team needs to deal the damage. Hydro Typhoon right in the middle. Wicked Blow catches both of them, and now everybody's getting shelled in on. Everybody's going down. Now they're sieging this goal zone. Foxy's back just in time, forcing the Urshifu to peel. Potatoes in their face, though. They're trying to poach them back, but the rest of Peps bails, and that's exactly what they should be doing here. Give up Potato, save everyone else. Your push is over.
Yeah. Push is over. Great fight here from Peps. Really nice play there from MYS to make sure that they did not get more points into that goal zone. We have a bottom objective up here. We can see that Caligula is extremely low on HP as Regirock is already at half. They're going to look for a secure right here. But you can see the positioning from MYS. There really is no inroad for them. There was really nothing Team Peps could do right there. Nice play from MYS.
A little lost in the sauce is Peps. They didn't really make an adjustment to go up or down. They just kind of left Cali a really low on HP along with Ikelis, but as we know, that snipe shot doesn't have any pierce, so it couldn't have gone through that chunk of players that were sitting around it. And now they're finally working on Regieleki. It's about half HP. Now we need spacing by Marv. They're playing far forward, and it looks like Regieleki is going to go to the hands of Peps. Let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, this Regieleki is going to push towards this top goal, and the question is, are they going to use this at all? If you look at their side of the map, there is so much experience that they need to clear out. It looks like they're just going to let this Regieleki walk. They're going to, you know, farm up on their side of the map, get as much XP as they can, because we're a minute away from Rayquaza right here, and they are still up on points.
They still up on points. Something I want everybody to note is Human is actually never with the team, right? They're always babysitting the other goal zone to portal everybody through to kind of stymie any pushes. They know they have the point lead, and how do we hold on to that? You make sure that Human is always on the other side of the map as a team to make sure that you always have running protection on those tier 2 goal zones.
Nice big snipe shots here from Ikelis on the side of Team Peps, but at the same time, they have that Clefable there, and it really seems they're just able to heal through every time this happens. 20 seconds now until Rayquaza. It's going to be the first clash between these two teams at Rayquaza, and as you know, so much is decided in this fight. It's oftentimes a team that makes the big mistake here is the team that loses, or the team that puts the pressure on, has that aggression, looks for the secure, is the team that wins. 3 seconds right now, and you can see the positioning around this fight. Everyone hiding in the tall grass, waiting for their moment to strike. You have your defenders out here getting vision for their team. And you can see MYS actually getting pretty aggressive right here with their Umbreon, just trying to figure out exactly where members of Peps are. They know they are behind right now, Doopsnack, so they know they are the team that has to make a play right here, and they are moving towards Rayquaza.
LeBlanc already comes out kind of preemptively, so the Buzzwole can't get collapsed on. Froggy's coming through. I'm wondering if that EV passive is broken there. That's going to be important. We're trying to box out. Nice little pseudo engaged by Rebongs. They're chipped up. Buzzwole's all over this Pokemon. The Umbreon tries to make it happen. Use their Unite move. Unite back the other way. We're throwing everything in the middle. Rayquaza's at %. Big surf back the other way, trying to space out Peps. Can they get back into the middle, though? We're dealing a ton of damage. There's 2 players down already for MYS. Is there anybody that's going to be able to withstand the pressure that Peps is putting on? There's 2 players down. The rings are unbound, and the Hoop is trying to find some spacing. But this Clefable is all over Foxy, when really they should be on top of the Blastoise. Finally, they find it back. Moonlight's right there just in time. They don't have the damage to follow up. 3 players down for Peps. And look at the Hoopa just hanging out. They close the goal zone, plus 80. This is right in the middle. Everybody's coming off on respawn shortly. They need Ikelis back in the middle to try and secure Spraggle. This Rayquaza is getting melted down so slowly. Marv goes down, but players are back. Who's going to try and get in the middle? Humans on the pivot. Are they going to be able to hyperspace ult steal this thing? They're going to try. They're going to try. The Zoroark takes it. Snipe shot is late. Human takes tons of damage. Now they're scrambling to score. Every goal zone is up and open. They've got a great opportunity.
Here they go. 100 points raining into this top goal zone. It looks like another 100 points trying to rain into the bottom goal zone, and it does. Zoroark scores it. As they push towards this goal zone, they stop the Clefable right there, so it is not able to score. However, another broke the shield right here. 253 to 203. This is not over. They need to push. Zoroark, I believe, still has a Rayquaza shield, and so does this Alolan Ninetales, looking towards this bottom path. Here they come in, sneaking in, and can Buzzwole stop it? It cannot! It cannot! 353, 203, and there's just nothing that Peps can do as MYS is going to take game number 1.
Zoroark sandbagging their shield was the difference maker. Quickly got their points in, quickly got out, and opened up that opportunity for them to score. I'll tell you what, this was a heck of a match, and this was a lot closer than that last little final push. You said it right when we were talking about it. Rayquaza's come down to solid team fighting or the first one to make a mistake. Unfortunately for Peps, it was them. They got buckled quickly. They took a couple quick KOs, but they didn't have the sustain or follow-up, really prioritizing their targets down quickly enough and couldn't leverage the first 2 KOs they got.
Let me tell you, Foxy with that Blizzard Avalanche combo there at the end really seemed to set the whole thing off for them. Let's send it back on over to our analysts, Kello and Chef, to break this thing down.
Once again, the team in the lead comes out on the bottom. That's just going to be the story of today, apparently. But wow, Team Peps was looking very, very good. I mean, this was a great back and forth. This was a very close game altogether. It just seemed like they were in control. But I think that you can see right there, I mean, just all the scores at the end, of course, coming up that Rayquaza. So realistically, I feel like the Rayquaza fight was the turning point in that game.
Look, when there's a raid, there is a way. Obviously, yes, it's 10 minutes, but it all comes down to that final stretch. But let's have a look at these stats here. We can obviously, we were talking about this Alolan Ninetales, 61,000 damage output.
Yeah, this actually is a really low damage game from Team MYS for a win. Altogether, their highest damage being 60k, their second highest being less than 40k. On the other side, we've got Ikelis with, I mean, 82,000 damage and then almost 50k from multiple members. But that's what I was saying. It just felt like they were in the lead. But I mean, exactly like the casters were just saying, so much of what's going to happen today is who's going to be making the first big mistake in a Rayquaza fight. And I think one of the biggest mistakes you can make is maybe not the obvious one of, we walked, one of our members walked out here and got picked in the tall grass and now suddenly we're 4v5 and we insta-lose. It's more like, here is a slow play where we were in the lead and then we didn't quite regroup and then slowly things started to fall away from us. But we can take a look at some of the highlights of how this match played out, because the early game was definitely a different story than later on.
No, definitely. You can see this push, this aggressiveness that Team Peps is just showing. But you know what? MYS, they are trying to put up the defenses. Umbreon there ends up going down. They end up... This A9 though, look at that snow globe.
A9, I mean, this was a really, really strong showing altogether. It's funny because we were actually literally just talking about how good A9 is off broadcast. You mentioned that earlier, but as we were watching this game before it was even picked, I mean, that just became such a great moment. But okay, actually, this is exactly where things started to turn around, right? We saw the first early picks coming from Team Peps, but this moment right here was huge, being able to turn everything around, and a lot of it was the Alolan Ninetales getting a ton of damage, just being in the greatest positioning on the left side of that fight, being able to pick off, I believe it was 2 or 3 of the enemy Pokemon, and that just allowed Team MYS to carry on to the win. And then even then it wasn't over. They were still down by 150. They had to make the goals, and they did in clutch timing.
It was definitely clutch indeed. Such a close matchup. But you know what? That is only the first one. There is still a chance for a comeback. But we do have our player of the game here, Rebongs on the Zoroark. We can obviously see with their build the double stacking items.
Right, and of course, a very well-known name here on the world's stage, but Zoroark, that's an interesting pick, as most of the speedsters will be. There are a lot of different options for speedsters that are working out very well in the current meta. We've got the Dodrio, we've got the Zoroark, we've got the Leafeon, assuming it stays unbanned, which is banned quite a bit. It could even flex down even further if we needed to see that. Not sure if there's ever going to be a chance to see that, but the Zoroark, even with some, I would say, some overall nerfs throughout the most recent few patches, is still a very, very powerful Pokemon.
Look, talking about flexing, I feel like the amount of Pokemon that these teams have up their sleeves, yeah, they might be known for one Pokemon, but you know what? We don't know what they have been practicing behind the scenes. I'm really excited to see how they might switch it up from game 1, moving into game 2, whether these bans are going to end up different or whether they're going to end up sticking to their guns and picking that Slowbro and Lapras once again.
I mean, it's so hard not to go for that pick. It's such a safe pick, but again, Team Peps, very well known for bringing out some of these spicy picks. I mean, both of these teams very much could. We did see Potato doing very, very well on that Buzzwole, but specifically Potato always is really fun to watch on quite a few different of these brawler-type picks. And when we do see, of course, the shift, for people who aren't as familiar with how this draft mode works, once one game ends, they switch sides, and then the team that had the first pick is now on the second pick, but they do get the double pick. So their first picks go for 2 Pokemon rather than just 1, and the whole strategy changes, especially the bans for the team that gets to pick second. So we're definitely going to see a different banning strategy here. We can see what's taken away. One thing that I definitely feel like should be taken away from MIS was that Alolan Ninetales, as it was was really, really the key member to them making that comeback.
It was a key member, but do you think it's ban-worthy though? I think that's the thing. If you can't actually ban it, maybe pick it up for yourself if it was such a threat. But whether Team Peps have that in their caliber, whether they have a player, or whether, you know, that just fits the team compositions that they have been preparing.
I agree with you completely. I think that stealing it away is maybe the best pick, and that's how we've seen teams deal with Alolan Ninetales best, I think, over the course of the season. But here we go. Game number 2. They have switched sides. Team Peps now on the left, Team MYS on the right. The Umbreon's going to be that first ban from Team Peps looking like. On the other side, it looks like maybe the Slowbro if things continue that direction. So double defender ban, I feel like that's something that we're going to be seeing a whole lot of throughout this weekend. But that means that first pick could be that Lapras, it could be the Inteleon, it's whatever Peps wants.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Or we do see Marv hovering over the Zoroark, or no, we're going to end up getting a switch there, and it does end up being Lapras. Look, obviously, first pick, Umbreon last game. Now that Umbreon is banned, it is a smart choice to pick up that Lapras.
Yeah, I feel like we're really in the defender meta. No matter what, I think region that we get to see throughout this weekend, these 3 picks that you see as the double bans and then that first pick are going to be huge. They're going to be in almost every single game in one aspect or the other. And now seeing the Hoopa and the Urshifu picked up, I think that's another very common set of, especially like the first set of picks for the second team. They do kind of combo well together, and they can just help control so much of the match in different ways, whether it be the mobility, the secure, everything about it. But we were talking about speedsters before. We got that Leafeon.
We do have that Leafeon in place of the Zoroark, so it does free it up for MYS to pick it on up. But we had talked about this. Obviously, now that Team Peps, they have that spot, they have actually gone and yoinked that Alolan Ninetales for themselves.
I think that's a great choice. Alolan Ninetales, really, I gotta say, I feel like it fits in almost every single comp. It's almost never gonna be that bad, but hold on. Is this, we're going over some interesting picks here. Peps has a lot of different options for stuff that they could go for. It's all going over speedsters right now. It's speedster roulette. We're going double speedster with the Dodrio.
Look, maybe speed is the key here, Chef. We don't know. Just run at him and hope for the best.
That's certainly a strategy, and it looks like that's what they're going to be going for. The Mew picked up the other side. I would say a very kind of base meta team with the double defender, the Trevenant, and the Blastoise on the side of Team MYS to close things out. And that Mew, which we actually haven't seen quite as much of today, but wow, this is a team from Peps. They're going to run it down.
Oh, they're definitely going to run it down with that triple-headed bird. But you know what? I spy a Mew Foxy. Foxy plays an incredible Mew, and I cannot wait to see how they perform on this stage.
Mew is definitely one of those pop-off Pokemon. Always so fun to see, but here we go. Team MYS up 1 game. Can they pull through? Will Team Peps tie it up in game number 2? Take it away, casters.
Here we go, game number 2, and yeah, Team Peps needs this one, and in some ways, so does, you know, TTV, so does MJK. They want this to go to a 3rd game right here, so it's a little easier to move on through this group stage. Again, all of these games mattering so much. When you take a look at these 2 team compositions right here, Dubesnacks, I mean, what do you favor? Because I feel like Peps' team looks like my solo queue teammates, and we're in a lot of trouble.
That's exactly kind of where my mind was going. But that's one thing that's, well, fun, and what's great about watching Team Peps is they are not afraid to throw anything at the wall in these big-time situations to see what sticks. And they've certainly drafted themselves something worth throwing at a wall.
Without question, we've got that Dodrio heading to the central area right here. And I'm sorry.
Yes,
is this Lapras really sneaking into the central area here of MYS? We have to be very quiet right now. I don't want anyone on stage to know what's happening. But there is a sneak play happening. Oh, Hoopa actually noticed it right here. So the question is, can they make this secure happen as 3 members of MYS are up here to do something about it? Marv trying to make it out of here, but is being chased down. There's the focus band, and unfortunately not able to get anything going on right there, but they did waste a ton of time of 3 members of MYS.
Now it's about how much damage was Peps able to do in those 45 seconds, because that was the goal, right? Marv obviously would have liked to leave or take a buff or something, but of course that didn't
didn't quite pan out. So in retrospect, what did the other teammates do? You have your Leafeon online, you have your A9 online. 2 great starts, and those are the power spikes you're looking for at level 4.
And here we go up to the top path. Callie is here with the Dodrio. We have the Leafeon, like you just mentioned. They're moving in for this fight right here. Nice big drill peck. Takes it all over to the side of Team Peps.
Rapid Strike Urshifu can go deep here. Dodrio's kind of caught out. Solar Blade comes down. KO for the Hoopa now. K opener onto MYS. Here's a good start for them as Eldegoss gets engaged on, and this pressure is going in. Holy smokes.
Yeah, great stuff there from MYS. Obviously, all the experience over to the side of Peps there for the fight, but, you know, they decided to take it back in the form of KOs. Whoa, so close. Just barely making it out through that hyperspace hole.
That would have all made it worth it here for Peps if they could have gotten at least one of those KOs. The fact that they left with nothing is tough. However, they are doing great on the levels leads here. Cali is still the biggest thing on the map. That's crucial for them. And now, how are they going to leverage these advantages? Because eventually, MYS's team scales better. They're going to catch up, and at that point in time, it's going to be a lot worse.
Yeah, you see Cali right here. I mean, still stacking up. Obviously, they stacked up in the top path early, moving back in with that drill peck. In a little bit of trouble right here, but they want those attack weight stacks so incredibly badly. They matter so much for these speedster Pokemon that scale extremely well off of their attack stat. They need to make sure that when that drill peck hits, it gets rid of something on the side of Team MYS.
Absolutely, that's going to be critical, of course. I'm looking at Ikelis. They're going to have to be a hyper carry to me. We've seen them on this Pokemon. They've played A9 incredibly well, and this needs to be one of their best performances. On the side of Potato, we've never seen Leafeon, not only in the UCS so far, but certainly not in Potato's hands. So I'm expecting big things out of them to take them off of Garchomp and Buzzwole.
Yeah, you're right. Ikelis just incredible on that Alolan Ninetales. But let me tell you what, Foxy on the side of MYS really giving them a run for their money last game. I thought they weren't crowned the MVP, but they were the MVP in my heart. Just incredible spacing and damage from them. As we get ready for this fight right here, MYS just in a perfect position to take this, and it looks like Peps isn't really going to be able to do anything about it. No, not even possibly look for a steal here.
Yeah, they're all over on the opposite sides of the map doing other things, so you have to think they're prioritizing stacking and think they can get back to this goal zone to protect it. They're trying to look to see where their opportunities are going to be. They closed a goal zone out, so certainly on the scoreboard, Marv in the middle trying to do what they can with the Perish song. The fact that they didn't KO is huge in and of itself. Credit to Human here, but a lot of points are going to be able to go in. Finally, 2 players are down. Mew gets credit for both, and MYS all over this goal zone, eh?
Yeah, they are moving in right here. Pokemon uniting, if you will. All 5 on one goal zone, just picking up KOs, shutting this goal zone down, getting their level lead back, and getting their point lead back right here, as it looks like Cali is barely making it out of that fight.
You got to give credit to Froggy there. They're the only reason that Urshifu stayed standing. Caught the perfect wood hammer on a Dodrio. Not an easy thing to do, but doing big plays on the big stage, saving their carry.
Yeah, and Team Peps, you know, they are down a game right here, so they really need to put something together and figure out a way to win this thing. They have a lot of burst damage, you know, incredibly, you know, aggressive composition here from them, but it has not paid off as of yet. They really haven't had any impressive fights, and they're going into a pretty tanky team. You've got a Trevenant and a Blastoise that they have to deal with somehow.
Yeah, I mean, their initial punch into their engagement is massive. However, they are into these enormous defensive Pokemon, you know, like Trevenant, like Blastoise, and it's just not having as much success as you'd think in other compositions without 2 defenders.
Nice little secure there for Cali, able to pick that up with the drill peck, looking to see if they can push something in, as 4 members of Peps are actually down here at the bottom goal, and Cali staying in at the top path right there has made 2 members of MYS have to defend it. Unfortunately, once again, Team Peps just really not able to find anything.
Yeah, they kind of missed an opportunity there. As soon as you see the Hoopa portal go down, not on the pad, you know the pad is cleared and they can't bring people through. That might have been when you try and siege here, but they actually play back. They're getting ready for this basement Reggie, and we're going to see if we're going to scrap it out on this one.
Yeah, and here's the question. I mean, there really is not a lot of mobility into this fight the same way there is on the side of MYS from Team Peps right here. We're going to see what they can do, because we know this Hoopa Unite can bring the team in at any moment. The question is, when do they want to do it, as they're actually sieging this top goal zone right now?
I mean, classic Hoopa play here. You've got your Hoopa with Unite. Oh, they jump on top and they actually force out the Unite move so they can't get KO'd. Trev Unite back the other way. They're going to see who they can catch, and it's just Marv in the middle. Hydro Typhoon doesn't catch anybody, but the follow-up on the push on the Trevenant as they try and poach 3 players. That's 3 players down instantly. MYS with a classic team fight there, able to get it done and take the basement Reggie for themselves.
And all the while, it looks like, you know, Team Peps wanted to worry more about this goal zone in the top path as they continue putting points in here for Dodrio. They are ahead on points at this point, but, you know, they are behind on every single fight that they run into. I got to call out what a beautiful play it was from the Hoopa on MYS right there. As soon as that Unite move came in from Leafeon, we have the Hoopa Unite right back to get those invulnerability frames for a moment right there and really eat a big chunk of that damage, so they did not take anything right there. Incredible stuff from Rebonks.
Yeah, and actually the level disparity isn't as bad as you'd think based on how some of these team fights have gone. Cali, I mean, for a minute there was the biggest thing on the map. They're getting tons of points and they're up on the scoreboard just a little bit. And at this point, I think it's trying to find advantages where you got them. They cannot take a 5-on-5 right now just based on how their composition is. So they got to get clever.
Yeah, they need to get clever right here, but I'm worried about what could happen to them once this match goes to this Rayquaza fight. I'm just not sure what they're going to be able to do right here. Yes, they can take objectives quickly. They can move in and take some, you know, nice big KOs like we just saw right there. Really nice stuff from the Leafeon, but they have not been able to secure a ton of team fight wins.
It's just a master of the blade coming through, getting a KO streak of 2, and now this Blastoise on the chopping block. Suddenly, we just learned a little something about Potatoes. Leafeon. I don't know what kind of Leafeon, but those KOs are racking up, my friend. Holy smokes.
Incredible stuff there from Potato, and like you said a little earlier, we have not seen this Pokemon used competitively. And the real question is, what is Leafeon going to bring to this meta right here? And you can see just heading in with that Solar Blade, picking up some real massive KOs, even on a Blastoise.
I mean, tons of damage being rained in. I mean, that is their howitzer that they have on their side. The rest of their damage is a big pop, and if they can do it all in tandem, then they do have an opportunity. We just saw it right there. This Trevenant going down with 20 seconds left. They're down. That's another big-time KO. We were talking about defense and HP bars, and I'll tell you what, they're eviscerating MYS's right now in the late stages of this one.
Yeah, looking incredible right here at the start of this Rayquaza. Obviously, we have 10 seconds still Rayquaza. Reg Ice hits the bottom of the map, but nobody wants anything to do with it because there's a big important objective heading into this central area right here. This is huge for Peps. They need a win. They are ahead right now, but they cannot get caught out in a bad way in this fight. Leafeon cannot go down. Dodrio cannot go down to a mistake right here, or they are going to lose this thing. MYS is ahead 1 game, so they may take the aggressive position here and just start taking Rayquaza off the map. We're going to have to see what they can do while Blastoise is actually scoring in the bottom path. Dodrio scoring in the top path. Blastoise not able to put the points in, so Team Peps still ahead right now.
Mew on the hunt for Cali. Cali's still hiding out there at about 75% HP. They're going on. Marv is forced to retreat. They're going to the Gauge. Hydro Typhoon and the Trevenant Unite, and the rings are unbound. They're trying to stun everybody down. Rapid Spin Water Spout right on top of Ickless. Ickless gets buckled. So does Cali. They're pushing through. The Hoopa goes down. There's 2 players down on each side. This is a great opportunity. 3 on the Trevenant. Can they collapse and can they make this damage happen? They're pushing. Come on, Solar Blade comes out. No, it's just an auto attack, and Potato's taking this thing over. Holy smokes! Now they're on top of Rayquaza. It's just the Mew. They've got the Electro Ball. They've lost their Unite move already. The Hoopa's the first one back. Can they make anything? We've got to get this spacing out. I don't know why they're not finishing this thing, Spraggles. They hit for a reset. The Rayquaza solo. Everybody's in. Solar Beam comes through. The Solar Blade! What's a Solar Beam to a Blade Sun? Cut that sunlight in half, and now Pep seal this thing up. They've got all the shields, and they've got a great opportunity to score.
And now they are going to be able to try to run some points in. They're already ahead on the scoreboard, so right now Team MYS has to not only score, but they have to look out for these shields. They want to stop every member of Peps while at the same time trying to figure out some way to score right here. Nice big play from Leafeon, but they're not able to make it in. Shield broken. Huge wood hammer. Leafeon goes down, but Peps scoring in that bottom path and continuing the push, scoring in their main goal with only 15 seconds left. We have Mew pushing towards the goal right now, but it does not look like they're going to be able to do it. And here comes another 100 points for Peps as they take game number 2.
Peps looking good. I love how Marv sandbagged in the middle. You send in Potato, who has a harder time scoring on themselves. If they get in, crystal clear, you're good to go. If they don't,
Well, you still got Marv hanging out, and that Lapras can get it done. They did. They scored some points. Hundo Burgers were eaten there, and Peps just even this thing up with a composition that is truly a Peps composition.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Peps. And we wondered what was going to happen with that Leafeon. We didn't know if it was going to be a big difference maker. Early on in the match, it felt like it really wasn't putting in the work. And that's when you expect Leafeon to shine. But we saw huge moments as the game went on. We're going to throw this thing back over to Kello and Wonder Chef to break it all down. Take it away.
This is what I wanted to see from Peps. I'm so glad that we got to see them pull out an interesting comp, a fun comp, one that it just feels like they just get to run away with things and then make it work. And it felt like we were seeing a situation that was going to be really tough for them, but I feel like now in this set, they've got so much momentum.
Look, they have definitely run away indeed with this double speed, so you can see them obviously taking these objectives, but the main one, the Rayquaza at the end to just flip the switch. I mean, you can even see that we had that flat line from MYS at the end there.
Yeah, there was an attempt, but it's all you can do. Let's take a look at the damage once again, and you can see split pretty evenly across the side of Team Peps. Another pick that I really want to point out there is of course, Marv playing on that Lapras, and still seeing a little bit more of that like kind of brawly type of Lapras. It meant that there was damage coming across the team in general, and it allowed Callie in particular to be able to finish off quite a few Pokemon with not that much damage. Let's take a look back once again how that happened.
Yes, and you can see this triple ambush on this Lapras just getting taken down. Oh my gosh, early game, you know, anything can happen, but my goodness.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like you need that many Pokemon to take down Lapras, I think. But this was just honestly a brawl of a match, just fights over and over. And I mean, hey, that is exactly what you want to do if you are Team Peps going into exactly this type of comp, right? It is going to be very aggressive, but honestly, from both sides. So I love the fact that we're going to see yet another Game 3. I feel like we've seen Game 3s actually every single time so far.
Look, the thing is, this is the World Championship, Chef. I feel like we are going to end up seeing a lot of round 3 situations here today. But even then, look at this team fight right here. Obviously, you have the Hoopu Unbound trying to get in those stuns, just chasing down each of these members away from Team MYS.
And here, this was the big moment. I mean, this was another really long Rayquaza fight, and this was scary. I was actually like kind of screamed right there. I was like, you can't leave me up, you can't leave me up. And then it was the Solar Beam in the end, which was a great call. Or I'm sorry, not Solar Beam, but Solar Blade. And that was a very scary situation. That could have easily gone either direction. You do not want to leave a Mew up of all Pokemon to be able to try and steal that secure, but they realized they just didn't have the time to do anything else. They took advantage of it, and they made it work.
All right, player of the game from this match, we do have Marv that was playing that Lapras, obviously being such a tanky Pokemon here. Having that experience share is key, especially when you're going in and getting chased down.
Oh, yes. And honestly, I was mentioning it before, but Marv playing is a little bit more brawly, I think, than we usually see from Lapras's now. Originally, that was such a great option. We saw some nerfs to Lapras. It became a little bit more supporting, actually defendery, but we kind of were seeing it kind of as an all-rounder or almost even an attacker for a little bit of the time. Marv's still playing a little bit of, I think, that soul of that play style, and it did work really well. So, for example, I mean, getting almost 50,000 damage with an EXP share, that's a good deal.
Well, that's the thing. They may be a defender connoisseur here, but I mean, they're the ones that are dishing out the damage. But obviously, that's the thing when you have all of those members from the opposing team just coming and collapsing out on you, and that water pulse, like, that's going to dish out that damage, right?
Yeah, honestly, with how strong defenders are right now, you know, we've been talking about the defender meta. I feel like you could make an entire team of defenders that is like a defender slash something. You know, you can have the support one with the Umbreon with a Wish. You could have an attacker one with Lapras potentially, or Blastoise is a great defender attacker, right? We could just see the whole thing go around. So players like Marv, who are a specialty for these kind of tanky choices, they're going to be definitely flexing in this current meta. But now we go into game number 3, and we've seen some different strategies on both sides. Like I mentioned, I really feel like the flex to the double speedster from Peps is, and you look at this, you can see them. They're just kind of happy. They're not stressed. Like, they were down a game, and they're just still feeling it.
Look, that's the thing. It is only their first time on stage here. You've got to be happy. You've got to be relaxed. You cannot fold under that pressure, those nerves. You do not want them to get to you, but you can see all these smiles. It's lovely. Obviously, the team debrief here, trying to see what they're going to choose next, whether, once again, we'll end up seeing that double defender band, or whether we'll end up possibly seeing a sneaky speedster ban.
I mean, the scary thing is even if you ban one of the speedsters, there's still quite a few that are available, and then you give Team Peps the opportunity to kind of flex some of their other strong picks. So the draft currently is very difficult for every single team. The thing is, you can tell for sure that Peps, they're like, yeah, we were feeling this, it was working, we're good, and now it's time for you know, our opponents to be the ones that have to kind of readapt. After the first game, they were the ones who had to, but yeah, the mental game is going to be so huge here, and like you can see, they're just chilling. They're just feeling good. I do feel like if they get the opportunity to, they will probably go a somewhat similar comp. I don't think they're just going to randomly go something else, because that did work really well. But if there is, exactly like you said, you know, if they do try to start targeting out the speedsters, like maybe there's a speedster ban and then they pick a speedster that's really strong, we might see some sort of flex over, and it's like, you've just given us space, and we're going to be happy with that too.
Well, that's the thing. There are just so many choices, so many questions. The roster that we have currently in Unite, you know, you might ban one, you might pick up one, but there's so many other things to fall back on.
That's right, but here we go. Draft for game number 3. One of these teams is going to be up a game again. Another one's going to be in a really tough position to try to qualify out of groups. And it looks like we are going to have the double defender ban. None of the speedster stuff that we've been maybe theorizing about, which does make sense. Again, there is some very strong double speedster play from Team Peps, but I think maybe there's a reason too why we're seeing the Umbreon ban from them. If they want to go that strategy again, they're not going to have to deal with mean look, especially if they do happen to go like Dodrio, for example.
But the thing is, obviously, because it is an Umbreon and Slowbro ban, once again, you leave that other strong defender on the table, and it ends up being Lapras going to the side of MYS this time around.
It is, and okay, what are we going to pick? We could see the Blastoise. That's another super solid pick. Okay, we're going to see this. I feel like this is going to be a really common first pick and then second pick scenario, where we're going to see the Hoopa and their Shifu picked up from a lot of these teams. It's just such a solid combo, and it fleshes out your team without giving away too much. Like, you can run these two with almost any other core of Pokemon in the game, and it will work out because they're just that solid. But on the other side, we're seeing some returns to old stuff. We're going to see the double defender here, actually, with the Trevenant. Not as common, I think, with the Lapras.
No, not as common, but you know what? Having, obviously, your Umbreon and your Slowbro taken out, it does leave Blastoise there, but you know what? Alolan Ninetales is going to the side of MYS once again. Yes, it may have got stolen last game, but we're going to take that back. Otherwise, look at this. We have Leafeon being selected again.
Ooh, and we might actually see a counter speedster on the other side. But yeah, just like you mentioned, two Pokemon now, Lapras and A9, both being used by Team Peps in the previous game, are going to go the other direction. Oh, and that, I actually like that Clefable pick. But we're going to see the Blissey, that as well makes a lot of sense to support that Zoroark in particular. But now, what's the final choice? Are we going double speedster again? Are we potentially going for this Venusaur? Okay, I don't know. Honestly, there could be anything here. They're free reign, complete free reign. You know what? Maybe not one beam, maybe the other beam. The Mew makes a lot of sense to me as well.
No, it definitely makes a lot of sense. You have so much potential with that Pokemon, and obviously, we saw last game, it just lurking around in the bushes trying to get that snipe. Obviously, they didn't get that timing just right, but obviously, the ability to just switch out those moves whenever you want. Well, I mean, there is that 20-second cooldown, so can't forget about that. But, you know, just having that hit is incredible. But you're going to have that, obviously, in that backline, I reckon, Solar Blading away. Or Solar Beaming away, and then obviously just this front line that they have, the Urshifu, the Snorlax, it's going to be hard to get through them.
You call Solar Beam Blade, I call Blade Beam. It's just all sun rays in one way or the other. It just works out. But here we go. Back to some more normal comps. Game 3, once again, as Spraggles and Doobsnacks take us to a winner.
Oh boy, and a winner is coming here, Doobsnacks, as we head in here to game number 3 between these two teams. Obviously, so much is decided inside of this group stage by who wins any of these exchanges. This going to a game 3 is probably good for both MJK and TTV, because that's going to mean we've got some even scores across the board. But whoever wins this is in a power position inside this group. Really interesting composition once again from the side of Peps, where I'm looking over at MYS, and I really like what they're bringing to the table here. It looks extremely formidable.
What MYS is bringing to the table, incredibly formidable, but same with Peps. I mean, they took the goofy shoes off from game 2, they put on their loafers, and they said, it's time to go to work.
let's do something a little bit more normal here. And they've got, again, a lot of comfort picks on both sides for these teams. So it's going to come down to a skill factor, a coordination factor, and an execution factor.
Let me tell you, though, I like it when Peps has their goofy shoes on because they do some really incredible stuff with it right here. So they are pushing towards a KO here in this bottom path. And a Pokemon that seems to get a lot of priority between these two teams is that Alolan Ninetales getting stolen back and forth throughout this series. Potato now already level 4, looking for some of those secures. Nice big pickup from the Solar Blade.
The range that this Leafeon has with that move is amazing. It allows them to stay at like mid-distance, out of trouble, doesn't have to go too deep to get those, and can poach a lot from the opposite side of the map. And I really think that's why Potato prefers it. Similar to Wesville when it poaches wild Pokemon and puts it on your side of the map, it does it without putting yourself up front and center.
You see Rebongs right here. It looks like they're hiding in this tall grass, waiting to decide where they're going to go. Possibly, no, they're grabbing the Speed Berry, heading down to this bottom path right here, seeing if they can pick up a KO. All that looks like it was taken on the side of Peps. And in the bottom path, it looks like it was just cleaned up and everybody went their separate ways. Everyone not engaging in a big fight yet.
Yeah, not at all. You know, finally taking over the Mew. That's Ikelis on the Mew, and they've had a great series on the Mew. Trying to engage. Did we catch the reset? We did catch the reset. No K openers quite yet as we're moving through and they're going to score. Solar Blade tries to stymie that. It doesn't quite work, but now they're getting collapsed on and they're moving around here. Nice Wicked Blow for the engagement follow-up, and still everybody's standing right now. I can't believe no KOs have gone down. This might be the first one. Rebongs is in trouble, and just a little pot shot to the jaw gives the K opener over to Peps.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Peps as they picked up a Blissey KO as well throughout that fight. Potato able to make that happen here in the top path as points are now raining in. Leafeon heading on home, and no one's here by the bees except old Caligola as they take them all down. Oh, here comes the Blizzard Avalanche, taking the big one, actually.
Taking the big one, but I think that's a fine exchange for Cali. Not getting KO'd, not having to scrap, getting 4 of the Swablu. You can have the Altaria. I'll move back to my side of the map.
And here we go, 7:40 on the clock right now. And this is just a moment where everyone's looking for any piece of experience that they can find on the board right here. We can see this Zoroark once again getting extremely aggressive into the central area here of Peps. It looks like they're hiding and waiting for that buff. And now they are moving up to the top path here, looking to pick up a big KO on Leafeon, and they do.
They do, and they get it quickly. As I'm looking across the board, it looks like Peps has got the Las Vegas strategy of Season 1 going. 3 players at level 7 before the first objectives hit the map, and actually make that an upgrade. We've got Cali on level 8. So yes, that was a great KO by Rebongs, but now we're starting to splinter this wood on the side of MYS as the Trevenant goes down to who else? The Wicked Blow or Shifu.
And here we go, actually almost a level 8 here for Leafeon. They do just tick right over, so they have this Unite moves. They move down towards Regice. Nice big Razor Leaf moving in with the Solar Blade as well, trying to pick it on up, but it's secured by the side of MYS.
That was a absolute collateral damage. Blizzard Avalanche smothered all of Peps, and after that, it was Fisher Price for that Zoroark to go in and clean up. And now for Peps, all they have to do is try and maintain this goal zone to the best of their ability. The fact that it's sitting on 15, I think, is a blessing in disguise for them.
Yeah, here we go. Big 38 coming in. No, 40 possibly from the Alolan Ninetales. Yes, they are able to put it in right there. That puts MYS up 132 to 67. Snorlax in no man's land, getting taken down on the side now of MYS. Great fighting from MYS. Even with that Unite move coming in from Leafeon, they were able to take this. And look at that. Goal zone going down with only a 3 overcap.
Using Unite move to get the Zoroark. Big Wicked Blow comes through on the follow-up, and no Solar Beam from Ikelis can close the door on that. But here comes Potato. They want it, and they dump their Solar Blade, and they get KO'd for that effort. Yikes. Yemu able to flip the script quickly with a Perish Song and a nice little attack on their own side.
Yeah, MYS looking fantastic right here, getting out of a very sticky situation as Cali has found themselves the target now of MYS. 4 members of their team up here in the top path as they are pushing onto this goal zone. I don't know if the Solar Blades are going to be enough. Here comes the Bliss Assistance as they push towards this fight, looking for Cali, and they find them.
Yeah, off what else but that Blizzard Avalanche combination. Everything. The key to the castle for MYS is this Alolan Ninetales. Foxy looking good again on the Fox, and they're getting it done. And now it's just absolute MYS pressure being put on Peps. And I hate to say it, they're not
responding well.
No, they are not responding well. They need to do something about this Alolan Ninetales, but look at that iron wall on the side of MYS. A Lapras and a Trevenant just in the face of Peps, moving towards them once again. Huge wood hammers coming out, almost taking down Human, has to run away from this fight. And once again, Snorlax Marv is just, I mean, it's just such a weird position here for the team.
That is way past the front line, if you want to say so here. The Leafeon getting caught. Potato trying to make it happen, forced out the Unite move. They hit the button and they got deleted instantly. Not too sure what they thought was going to happen there. Nice little chip out by the Slowbro Unite. The fact that they're able to get that on Heavy Slam. Here's Hoopa with the big stun. This is an opportunity to flip the script. First person down. Can they leverage that? They take the Regice downstairs. Zoroark isn't here, but they have to keep this pressure on. You've got to get this Lapras down. You have to. The Perish Song is out, and the follow-up is massive. 2 players are down, and all of a sudden MYS doesn't even care about a Rings Unbound mythical Pokemon. We are pushing this thing.
MYS once again just pushing in the face of Peps right here, and it feels like you just cannot break this team as they are taking KO after KO on the side of Peps. Hoopa goes down before they are able to make it home. MYS dominating this match so far.
Yeah, what was fairly close 2 minutes in has skewed heavily in the favor of MYS. They're up on levels now. If they insulate themselves a little bit, don't hemorrhage any of that comeback experience we talk about to the hands of Peps, they're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, they need to do something right here on the side of Team Peps. They need to pick up a couple big KOs. Obviously, the targets are the Alolan Ninetales and the Zoroark. It's going to be really hard to KO an over-leveled Lapras on the side there of Team MYS.
Yeah, one of the biggest characters, not only on the map, but on MYS as well. Solar Blade comes through to keep that score from going in. That Perish Song has been hitting all the right notes. And of course, they have to collapse on top of it. They're only able to get half of Lapras' HP down. They, you know, cruise on out of there.
Yeah, they are able to just pull on out of there after a nice little fight. Not able to score any points, but they're up by over 100 right now. Peps is down, but not out. They have to figure out something here, though. It doesn't feel like they can win a fight.
Yeah, so we're talking about, you know, the strategy that Human uses when they're on the opposite side of the map to protect goal zones. That doesn't work as well when your team's this far behind. Now we need heals and we need you to help reset. Nice little Phantom Force into their own Hoopa portal to catch that reset themselves and buy some time. They decided not to come back through because right now they need to protect themselves and they need to figure out a plan in 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is really tough for Team Peps. It just feels like they keep running into a wall right here, and that's every tanky Pokemon on the side of MYS, while at the same time not picking up big KOs on Zoroark, not picking up big KOs on the Alolan Ninetales. Something is going to need to happen for them big time in this final fight, or MYS has taken this series.
Absolutely. They're dealing with your Regieleki well. This basement Reggie is going to go to MYS for free, and all I'm looking at Peps is saying, what do you have in your bag of tricks? Because now's the time to pull it out here in the game 3 in the second match of the day.
They need a massive catch. They have to catch one of these 2 Pokemon. They have to catch Alolan Ninetales. They have to catch Zoroark, or possibly catch Blissey before it throws that Unite move. It's just such a tough position for Peps to be in. Down by over 100. They may be able to make some sneaky scores happen, as MYS does not need to take Rayquaza off the map right now, but obviously you can see Peps is pushed all the way back into their central area as they're moving around looking to see who they can find on the side of MYS. The Trevenant knocked up right there, but safely healed up. A couple of big, delicious eggs, and they are right back to full health.
The thing that Peps has in their pocket is they do have stronger secure tools on their side. Between the Mew, between the Urshifu, they can really find their way in and make it happen. But they got to start doing something because there's only 120 left in this one.
And you can see nice big boosted attack onto that Trevenant. But once again, they have the heals on the side of that Blissey. I'm wondering if they're trying to get rid of all those eggs, just see how much damage they can output before this fight actually starts. Callie possibly looking for a score here in the top half. No, moving into the central area, just getting some vision. They now see the Lapras here, and they know they're behind. They're going to need to make a play. There's only a minute left in this game, and Peps needs to do something. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move.
I think they're going to rip this thing. They're going for the background. Callie score. They're going to be able to get this Hundo Burger in because Lapras is pulling. They actually jump through the portal before they do score. Everybody's smothering on top. Trevor Unite comes out. 1 player down for Peps. The push is going on. Can they catch Human? They do. KO Shrika 2, and they're going to keep going. Zoroark gets 3. They're going to move 4. Can they get another one? This Rayquaza is so low. We're going to go for the Skir. 4 players down for Peps. Are they going to get the whole ace to close this thing out? They're looking for it. Rayquaza goes down. KO Shrika 4. And you know, Spriggles. 10, Jack, Queen, King. Guess what, son? That's an ace, baby. MYS doing it in a big big way here in game 3.
MYS able to secure the ace, but they were not able to secure Rayquaza. That did go over to the side of Peps, but with no time left and every single member of Peps down, MYS is taking this thing. They win game number 3, and they are looking good in their group. MYS ahead.
What a show, what a show. And at that point, like you said, once you take everybody off the map, doesn't matter who has Rayquaza, you ain't getting any points in. You ain't there to put them in.
Just not enough that they could do in that moment. Obviously, Peps put up the best fight that they could, but it felt like they just kept hitting this wall of MYS. There really was nothing they could do to get through those defenses. They couldn't pick up enough KOs. They went for the Hail Mary, secure there on Rayquaza. Even that, after they got it, everyone was down.
The thing that is going to just chew at the heels of Peps for the rest of the day is Cali was halfway through their scoring cycle with that Hundo Burger before coming through the portal. They snapped through when they thought they needed to, where if they actually put those points in, it would have caused perhaps a different scramble, a different approach out of MYS, maybe putting them on the back foot and being able to leverage that. Hindsight forever 2020 Spraggles, and in this one, MYS has the foresight because they got themselves a big win in Game 3.
There we go. MYS fans in the crowd right there. Very, very happy to see this result as they go up 2-1 over Team Peps in this group stage. You take a look at our scoreboard right here, you can see MYS really ahead the entirety of that match. It felt like MYS's game to lose, and they did not do that.
Yeah, it almost feels like the first time we've seen that today, right? A team take it from bell to bell, take the lead, keep the lead, secure the lead, win the game. MYS getting it done. It took them a couple games to get that strategy locked in, but in Game 3, they certainly looked solid. Let's take a look at the numbers on this one here. Pretty good. Pretty good as we're looking across the board. Yemu as the Lapras leading the charge right behind Foxy, and that A9 was a big difference maker.
Yeah, I feel like the Alola Ninetales, it's interesting. Which side had the Alola Ninetales was the side that won each match. So obviously that was a power Pokemon for both of these teams. MYS in Game 1, Team Peps in Game 2. And then here we have MYS taking this thing here in Game number 3 with that Alola Ninetales. We take a look at some of the big moments throughout this match. Nice big catch there on the Leafeon.
Yeah, and it was really the MYS show back and forth. We saw short signs of life out of Peps here, but this was that big engagement that Team MYS was able to take, and it was off the back of the Alola Ninetales with the Blizzard Avalanche combination, chipping 3 players from Peps, and then Rebongs was able to step in and clean up all that trash.
Yeah, as we were watching this match, I just felt like I never saw an opportunity for Peps to come back here, and I really feel like they were completely outdrafted here in this game. It just feels like they were going into a team composition that was so incredibly difficult for them to deal with. If they did not get a massive lead early, they were going to be behind all game. They just really never found their moment here in Game number 3.
Yeah, we're just looking at that Hoopa Unite out of Human, and that was the beginning of the end to me. They used their Unite move. It was a 4-on-3. They get the stun, they get the first KO, and the Lapras comes up and turns everybody around, gets all the KOs. Come on. And here we have the attempt that you mentioned, but attempt is all we can actually call it.
I mean, look, Cali was able to get this secure. You see it here in this fight. They were able to jump in there. They get this final hit here on Reggie, but everyone is down. As soon as MYS saw that Peps was trying to rip this thing down, they turn on him, they go to fight, massive Snow Globe Unite move from the Alola Ninetales, and they take a huge victory right there. Obviously, they are feeling good. They didn't want that series to go to a Game number 3, of course, because their record really matters here in this group, especially after we saw TTV head to a Game 3.
Absolutely, and now it's going to come down to which team can actually run through the gauntlet of this group stage and secure this thing the easy way, which is a 3-0. Don't leave it up to tiebreakers. Don't leave it up to other results. Just go on and win these games. MYS kicking it off pretty right.
Yeah, they are. And now we can see right behind me, actually right there, Wonder Chef is on stage for an interview with Rebongs. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations. What a nail biter of a set. That must have been very stressful. I gotta ask you, does it have, or I should say, how much help do you feel it is to have that extra level of Worlds experience on your team?
I think it's the extra experience. I guess it helps me to calm myself, especially in these types of games. You really have to be calm and try to adjust to the current situation. So yeah, I think it helped me a lot.
All right, makes a lot of sense. That was definitely a situation you had to stay calm in. I got to ask as well, there's been a lot of talk around every region that APAC is kind of the one to watch as the ones that can pull off the biggest upsets. How do you feel about your region in general, not just West or East, but maybe combined even?
Well, I guess I'll speak for our region. I honestly think that we have a very unique play style, and we just have to, you know, don't be afraid. Like, take it out and just play our own way, and I think it will work against other regions.
All right, well, that makes a lot of sense. You did an amazing job. Congratulations to you and your team. You're going to be continuing on in this group, a very difficult one as well. But once again, we are just through the first few matches of the day. They've all been amazing. They've all been close, and there's many more to come. So don't go anywhere because we are going to be going to a short break and then returning with more right after this.
collapse on who. They're still playing in the middle. Otter goes down. TTV takes waves up. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. But points in the win. 64 points going for TTV. TTV wins it.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan. Our group stage is well underway, and now we're going to see two more incredible teams on stage. Coming up very soon, we have SAUL Esports and Luminosity.
Look, we have talked about Luminosity being the world champs from last year. They have been on this big stage before, but SAUL, what are they going to bring to the table?
I can't wait. We don't have to wait too long, but we do want to have an update on Group G. I believe we have something we can throw up on the screen to take a look at and see where these teams are sitting right now. So Luminosity has yet to play their first time on the stage today, but Time to Shine earlier on the B stage. If you're checking that out on YouTube, we do have a B stage footage running there for you. But Time to Shine winning 1-0, putting SAUL Esports 0-1 so far in the group. They're looking to change that right now.
Now, this is going to be interesting depending on who comes out on top out of this match. Obviously, we do have Luminosity and Time to Shine that still need to battle out against each other, but obviously it comes down to this match first.
This is going to be such an important game. I mean, it feels like a cornerstone of the group. Of course, Time to Shine having a good start, winning 1-0 against SAUL, but now Luminosity needs to do the same if they want to keep pace with Time to Shine. And actually, after this match, I believe we have Time to Shine versus Luminosity. So we're going to see the conclusion of a group very, very soon already, which is very exciting, but we're not going to get there without talking about this game first. SAUL Esports versus Luminosity. Of course, SAUL representing India, a region that we haven't talked too much so far on broadcast yet. We haven't had them on main stage, but here we go.
Yes, so over on SAUL Esports, we have Snowy, Rex, Badger, Kurem, and All Might. I wonder if they're going to be almighty today.
I'm excited to see the India smash. It's going to be fantastic to watch. I mean, this team has been really, really strong. In terms of their region, they looked fantastic. In their regional finals, they were dominant, had a great win, earned themselves their spot here at the World Championships. And we actually have a method to take a closer look at this team. Let's get to know them with this team profile.
Hello everybody, we are Team SATL from India and we are here to try to perform good in Worlds.
As you guys know, we are also from the Asia region, which is known to be chaotic and do stuff which is not conventional to MOBA and which might not be the same for NA or EU. So it's the same way, but we are trying to adapt to the conventional style of MOBA as well. So we are trying to bring in more discipline in the team, but still sometimes you see those aggressive plays or the X Factor kind of plays in the team anyways. So we are trying to balance both the stuff out.
So one word to describe everyone in team is oblivious, RCS, disciplined, chaotic, and about
core of the team, core you can say.
So we have played a lot against Asian teams and we got swept in Asia Champions League. But now we want to see how we do against Western teams and EU regions in particular.
So winning this year's Worlds would be like a dream come true for us. Not only for our team, it will be also for our region also, because India as a region has not been able to perform well in last year Worlds or this year Asian Championship. So it would be like a very big thing.
So it's our first time in Japan. We are very excited to explore the geography, explore the culture, the food, the people, like everything. We want to see it all.
Okay, so now we'll pick a random question from the hat. You have 10 seconds to name as many Pokemon that are in Unite as you can go.
Absol, Aegislash, Tyranitar,
Charizard,
Zacian,
Zacian,
Pikachu,
Urshifu,
Mewtwo X,
Blissey, Clefable, Eldegoss.
Snorlax, Slowbro, Trevenant.
Not too bad at naming the Pokemon, but what I'm really interested in that team interview that we got to see is that they are looking to play North America and EU specifically. Having some experience against Asia teams, they want their chance at the Western teams, and well, on the world's main stage, they get to play the Luminosity Gaming themselves, the current reigning world champions.
Look, one note that I must point out is that balance. That is the key. Obviously, yes, you want to have those aggressive plays, but then it's also having that discipline to know when to pull back. So we're going to have to wait and see whether they do have that discipline and it's going to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to when you're going up against a team the caliber of Luminosity Gaming, or LG. This squad has looked fantastic. This year, they did have an interesting year of a run, one bad tournament, but other than that, a top 3 average placement throughout the season, and of course, a runner-up finish in their regional championships. And of course, if we go back a little bit farther in history, everybody knows what we're talking about. They, of course, won the World Championships in London last year.
Well, that's the thing. These are all familiar faces to us, not only in that specific region, but in the world.
Yeah.
So we have seen them time and time again. Obviously, as you said, yes, they did have that average top 3 there. You know, being able to come second in regionals is quite a massive feat there.
Absolutely. And from winner's side as well, so obviously a good start to the tournament run. I think that is a trait we could attribute towards Luminosity, starting tournaments out really, really strong, and then, you know, trying to push towards those grand finals. Now, SAUL Esports is a bit more of that question mark of a team. We don't have as much information on them, but I mean, they obviously, this is a must-win game for them. They are currently down 0-1 in their group. This is such an important match, and I mean, it's a tough opponent to go up against, but you made it to the World Championships. You know you're strong. It's time to prove it here in front of everybody.
Well, that's the thing. It's all going to come down to that prep. Have they prepped enough, knowing these groups, who they were going to be coming up against? Have they done their homework?
Yes, exactly, exactly. Now, in terms of SAUL Esports, there is a couple of players that I would really like to focus on, and I think first and foremost, it's going to be All Might. All Might playing a lot of the top path presence for this team, but is normally playing in that brawly defender style of gameplay. And we had a look at them at the start of our broadcast when they were playing a Blastoise and had some incredible moves. Honestly, really dictating the pace of the game, and more importantly, being in key positions to make sure they win. And that win got them towards that championship position in India.
Well, that's the thing, key positions, and we have seen from these previous matches, it all comes down to that positioning of your team and everything like that. Obviously, these picks, that first section, the draft, that is so important, yes.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to that in-game presence.
Absolutely. And I mean, in terms of presence, I think there are few players other than Overlord on Luminosity Gaming that truly showcase that level. In fact, I've been walking around talking to as many teams as I can during my breaks and things like that. I have had multiple players tell me that Overlord is the player they want to play on stage. Every single time, this player carries with them just this weight of a championship behind them, and then there's a fearsome presence in front of a lot of teams. Now, Luminosity, we talked about their season, having a few ups and downs. However, the ups of this team look so good. When Luminosity is in charge and in control of a match, they truly look untouchable. It's so tough to come against the Luminosity when you're coming from behind because their steamroll presence is sometimes just too much to deal with.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to be their first game of the day. Have they got that steamroll presence, or is it just picking up that momentum to begin with? This is their warm-up round. They have to crack those knuckles and buckle on down, right? That's the thing. First game, yeah, you might get that momentum, but it's keeping that momentum going.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough group, right? Only 3 teams within this group for them to compete against. However, Time to Shine SAUL Esports are going to make very fierce competitors. Luminosity, though, are going to have to, you know, work on some of those issues we saw in the regional finals, which unfortunately put them in that runner-up position, but they have had a lot of time to work on those. I think this is going to be the proving stage for it. Can Overlord take over? Can the coordination between them and Rin really be there? Can Curio step up into the attacker position? I honestly think this team is capable of all of that and more, but this is the time where they actually have to put it all together.
Yes, this is the time for it. It's their time to shine, to illuminate the stadium as we would. You know, I feel like the name change they're being picked up really reflects what their team presence is all about.
I think so. They're glowing already. They're glowing on stage. They're excited to get into the game. And we talked about a lot of the carry players on Luminosity Gaming. However, I think if we look back at last year's World Championships and even now, the support core for this team is really what sets this team apart. Slash and Elo are 2 incredible mechanical players, and I know that Slash's communication in-game is absolutely fantastic for Luminosity Gaming, and it's been a lot of success for them. So I'm going to be looking looking directly at them, honestly, in part because of how impactful they are in the game, but also their draft choices. A lot of Luminosity Gaming support core draft is very indicative of how the success of their team is going to be. When Slash is on Blissey, Luminosity tends to have a lot of success, but if you get Elo, the Ahuba, or even the Comfey, you really have great reward as well. It's going to be interesting to see what Luminosity Gaming thinks the best approach to playing a team like SAUL is going to be.
But then that's the thing, you're going to have to prioritize those picks at the beginning. Which ones do you classify as more valuable? But also, it depends on what the other team ends up picking up first as well.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, SAUL Esports talked a lot about in their team profile video that we just saw a moment ago, talking about how they'd like to bring a lot of unconventional things to the table, but also trying to learn the metagame as best as they can and play the power picks as well. And I think that's a great recipe for success. You know, be prepared for the best and also bring in a little bit of spice. I think SAUL Esports is going to be trying to do that and more. But Game 1 draft is almost underway. Luminosity Gaming going to be on that orange side. They're going to have 2 picks in a row, but second.
Yes, 2 picks in a row, but first things first, we need to find out who we are going to ban. We can obviously see these members that are flicking over. We have a Hooper all on the side of SAUL, and it looks like it's going to be a Leafeon ban on the side of Luminosity.
Wow, okay, Luminosity trying to take away that Leafeon away from the side of SAUL. Again, I talked about the top half presence for this India team, and I think that's really good. Leafeon, one of the best Pokemon to hang out there. Lapras immediately selected for the side of SAUL, but Luminosity going to respond in kind, grabbing the best attacker in the game right now in Inteleon, and backing it up with one of the most infamous defenders we've had all season long in this level.
Look, it's definitely infamous. We have seen this Pokemon be banned time and time again. We've already seen it be banned today a multiple of times. So to be able to let Slowbro out, let him out of that jail, that is one Unite move you do not want to come across.
Absolutely not. And look at the composition that SAUL is drafting right now. Double defender with Clefable, whose AoE healing works incredible with this composition so far. I like to call this the freight train comp, but honestly, you just build up a very close, well-knit team together and charge at the enemy. A really solid draft so far from SAUL. Luminosity is going to grab the Comfey Zoroark duo. So Overlord is going to have that constant resource from Elo. It's going to be pretty huge, but what is going to be the final piece of the puzzle for Luminosity? So far, it's going to be up to Rin, who tends to play the central area for this team, unless, of course, Overlord needs one rotation.
Well, that's the thing with Rin. Obviously, yes, they have been playing this year, but they weren't actually here on the world stage last year. They are the newest member to the team. So it does look like they have opted for that Blastoise pick. Once again, we're seeing this. This is a pattern. Double defender and supporter. The thing is, which of these team compositions is going to work out best? And it all comes down to these team fights, these positionings, these strategies that these teams going to have to pull out today.
I think a lot of it is going to be that early game. It's going to be so pivotal for Overlord to hit that 5 and then get on rolling. However, the KOs are going to come easy from the other side. SAUL drafting a very tanky composition for that Speedster Zoroark to find the knockout if possible, but definitely not an easy task. Well, we have SAUL Esports and Luminosity on stage and ready to play, and we have our casters ready to take it away. Dewsnack, Spraggles, send us into game.
Of course we are ready to take it away because we are watching the reigning world champions here on our main stage. Doob Snacks. Woo, this is going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited to see this India squad here, SAUL. Of course, they know what they're up against. They know who won the World Champions last year, and they also know the team's history at the World Championships and what they've done this year and what they're up against moving forward. Humble pie is a great thing to eat, and they are humble indeed, ready to show the world that they are not quite done yet. This is going to be a banger.
Ooh, I would love a piece of pie as we head in here to game number 1. SAUL Esports, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. We've got that Inteleon on the side of Luminosity heading down into Path, not playing it in the central areas. We've seen some teams do. And I have to wonder if they're going to be playing this Snipe Shot or they're going to be playing Liquidation. From what I've seen, a lot of the teams, a lot of our Eastern teams are playing Liquidation, and a lot of our Western teams are playing Snipe Shot. And I've got to say, say I greatly prefer Liquidation for this Pokemon. I think Snipe Shot's incredible in some situations, but I hope some of these teams start picking up Liquidation because it's just such an amazing move for Inteleon.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree here. What I really appreciated, both these teams actually sent their support players along with their central area player to make sure we had no crazy invades. Of course, as soon as I say that, Umbreon goes down, K opener, over to Luminosity.
This is very, very scary for the side of SAUL. You have Overlord with a Comfey Collar. This is not good. We've seen what this player can do, putting up, you know, over 100,000 damage every single match with this Pokemon. Interestingly enough, Overlord in that central area, and we have Rin in that top path right here. They are pushing forward with this Urshifu, but here comes Overlord looking to pick up a KO.
Quickly, Snowy goes down with that auto attack from Slash after the big time Surf. And I'm surprised we didn't see Zug playing Surf earlier. Surf looks great to buy space and time for this team, specifically for an Inteleon who eats a big Electro Ball and boosted auto. They are low on HP and they're going for that KO. We saw in the SAUL interview that they like to play aggressive and flip the switch. They certainly flipped it there. Rex getting a KO for the squad.
Yeah, nice job there from Rex. And I gotta say, a lot of this team composition from SAUL feels like a huge counter to what Luminosity is bringing. The question is Luminosity's play style going to win out, or is the counter picking from the side of SAUL going to do it right here? As this Comfey Zoroark is just looking for, you know, every Pokemon they can to pick up big KOs for the side of Luminosity. It's what they do all game.
It's quite literally on the hunt, and anytime SAUL will find themselves alone, they are at a risk of getting KO'd by the roaming Overlord, because that's all they're doing here. They're just looking for a person to jump on.
And it looks like this Clefable could be a huge pickup for SAUL. If they can get a Gravity to shut down some of this incredible stuff here from Overlord, that would be amazing. Of course, Overlord could also just eat you. Just eat you on up.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to look for space for Snowy, but of course now Overlord's just going in. I mean, All Might's HP is below half. Snowy with the follow-up to at least make Overlord test their decisions here. Darting through that Swablu and Altaria, tons of experience here. Zoroark peels back, Elo hops off, hops back on, and what looked like a good opportunity for SAUL fizzles quickly.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff once again here from Luminosity. This is textbook Luminosity right here. They just put the pressure on, they dive, they're aggressive, they go for tons and tons of KOs, and they get them. Curios heading down to the bottom path right here. We've got the Snipe Shot once again, very, very popular in North America. We've got the North American Sniper coming out right here, trying to pick up some KOs.
Well, they laced in a ton of damage on that Clefable, that's for sure. They are playing Gravity, as you called out. That would be a decent look here, especially in the face of Zoroark. But you can see exactly what just happened there. Unite move comes out. They really wanted that KO. Solar Beam on top, and they're still not down. Finally, they get swiped by the Umbreon in the KO here. Comfey hops on top of Slash. Are they going to be able to gay out? Snipe Shot back the other way. All of a sudden, SAUL might have an opportunity here to basement. Raji Solar Beam comes through, and Snowy gets the KO. SAUL making it happen in the front of LG.
Yeah, great stuff from SAUL right here. They're pushing onto this bottom goal with their full team. We can see while this is happening, we have the War Turtle from the side of Luminosity in the central area of SAUL. But SAUL
quickly
this push going.
That Gravity was perfect. Caged Overlord immediately and stomped them down with the muddy shoes. And now they're looking to break this goal zone. Hydro Typhoon repositions, but for a Clefable, Spraggles, SAUL makes it out. They're up on the scoreboard.
And take a look at this. We actually have Rin on the Surf play right here, which I would not expect. I would expect a player like this to be running the Rapid Spin for sure. I mean, just such an aggressive player. But you can see all the work that they're actually putting in here. While they weren't able to get a great fight in the bottom path, they were able to evolve that Blastoise. And that's a big hurdle for a lot of teams.
Very much so, very much so. They did get the objective as well, which can't go understated. That's good experience for them naturally, of course. And they are the first ones on top of this Reggie Alecki here. All Might gonna have the opportunity to pressure forward with that Lapras. Nice little Surf. Moonlight comes out, keeps them topped off. Snowy's gonna look for an engage. They go to the back line and they collapse on top of Curios, and they get the KO instantly with the Lapras. Overlord forced to dart out, and guess who takes the objective? But SAUL, India, baby!
SAUL showing up today, and they need to right now. I mean, imagine if they were able to take down the champs here in this series. The points raining in, they are way ahead, and they have found ways to shut down this side of Luminosity. Like I said, it felt like every single pick from SAUL was a counter pick to Luminosity, and we're seeing it here in Game 1.
Well, that's the thing. When you have a team like LG LG that's been on stage so much, on stream so much. I mean, there is a lot of history to look through and comb through and figure out what their favorite comps are, their default comps. SAUL, there's almost no tape on them, and they're able to cobble all that together and put together a strategy like this, which is looking good early.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic early. They just have so many tools to shut down Luminosity right here. Registeel getting chipped up, but they are letting it back. The snipe shot unfortunately misses for the side of Luminosity, as the solar beam also does from SAUL. And we're just going to see if either one of these teams really wants to push this fight up in the top path. Lapras does go down. That's All Might for the side of SAUL Esports. But there are two members of Luminosity top. Nice big Unite move as this Registeel is getting incredibly low and secured there by the Mew.
The Hydro Typhoon came through. That was a fly out of the Clefable, and they crash lane, and they're converting into KOs. Nice little surf to get them spacing. Where is the follow-up? I always say that. Where's the follow-up? The Unite move out of Snowy, and the Mew seals it up. Bad shot saying, I'm bad, brah. Give me another KO. We moving out here.
Incredible stuff right here as we got possibly 44 points going in for SAUL. They're looking to get this score, but we have the Inteleon with the snipe shot. The points going. They decide to break with only 6 right there. Overlord moving on in, trying to pick up a KO, and they do on the Mew.
Yeah, but now Overlord's on the backside, and there's a Gravity waiting for them. They force out the Unite move. Snowy's getting collapsed on the Gravity, comes down. Can they throw in the damage? They do. They get a big time KO on Overlord. Elo's on the chopping block. They jump on top of Slash. Rin buys the space, and Luminosity has to get out again. The SAUL, they are shocking the world right now.
They're showing up to play, and they're making the world champs look bad here on the main stage. They're up 165 to 157. They still do need to watch out, though, because that level 13 Zoroark is looking to pick up more KOs. However, they keep finding opportunities to shut it down between the gravity and the mean look and the displacement from the Lapras. Just incredible stuff from SAUL.
They're playing incredibly cohesive together, and they understand the force that Overlord is. You saw the Snowy disengage back to the Clefable so Curium could put the gravity down, and then 2 players collapsed on top of Overlord to get that KO. This team understands what they're up against, and they're trying to make as many moves as possible to keep that thing going.
And you can see here, they're looking to get something done in this bottom path from the side of LG as they're looking for a KO. Not able to make it happen, but they are able to score right here, and the score line is now almost even at this point. Regieleki looks like it's going to be walking towards that top path as Rayquaza is hitting the map right now. All Might putting in 50 in the top path, and it looks like LG wants this fight badly.
They need to take it before the Lapras gets back in the mix. Big surf follow-up. We're going to see if we can get a Hydro Typhoon to chip up. There it is. Bang. They catch the Umbreon. They go down, and Inteleon snipe shotting them out. Big surf again by the Slowbro. Slash is spacing incredibly well. SAUL needs to find their way in. Slow beam on top of Snowy. Snowy is bossed up and pushed out. That actually saved them after the slow beam. They couldn't get collapsed on. Overlord's into the middle. All Might's chasing them down. Half HP on Overlord as they're looking for a re-engage. They jump into the Ray pits. They're peeling back. And I think we're going to have to take a deep breath, Spriggles, because these teams are going to re-engage.
Sounds good. Here we go. These teams are looking for another fight right here. Obviously, LG is behind. That's Luminosities. They move in, trying to pick something up here right into the gravity, in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the Unite move. Umbreon Unite moving right back as the Solar Beam not able to take down the Zoroark, and they do peel away from that fight. Here come the snipe shots and the Inteleon Unite move.
Nice Perish Song follow-up. They're moving through. The Solar Beam comes through, doesn't hit anybody. It goes wide. Slash with good spacing, but there's finally, we're looking for a KO. Who's actually going to go down? Everybody's so low on HP. We're under a minute left in this one, Spraggles. LG needs to make a move, or they need to take this thing. Good reset from Snowy. They're going to stay standing. Overlord's playing on the backside. Curios is peeling to score, but Snowy's waiting for him. They're going to see if they collapse on this goal zone. Slash is leashing all the attention, and they're jumping on top. Snowy needs to go to work up there as Slash is taking All Might's attention down here. Clefable's sitting there. They go for the reset. The Moonlight is up. Nobody has scored quite yet. They hop off, but they get the KO. The Umbreon is there to pick up. Curium's going to have to keep pushing. Mew gets the KO on Overlord. 3 players down. India's making it happen. Their defense is standing strong. 20 seconds left, and Slash is still fighting towards the goal zone. Rin is pivoting to see if they can get there with them. Umbreon's peeling down and sitting on top, of course, All Might. They're going to push the Perish on. They're going to put the pressure on, and the Lapras comes through. They did it. They freaking did it, Spraggles. SAUL, India, baby, taking one off the world champs.
Unbelievable. India takes game 1 off of Luminosity. Can you believe it?
The World Championships in Yokohama delivering.
firing early in this one. SAUL looking to prove something, knew what their track record was, and I'll tell you what, if this is a race, they're off to a booming start.
Incredible stuff right here from SAUL. As we talked about, it felt like every single game was a counter pick. Every single pick from the side of SAUL did something to shut down Luminosity. We're going to send this thing back over to Zoinks and Kello right here to break down an insane game number 1.
What a shocker in game number 1. That was ridiculous. Luminosity going down 1-0 to SAUL, who played their composition so fantastic start to finish, and Luminosity kind of looking like they were struggling there in the end game.
Oh, definitely. That was such a nail-biter of a match. Now, we were saying SAUL, they might not be very well known to us, but can I just say, they are making themselves known by just being able to take a game off Luminosity.
Oh, I can't wait to see more from this team as we're going to get more games. Obviously, All Might with 98,000 damage on the Lapras. Absolutely absurd. Overlord still putting up 6-digit figures, though, with 109,000. Looking pretty good as well. Now, we do have to remind everyone, SAUL Esports has been in this position before. In their game against Time to Shine, they did go up 1-0 in that match. Time to Shine was able to bounce back and take 2 in a row in the other direction. The thing is, Luminosity Gaming put in a very precarious spot here in a group of only 3 teams. Even dropping a game in that match is a problem. Let's take another look at that match and see how SAUL really made it work.
Now, we can obviously see the Urshifu getting taken down here, the defenses that they were putting on up, being able to take down and shut down that Inteleon earlier on.
Yeah. So good. I mean, Kello, though, I was asking it in the draft, and even more so, I didn't quite understand. Overlord on this Zoroark is stuff of a legend, but into double defender first pick, you're grabbing Zoroark? That is a tough draft to make work, and unfortunately, SAUL Esports able to out-tank and out-heal in so many situations. You see the Urshifu actually dodging back down the path with about a third of their HP remaining. That happened so many times. LG was really struggling to close knockouts unless they were these huge goal zone sieges.
But I think that's the thing. You could just see SAUL sticking together. They are that big clump, just the tankiness that they had. And then obviously having the Mute in the back line, just sniping them, it was incredible.
Yeah, the early poke damage definitely having some huge impact. Now, these team fights really raged on the entire match. Every single time there was an objective engagement, it felt like we were going to have a huge team fight flow in the other way. And All Might on this Lapras was just absolutely absurd. A great last hit secure, and with that Registeel buff buffing everyone's special attack and attack damage, you were going to see an immediate flood of a team fight the other direction. Rin caught out here, unfortunately, by the Urshifu. They push him all the way and get a huge knockout. I mean, every time. SAUL playing together really well in terms of team coordination.
No, they definitely nailed that team coordination there. As we mentioned, just sticking together. But you know what? I feel like these team fights, it were definitely reflected in the stats. Obviously, those high healing, the high tanking, but also that high damage output as well. And you were talking about a flood. I feel like it was a flood with this Mew surfs, but also having the Blastoise surf there, obviously trying to knock them out of position and everything. But you just have SAUL Esports coming on top, going back, making sure to read Luminosity. We had them going back, making sure Urshifu was there to defend that top tier 2 pad, and obviously, you know, defending that bottom pad as well. I think it's just reading, knowing what the opposite team is going to pull out.
Yeah, that Urshifu backing at that final second to just launch in and defend the goal zone was huge. And I mean, this game number 2 is going to be so interesting. Luminosity, with their backs against the wall in this situation, are currently hovering that slow bro ban. It's something I'm really excited to see from them. I think that double defender was too much for them to deal with. Now you're going to give yourself a chance to first pick one of the strongest defenders in the game and give SAUL something else.
But the thing is, which of the stronger defenders are they going to choose? Are they going to choose Umbreon or Lapras? Oh, there we go. It's a Lapras.
That was my choice.
No delay. No delay at all.
That was my choice, so I'm glad to see they are thinking of the same mind. However, Inteleon could be stolen away from Curios. I'm interested to see what attacker they actually decide to bring into that bottom path. And there we go. The Leafeon going to finally be here on one of my drafts that we're going to be covering. Very interesting, that Energy Amplifier attack weight build on that Pokemon. They do so much damage as soon as you get that Grassy 2-step.
But the thing is, obviously they picked up Inteleon and Leafeon, but that leaves it open for Umbreon to be picked up. Lapras, Umbreon, plus a Comfey. LG, they are looking nice right now.
They're looking incredible. I mean, that double defender with Comfey healing is going to be so absurdly strong. One thing in SAUL's credit, though, their early game is going to look fantastic. You have a Leafeon coming out of the central area with an absurdly fast clear. You can get those wild Pokemon out so quickly and get your power spike, and then you're going to have Buzzwole holding down the top path. That is a very, very strong start. Luminosity grabbing the Alolan Ninetales for Curios, and Overlord going to grab that Urshifu. So we might actually see the Rapid Strikes Urshifu from Overlord. They do like that kind of more fast in-your-face style of play style. SAUL Esports is going to stick with that Clefable pick. It's going to look great on the Trevenant and Buzzwole. Inteleon and Leafeon might be a bit more on their own. However, they can play at great range, or in Leafeon's case, great speed.
Now the thing is, it's kind of switched around. Obviously, we had SAUL playing that really tanky composition. I feel like they're not as tanky this time round, and Luminosity have that brawler comp there. Obviously, having the double defender, the Urshifu on their side, obviously they're going to have to come against that Trevenant and Clefable with the AoE healing. You don't actually get that, obviously, with Comfey only being able to attach to a singular ally there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the self-sustain is there depending on which moveset this Umbreon goes for.
Final team fight, I think, is going to be the biggest point in this matchup around that Rayquaza pit. It's going to be very, very interesting. But of course, we have our two casters waiting to take it into game number 2. Spraggles and Duke Snacks, bring us in.
We are heading into game number 2 right now, and can you believe it? But SAUL is up 1-0 over the world champs right here, Luminosity. I felt like every single pick in that first game was a counter pick. Now that I look at game number 2, though, I'm loving the composition from Luminosity.
Yeah, it's really, really solid. I mean, it's pretty much what was just thrown at them. They're throwing it back the other way. However, you have to know that when you make these choices of Leafeon and Inteleon back-to-back, that you're opening yourself up for the composition that you're clearly familiar with.
Yeah, you're going to run into a Lapras, and you're going to run into an Umbreon. Trevenant is a great defender right here, but it definitely feels like it's a couple rungs down from what we're seeing on the side of Luminosity. And look at this. Rex coming in for the early invade, able to take that away, but we have multiple members here of Luminosity pushing them back. Nice little invasion there from SAUL.
It's all about the time that you buy. We saw it in the match before. We're seeing it again here. Does it matter if they got anything? Does it matter if they got out? Not really. It's the time. That's what you're trying to buy your team. As you said, they want those, or excuse me, as Zoink says, you want to spike them early. You want to get your Leafeon online. You want to buy them time. You want to get your Inteleon online. You want to get Buzzwole to 5. Like, these are all things that need time, not necessarily pressure onto the other side of the map.
Nice mean look there from Slash. It looks like we're going to be able to see some big moments of that. We're going to obviously have them try to catch the Inteleon, catch the Leafeon out with a move like that, as we have a fight ready to break out here. Overlord here in this bottom path, and they are going to keep jumping on in and look for some KOs right here. Nice big mean looks, puts Leafeon in some trouble. Not able to get the KOs, but they are able to start scoring.
Yeah, 40-21, get some points in. I like the heads-up play SAUL made. There's Peel, just get out of here. Let's just not give them KOs on top of this goal zone, because they're going to get either both or just the scores. Intelligently backing up, giving themselves an opportunity to fight another day.
Inteleon gently.
That worked. That worked.
Intelligently backing up, I would say.
That is intelligently loose. Let's not do that anymore. Here we go. Buzzwole getting tons of pressure on. We got a little 3-on-1 as, of course, Overlord's carrying the Comfey. And that's a signal to me as the K-Opener goes over to LG that they are all in on the Overlord strategy. Every time you lock in Comfey, it is not leaving that player.
And if it does, it happens to find a really nice home on a couple of very tanky Pokemon on the side of Luminosity right here as we head down for a possible fight here in this central area. Now heading down to the bottom path, we're just seeing how much experience these two teams can try to take away from each other. Alolan Ninetales coming out here in game number 2. And we've just seen this Pokemon dominate all day.
Absolutely. I mean, Clefable left out here, getting pinned against the wall, buying just enough time for the Buzzwole to come up and try and sort them out. And there goes Slash quickly. Umbreon gets buckled, no questions. Here's my question to you, Spraggles. Is LG doing enough with the advantage that they have right now to cause the pressure that they need? They're down on the scoreboard, and it kind of seems like SAUL are just hanging out.
And here we go, though. LG moving on in here, looking for a KO on this Inteleon, and they are, well, little Shedinja doll, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Very intelligent play, but unfortunately, no one was around to save them there.
No. Unfortunately, I can't keep saving you from saying that word. It looks like we're going to get that a lot today as Slash is trying to get some time. One thing I want to mention, you said that Trevenant is kind of down on the defender tier list. I'll tell you what, we saw it earlier today. Hagu King's Trevenant looked phenomenal, and maybe that's just a little code that was cracked on the east side of the world that says, you know, Trevenant is actually a higher prio than you all give it credit for.
We do have liquidation on this Inteleon here. I did just hear from production. It's technically not Inteleon, which I thought it was, but I guess it's intelligent. So we'll see how that goes. This fight continues in this bottom path right here. Great spacing here from SAUL as they are on top of this Registeel. Looks like they're going to be able to secure it. Not much Alolan Ninetales is able to do right there. However, in the top path, LG is putting some pressure on that goal zone.
Well, that means Overlord isn't here, so SAUL has an opportunity to push. They're going to get as many points as they can. Slash is getting pretty low. We've got an engagement here as the Slash quickly goes down. There's still 4 players in the face of Curios, who's trying to use the A9. Lapras pulls up with the big fairy ride, gets a KO, and all of a sudden the pressure swims in the face of SAUL. 3 players down.
Beautiful stuff there from Luminosity as they come in, pick up a ton of KOs. And you know what? That is how that Unite move is supposed to be used. Bring in multiple members. You bring it down Overlord with a Comfey on it. 3 members of Luminosity just crashing the party of SAUL here.
And now Rin with the confidence to play into the jungle of the other side of the map of SAUL, going to get themselves a buff and cruise away with it, as now SAUL is forced to scramble around their goal zones.
Yeah, and here we go. Luminosity doing what they do best, running up the score lead a little bit here in this bottom path, trying to see what they can make happen as Overlord is able to head through the flux zone of SAUL and get out of this situation. Nice big KO in the top path as well for Luminosity as they are taking control here in game number 2.
They absolutely are. Tons of KOs into the hands of Curios, especially after the Lapras crash down to the bottom paths. Quickly, Rex is going to try to get their 17 points in. Slash buying time. We're going to see if they can trap them and engage.
Incredible stuff here. Nice big avalanche blizzard. But you can see SAUL still very much in this game against the world champs. If you're just joining us right now, they've already taken 1 game off them here in this group stage. Earlier, Tube Snacks was saying intelligent, which is not correct. It's intelligent.
Yeah, I actually did not say that. That was all you, Spraggles. Please stop misremembering and stop lying to our wonderful fans at home.
And here we are heading up to this top path right now. We can see SAUL ready to possibly take this Regieleki right here. Overlord in a little bit of trouble as Liquidation finds its mark right there, but they've got that Comfey. They keep them healthy. The Leafeon Unite move coming on in, and they are able to pick up a KO on the Buzzwole.
But 2 back the other way. They finally sort out the Urshifu, and they're able to get them back. The Lapras is in, though. It's got that shield from its Unite move as it's putting the pressure on. Perish Song is hitting everybody. The Woodhammers are out, and the Leafeon goes down. KO streak of 2 for Rin.
Look at this here. There's 3, and it just keeps going right here. The Perish Song onto the Trevenant, looking for something as Slash starts this Regieleki. Look at Lapras. I mean, still fighting here. They are doing everything they can. Big superpower sending it back towards their goal zone as this is getting very, very close for the side of Luminosity. And right now, are they able to make something? No. Luminosity securing that Regieleki while SAUL actually scoring here in this bottom path with Overlord just trying to take this Regirock.
Yeah, they're trying to. It's about 30%. However, the Leafeon is here and Curium's there for support. Instantly pivoting because you know Overlord wants the KOs. They want the numbers. They're going for the engage. They use that action and they get it quickly as the rest of LG shows up. 2 players down, and that's a basement Regi to LG.
Unfortunately, that Leafeon just showed themselves way too early there in that moment. They probably could have got a decent steal away from Urshifu right there. It's really hard for Urshifu to get a steal away from that massive Solar Blade. However, great fight there from Luminosity as they are continuing to put the pressure on. Way ahead on the scoreboard, and they are way ahead on experience as well.
One thing I'm keeping note of is Snowy is level 13, and they've been incredibly silent this game, whereas in game 1, they were incredibly active all over the map, getting in the face of the opposing team. So it clearly favors them to level up in this instance. SAUL is trying to insulate that Inteleon and let them take over in the last throws of the game.
Nice little score here from SAUL if they're able to make it happen, and they are bringing them up to 215. However, they are still behind right here. Another possible big KO as as it looks like Leafeon is actually going to make it out, but Inteleon is not. We also saw in the top path a moment ago, Doopsnacks, the focus band taken away from All Might on that Buzzwole, so they are not going to have that moving into this Rayquaza fight here in 10 seconds as LG Luminosity needs this one, or S8UL is going to take out the world champs.
Snowy's finally off spawn, and it looks like LG is taking a very aggressive position here. They're going to try and jump on whichever path that S8UL tries to engage. Now, Luminosity doesn't need to touch this Rayquaza.
No, Luminosity does not need Rayquaza right here. What they want is a big fight and a big win. Nice grass knot right there. Buzzwole trying to make something happen as they pick up Overlord here, and this fight starts.
The Buzzwole Unite comes out. They need to convert. Trevor Unite as well. They're trying to follow up. Overlord's in the back line. They use their Unite move. They're liking a ton of hits, and SEO has 2 players down. Buzzwole's still standing. They actually just chip up Rin to try and get away. Rin's going to get that KO too easy. 17 hits there. KO streak of 2 for Rin. And now Rex is peeling back. They're throwing out the wood hammers, but I don't think that's enough as Overlord is topped off on HP, and they're on the hunt.
Yeah, they are on the hunt, looking to pick up that Leafeon, not able to make it happen right here. And we're going to have a refight from the side of S8UL. We saw a couple Unite moves not get used here, but so far Luminosity is cleaning up.
Yeah, this is a much different look from the last stages of Game 1, of course, as they keep the pressure on. Perish Song has just looked great in every match we've seen it, to be honest, Spraggles. And now they're all over this goal zone. They've got an opportunity to score, and they have to split the attention of S8UL. And it looks like it's working as S8UL is collapsing on top of this goal zone and getting KO'd simultaneously.
And here we go. Luminosity peeling back right here. They don't need this fight right now. Overlord actually in a little bit of trouble right here. Moving on in, though. They have the Comfey Unite, and they just continue pushing towards S8UL, picking up multiple KOs with only 35 seconds left. They are crashing onto this tier 2, and they're trying to take this game in commanding fashion. This is the Luminosity that won the World Championships.
What a bounce back game for them, and did they need it? Did they ever need it? You mentioned this group does not have that many teams in it, and every game is going to matter. And LG definitely needed this one to keep their chances alive.
Yes, they did. An incredible match here from Luminosity as they looked completely different from game number 1. And also, as we talked about before, it felt like S8UL had a lot of counter picks to Luminosity in that first match. This one doesn't really seem like it.
No, it was almost like the research was reversed here, and one team didn't really know what the track record of the other one was and couldn't make the adjustments on the fly. But guess what, Spraggles? We got a Game 3 for ourselves.
Yeah, it's so many Game 3s today, by the way, which is so awesome. I mean, this is such a competitive environment, and what else would you expect from some of the top teams in the world finally meeting here in Yokohama, Japan? We're going to send it back on over to Kello and Zoinks to break the whole thing down. Take it away.
Kello, if you told me that LG and S8UL is supposed to be going to a Game 3 in LG's debut match, well, I wouldn't have believed you, honestly. But we are here now, 1-1 between these two teams. What do you think changed up for LG in that game number 2?
Look, I told you earlier, they need to crack those knuckles and buckle up. Obviously, that first match was just their warm-up, and now they are really showing us why they were crowned the world champs last year. Yep. Obviously, such a dominant performance there. Who needs a Rayquaza? We don't need a Rayquaza here. We can just go get those back caps, and they just soared on up at the end, just widening that gap even further.
You can see they actually grabbed every other objective on the map. I mean, draft alone, I think, was the biggest thing in LG's credit. However, you can see their objective gameplay was also phenomenal in that game number 2. Take a look at the actual numbers of the game, though. Again, Lapras just really cooking up big numbers. Rin with 93,000 on this Pokemon, but Overlord, again, I don't know if we'll see them without 6-digit damage numbers in this tournament. Already looking fantastic. Slash with only 33,000 damage. However, that mean look gameplay was looking really good in that game number 2.
Oh, definitely providing those mean looks there. But then you know what? You also have Elo, the trusty Comfey pocket by your side. And we were saying, obviously, in comparison to a Clefable, you only have that. But I think they definitely spread that out well. But look at this. Team highlights. Obviously going in, diving down, that Inteleon, you cannot escape a Comfey and Urshifu combo.
Yeah, I mean, the change up to the Rapid Strike Urshifu instead of the Zoroark is definitely a pretty big swap. You are going with a different school of thought, but what it gives you is a little less all-in. If Zoroark goes in and doesn't find that knockout, you're sort of up the creek without a paddle. In an Urshifu, a chance you have a bit of a different angle. Of course, the Unite move can really swing things the other direction there. Can we talk about Curios on that lowly Alolan Ninetales. This Pokemon has had so much impact in our tournament so far, and I don't think it's going to be stopping anytime soon. This A9 has been so strong. LG definitely feeling a little bit better after that game number 1. Some nods of approval from the squad. And our player of the game is going to go to Overlord on their Urshifu.
Look, surprise, surprise, really. But obviously, having that attack weight there, getting those stacks in early, but as you mentioned, going for that surging strikes move, having the maneuverability over that rapid strike instead, I feel like this really pays off, especially when you have that comfy pocket.
Yeah, and honestly, we don't talk too much about liquidation, but with the way Overlord plays it, I think it really is a highlight of that move. It shreds defenses on the enemies every time you hit one of those, so you're going to see a lot of big engages immediately followed up by the Urshifu stamping on the ground to make the liquidation happen, and then following up on top of that. So far, the draft strategy has stayed similar for SAUL. LG swapping it up a little bit, going a little more tanky in game number 2, and more importantly, pulling a bit less of the Overlord effect in game number 2, and instead going for something with a bit more consistency. Also, Rin on that in Blastoise in game number 1 and Lapras in game number 2 was a pretty big change. I really do think Lapras is one of the most impactful Pokemon that we are going to see in this tournament. And saying that, I'm really curious if SAUL is going to use that as their ban.
Well, they're obviously going to have that advantage now. They have that first pick. So it's going to be a question of, do you lock down that Lapras, or do you end up getting an Umbreon if it's not banned, or possibly a Slowbro? Like, that's the thing. In terms of defenders, I feel like they're the top 3 picks that you want to lock down for yourself.
Yeah, the holy trifecta here between those two teams. Now, it actually looks like Luminosity Gaming is going to be the one hovering that Lapras. They know that SAUL does like to first pick it, and we're actually going to have SAUL taking away the Hoopa. So despite Luminosity not picking this Pokemon as of yet, still, I mean, it's been banned in game number 1 as well, so the Comfey is still available, but SAUL not too afraid of that. Now, is this an Umbreon pick, or is SAUL going to maybe go towards an Inteleon, which we've actually seen in this first pick position before? Nope, it's actually going to be a Leafeon. I guessed wrong twice.
That's a really interesting choice there. Going for that Leafeon, but I guess having that early game, being able to evolve at level 4, but it does open up the Slowbro and Inteleon pick. And I must say, I am absolutely loving Inteleon.
Oh yeah, James Pond is looking real good today. Now, the interesting thing here is they're giving them SAUL the chance to take Umbreon away, and yes, they are going to grab it. SAUL has to. They are backed into a corner in this draft mode. If they don't pick Umbreon, you're giving over double defender to a team like Luminosity, which is just terrifying to have to deal with. So they're going to grab the Umbreon, they're going to grab the Clefable, which has been their support of choice for sure. Luminosity Gaming, though, hovering their last 2 selections. We might see a switch up for Elo. We're going to grab the Blissey, and then, of course, the Zacian is definitely a surprise. The first time I think we've seen a Western team pick this Pokemon.
Hello, Zoinks. What is happening? We have another Zacian pick alongside a Blissey, so it's obviously going to be feeding those eggs, possibly, or will it end up going for that helping hand? Safeguard combination.
Yeah. Oh, and wow, a Blastoise selection into a Zacian is pretty terrifying, I think. Zacian I would consider to be one of the best tank shredders in the game of Pokemon Unite right now. And a final selection is going to be Overlord on the Venusaur. So a lot of range damage. They're going to be relying on Rin and Slash to be the ones to open up space. Not an easy task, however, and they're probably going to be going up into a Surf Stoice. We've been talking a lot about that tank play of the Blastoise so far. So some interesting matchups from either one. LG with a kind of a Hail Mary here in this situation, playing some new Pokemon. We haven't seen them play yet. However, I think we all know how strong the Sword Dog can be.
It can definitely be really, really strong, but one thing I am really excited to see is Overlord on the Venusaur. Obviously, they have that Slick Spoon and those choice specs. Oh, wait, no, they got rid of the Slick Spoon instead, opting for a more tankier build and the Rapid Fire Scarf. What do you think about that, Zoinks?
I like it, but let's see what
let's move on.
Let's see what the casters have to think about it. Spraggles and Deuce next, take it away.
Yeah, what a composition from these two teams. First off, we've got Zacian from a Western team, something we haven't seen yet, and I really do feel like Rin could make this Pokemon look amazing. And then we've got Overlord on what looks to be the Petal Dance Giga Drain version of Venusaur. We're gonna have to see what happens when they bring it into game.
Yeah, which all leads me to believe that maybe the Inteleon is going back to snipe shot, trying to play at a distance.
I would say so. I would think that it is here as we head into game number 3. We can see that first pick being Leafeon on the side of S8UL Esports. And I gotta say, I'm a little confused by this one. I'm surprised this Pokemon is getting so much priority.
Yeah, it almost seems like LG did SAUL a favor by banning it in game 1, so they couldn't have picked it this early. I'm with you, Spraggles. Leafeon is great, but it doesn't necessarily warrant a first pick, in my opinion, in the current map.
Woof, already taking a big KO here, or should I say woof? I mean, that dog's got a sword in its mouth, and it picks up 1 already.
Yeah, I mean, the K opener that quickly into Rin's hands, of course, already ticking over to level 4, and now they're going to be able to just farm out this wild Pokemon. I'll tell you what, Snowy's got to look really good off this Leafeon if they want to try to contest with that Zacian.
A little bit of a misstep there from Elo in the top path. They need to make sure that they feed all of that Eos energy over to the Zacian, but they do have 8 right now, which lets them use that Intrepid Sword. It lets them use their passive there. As we head down to the bottom path right here, first Razor Leaf that we're seeing today.
Yeah, Razor Leaf Leafeon has an opportunity to do work and prove us wrong as to why it's first pickable here, going right into this thing, and they're going to try to seal up some experience. A lot of that went to S8UL here, and credit to Batshaw on the A9 for doing that.
Alola Ninetales just looking amazing all day, Noob Snacks, as we see Clefable getting KO'd right there on the side of Luminosity. Heading on over there, was looking to make a score happen. It must be stacking on that Clefable so it can get some massive healing. Curios right now looking for a little sneaky play, a play that I love, heading into the enemy central area with Inteleon and stealing away a buff, but they saw it right there and they were able to push it back.
Yeah, it's not a full camo when it walks along the wall. It just kind of gives it like a little bit of a fuzzy, like transparent look, so you can still suss it out and see it, unlike Sableye.
That's right, yeah. You were able to see this Pokemon, a little bit of Predator action almost. You can kind of see it moving around that jungle, and you have to do something about it.
Well, Leafeon jumping on top of Blissey quickly. Elo peels out. Overlord still sitting in the middle. You said Pedal Dance Giga Train, and that is online, and 3 players lined up right in a row. It's a great recipe for success there. As the Umbreon gets a KO, and Inteleon quickly, Curios sent back to the respawn point, but Overlord's still hanging out. They want more action, and all the whole team's collapsing here. Big Blizzard A9 combination. A KO comes from it, but 3 back the other way.
Beautiful stuff there from Luminosity, right into the face of 2 Blizzard Avalanches. But that Giga Drain just able to keep Venusaur healthy. And at the same time, if you land your Giga Drain, you're reducing the amount of incoming damage to that Venusaur. So they're able to withstand that huge special attack damage from Alola Ninetales right there.
The fact that Overlord has just hit level 9 and the Zacian can go farm up in the middle of the map is a great start for LG and exactly what they drew up when they selected these Pokemon.
And here we have All Might. You can see them on that Blastoise. They are playing the rapid spin build right there. It's what I expected when I saw those special attack specs, that they were going to be looking to do some damage with their Blastoise. The only question is, when will they become a Blastoise? Because they are still level 7 right now while we have a Venusaur on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And look where Rin is. They're in the opposing central, just getting buffs and things. There's tons of pressure on in the middle, and finally Badshot kicks off and takes out Overlord. That's a good amount of experience into their hands. They're moving on to this Regirock, and they want it in a bad way. Are they going to be able to take it? Egg Bomb comes through, doesn't quite hit true, and Leafeon seals it up. They're getting on top of this goal zone, but Rin is huge, and they're going in. That big blade swirling around, chipping up 3, and Snowy's getting down real low, forcing out the Snow Globe coverage there, and now they need to just get out of dodge.
Yeah, as Curios is trying to chase this down using the Unite move there from Inteleon, not able to pick anything up there with the Snipe Shot, but they are able to push them away from this goal zone. LG still up right here, as we see Overlord just looking for more experience in this central area. Zacian as well, it has enough for an Intrepid Sword combo. It can jump in and do some serious damage to S8UL.
All Might back onto the goal zone. They are still struggling to find level 9, and running straight at 3 players from the other team is not a way to get it done. But Peyton to Badshot, though, they hit 3 players with that Blizzard Avalanche combination. Clefable able to close the door on 1, and if this whole team makes it out, Slow Beam on top of Snowy, they're going to make it out. They dart through. Nice little Moonlight pickup, and Rex is the last one. Truck and trailer, they get out, and that ended up being a good exchange for S8UL.
Yeah, that was great for S8UL. However, really nice positioning here. Obviously, after that goal zone goes down, Luminosity able to take this this top path, push that Regieleki down, and look at this map right here. It's lit up like Christmas. There are just yellow lights all over the place. Christmas probably has a few more lights than just yellow, but you get what I mean. All over the map, there's a ton of experience to pick up.
Historically, Christmas known for its yellow patterning. There you go,
Let
kid.
me
You
find
got
out
it.
if those are the
Snowy
Christmas
gets one.
colors. Hold on, I'm gonna look into it.
Snowy gets one KO on Curious, and now they're kind of caught out. Is there going to be the ability to close it out? Elo actually flips and goes coverage on Rin, tries to heal them up. Egg Bomb finally finds its mark, and the rest of SAUL are collapsing on their goal zone, trying to insulate a little bit. Big Bert and Anger right in the middle, forces out the Snow Globe as well. Blitz Assistance actually hits Slash, and now Jashin's trying to go in. They're trying to chop them up. They've got one. Can they get another one? They're going to peel back to the Berry. 2 players down for SAUL, and they're looking to score. The Dart comes through. KO Shrikadu. Rin getting it done, and this goal zone is gone.
Really nice stuff there from Luminosity as they get some massive KOs right here. Hearing from production, Christmas is green and red? What? No, come on. Since when? It's yellow lights, guys. I'm sorry, but sometimes our production team is trolling me. Really nice stuff here from Luminosity, though. Up on the scoreboard, winning some big fights, and I gotta say, I really wondered what that Zashin was gonna look like from Rin, and it is a thing of beauty so far.
Yeah, already level 12, biggest thing on the map, and it's been a long time since we've seen Rin outpace Overlord in terms of level. They actually taken a back seat on this team and be more of like the attack support role, or excuse me, attack damage support role there, and really putting the pressure on here. They're getting in the central area. I think that Leafeon Unite was actually forced out there, and now they have to leverage this big catch-up experience right into the hands of All Might, though.
Yeah, really nice stuff, and you can see All Might has been taking their time, making sure that they can get all the experience they need. Level 13, a massive break point for Venusaur and Blastoise. Both of them get a huge power spike, and both of them are looking for it as we see a Unite move coming out here from Overlord. Stuck right there in the mean look. Are they going to be able to get out of here, or do they want to keep fighting this as we see a Blastoise Unite and a Alolan Ninetales Unite, and they're continuing to push on Overlord, but can anybody KO this thing as they're still pushing, and it is still up. The Rapid Spin doesn't find the KO. Wow, just will not go down.
That fight goes 110% on the back of Elo. They are the only reason Overlord never went down, and that was a breaking point in this match, potentially in my book, because getting that KO for SAUL would have been massive.
Yeah, that would have been a huge KO. They just were not able to pick it up right there. And you can see how aggressive Overlord is playing now on this Venusaur. It should be about level 14 by this end fight, which is a huge moment. Nice snipe shot, but no, Alolan Ninetales. I swear the MVP of this tournament so far might be Alolan Ninetales. Right up there with Lapras. Just so many big plays from these Pokemon as SAUL secures Regieleki, and it puts him in a position to possibly take a fight here in the bottom path.
Yeah, really a great performer since May. We've been looking at his Alolan Ninetales, and it's really just kind of kept pace and been able to keep up with these new Pokemon being released and perform well. SAUL, despite knowing that there's multiple players dealing with the Regieleki, not willing to commit to the basement Reggie, setting up for that big Ray fight.
Yeah, I think they don't want to feed this Venusaur any more experience. It is level 13. We just had Blastoise tick over to level 13 as well. We can see the Zacian has a ton of Eos energy in its pocket, which means it can move in there and take a big fight right now. The only question is who is going to kick this thing off, as the match is still incredibly close, but SAUL Esports is down right now. They need to make a move, but they'd be making a move on the world champ here, who's trying to defend their title in Yokohama. Right now, both teams just kind of dancing like it's middle school across the gymnasium from each other, waiting to see who's going to start this thing, as we see 6 points go in from SAUL in the top path.
That was an int. That was a big time int. Zashin is smothering that Leafeon. They're all on top of him. That's a quick time KO, but that's KO back the other way. Okay, they can leverage this. One player down on each side. Is this the fight they want to take? All of a sudden, the gas is on. The gas is on. They get a KO on the Clefable. There's no support there. 2 players down. They're flipping the script. They're chasing SAUL. Bad Shaw's on the chopping block, and Overlord has them in their sights. Turn into Jurassic Park. We eating good. 2 down. Slash sees the Umbreon, and they're going to pivot hard. They're actually pivoting onto the Rayquaza and get some damage and see if you can leash anybody else in. The score lead
is in the hands of SAUL. Here's All Might spinning to win right in the middle of this team. This Rayquaza is getting chunked, and Slash is buying all the time in the world. Finally, SAUL cracks the code. They get into the middle. They're going for the engagement. Moonlight comes out. A little bit of Razor Leaf Magic. Hydrogen Typhoon kicks up 3. Is there enough eggs in the bank to get Overlord going? The spin to win is still fading back to the left side, and the rest of the team collapses. Snowy goes down again. One player down, and this fight is still raging on. There's 28 seconds left. Luminosity's on top of this Rayquaza. It's about half HP. 20 seconds. We're looking to rush. SAUL's all in the middle. This is going to be a flip scenario. Everybody's in the middle, going to throw their moves. We're at about 10%. We're going to see who gets it. LG gets it. They need to scramble and score. They've got the shields. They've got the look in their eyes, and they can get it done right here. Spraggles, get those burgers in.
Wow, Luminosity barely taking that match in the last seconds right there. As you said, an absolute flip situation. SAUL, what a devastating final moment for them, as they looked like they actually had LG on the ropes.
That is the on the ropes. They uppercut him so hard they were barely balancing on top and just happened to fall back into the ring feet first and find a way to win this thing. SAUL just showed the world what India's all about, and you got to give them every ounce of credit that they deserve. They just took the current world champions to the wire.
Yeah, they took them to the wire right there, and honestly, if you're Luminosity, you can see it in their faces. You do not feel good about that victory. Of course, you want the win right there, but that was a nail biter, to say the least. That could have gone either way right there. What an amazing secure. I believe it was Slash that was able to get the final hit there on that Rayquaza. But wow, cutting it close, Luminosity.
Cutting it close indeed, and I'll be honest, if ELO wasn't playing one of the games of their life on that Blissey, they don't even have a chance to win that game. That Overlord exchange that we were talking about, that they won kind of in the late stages, about the 4-minute mark, that was breaking point number 1. Breaking point number 2 is at the Rayquaza, and they were on the brink of breaking if it wasn't for ELO.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. You take a look at Luminosity, got 101,000 damage on Overlord, and of course, a lot of that was because, like you said, of ELO. I gotta say, the Alola Ninetales looking amazing on the side of SAUL that entire match. Same thing with the Clefable. Really, really impressive stuff here from SAUL. I mean, a heartbreaker of a finish for this team. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here.
Big moments indeed. Kicking it off here, we had a nice little KO on top of, in the hands of SAUL, but this was the moment that just pivoted, and this is the Overlord really leveling up here. This would allow them to get level 9 super early before the first objective.
Yeah, and that was massive. However, they did pick up a huge KO on it, so they actually had a lot of opportunities to take down Overlord in some of these big fights. We see later that does not happen. They throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, all the yellow Christmas lights, taking everything off the house, but they were not able to shut it down as this match goes on, and that's obviously exactly what Luminosity was looking for here. However, we saw some huge moments from SAUL. As we'll see here in a second, they peel off and make a big score, put themselves ahead at Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. What I thought was going to be an in scenario, we were going for the score, Snowy gets caught, but actually the Zacian gets KO'd because All Might was peeling up for the support there. And that brings us to this on the brink scenario that we're talking about. This turns into an absolute cluster, Spraggles.
Yeah, amazing stuff right here. Obviously, there are more members of Luminosity there. It's a weighted flip, if you will. But at the same time, I mean, that's just such a stressful moment for the squad. The MVP, Overlord on the Venusaur. And that is not a Beamasaur. That was a Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur here. The item's actually a little different from what we saw. They switched out the choice specs, Slick Spoon, I believe, for the Rapid Fire Scarf and the Focus Band right here. Obviously more of what you see when you're in the middle of those fights and you're brawling so intensely like Overlord loves to do.
Well, Overlord may have been on the graphic, but I give it to ELO. Let's get a Group G update here as we take a look where we're at. SAUL pretty much eliminated here 0-2. Time to Shine 1-0, LG 1-0, and that is LG's first step to trying to take down this group.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. Luminosity is going to go up against Time to Shine, and that is going to decide who is going to move forward in this group. We've got an interview ready on stage right now with Kello and Overlord. Let's send it on over to him.
I am
here with Overlord from Luminosity, the player of the match from last game, and I think multiple times as well. But obviously, Overlord being back on the world stage, how does that feel to be here for the second time?
Oh yeah, it feels great to be back. I could definitely tell we felt a little bit of nerves, from last year, but I think, as the tournament goes on, we'll get more confident, and I think we'll be right back to where we were last year at Worlds, hopefully winning again Grand Final. So.
Yes, definitely just a warm-up, right? But I need to know, obviously there are a lot more teams here this year. Are there any teams in particular you cannot wait to verse?
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited to play against some of the EU teams like Nouns, Talibobo. Nouns obviously played against last year in the Grand Finals. They're a good team, and Tally is regarded as one of the favorites to win this whole thing, so I think it would be really good to play them in the Grand Finals and hopefully take them down.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Thank you so much, Overlord. We cannot wait to see the next matchup that you have against Time to Shine as well. But we are going to throw it to a quick break, so sit tight and we'll be back soon.
Nice move there. Now Gatlu and Redball and Rubber all focusing on the Zapdos. Just starting to come off of respawn though. IX Gaming needs to win another team fight and another one after that. But this time it's from Overlord.
Steals it again. Undefeated. The best team in the world. And here we are live in Yokohama, Japan for the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And I hope you are hyped at home because we are going to be watching a match that will be deciding this group between Time to Shine and Luminosity. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, joined by the one and only Kellosaurus. Hello, Kello, how you doing?
Hello, Spraggles. It is good to be here beside you, but you know what? These two teams behind us side by side, Time to Shine versus Luminosity. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait to see this match.
I know, it's going to be incredible. Interesting story. The teams behind us really are this small. They are not far away. We shrink them down so that they can compete. Is it controversial? Of course it is, but that's what we do here at the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Now, obviously, both these teams looked pretty great into S8UL earlier, but I have to say, Luminosity kind of coming through that by the skin of their teeth. It's pretty wild that they're going to be running into Time to Shine, who actually I think looked a little bit better against them on our B stage.
Look, anything can happen. These teams, they're just warming up, right? Luminosity, they've only had their first set. It just depends how this next match goes. But here we have Group G. Obviously, we have Luminosity from the NA region, Time to Shine from EU region, and SAUL Esports. They have lost both of their games.
I gotta say, S8UL looked so incredible here. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker for India because they are such an amazing team. But of course, they are going up against two Titans right there, Luminosity and Time to Shine. Taking a look at Time to Shine right here, coming out of the gate, getting a big win to start their day. And they've looked incredible throughout the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here, but they've always been that team that just can't seem to crawl past that fourth place inside of their group. And of course, EU is a stacked region.
Oh, it is definitely stacked indeed. Obviously, we have Nouns Esports coming in second last year. So, wonder how well the EU region will end up doing this year. But I must say, I have a bit of a soft spot here for Time to Shine. But let's focus on Luminosity. Obviously, we just spectated their last game. We do have Elo, Overlord, Kyrios, Slash, and Rin just to jog your memories.
Yeah, of course, Luminosity, your world champions from last year. They are back. They are looking to repeat this thing. It would be a massive accomplishment for them to somehow make it back to the grand finals and win this whole thing again, cementing them as the best team in Pokemon Unite once again. But they have to get through Time to Shine right now as we head into our draft phase.
You could say Time to Shine is that Snorlax block. You know, can you get past it? I don't know. It's quite a good block.
We're going to have to see if Luminosity has the Poke Flute and it can wake that thing up so they can move on from this group. Whoever wins this, once again, is going to be moving on to the top 8 tomorrow on our championship Saturday. We see the ban from Time to Shine, Blissey. Very, very targeted ban right here as Luminosity is banning out this Lapras. Lapras has just been insane today.
It has definitely been insane, not only tanking the damage, but dishing out the damage as well. Otherwise, it looks like Lunda has picked up the Inteleon for their first pick. We'll have to wait and see what LG end up choosing for these next two Pokemon.
Yeah, they've got a lot of great options, and boom, boom, back-to-back defenders right here. Umbreon and Slowbro, and now that Lapras is gone, Time to Shine is sort of, well, I wouldn't say scraping the bottom of the barrel, but definitely scraping the mid part of a tier list, looking for a defender right here, as they actually decide to lock in a supporter, Clefable, and possibly the big tree.
Oh, it is the big tree. Can it stand nice and tall against these other two defenders? Otherwise, we do have Venusaur being picked up once again by Overlord. Obviously, picking up that Petal Dance. I thought it was going to Venusaur, but no. Petal Dance out of nowhere. There we go.
You see, Overlord, he's not a guy who just needs to follow the trends. Oh, everyone's playing Venusaur, so I might as well also. No, he is ready to get in there, get his hands dirty, start doing some Petal Dancing and some Giga Draining. However, he could be moving over to the Venusaur build here in this match as we see Time to Shine here locking in a Gardevoir. First one we've seen on broadcast today, but not the first Espeon we've seen today. It has looked pretty good all day.
All right, hold up. 3 defenders? Oh my gosh, I think we need to pass it on over. I don't know, what do you think about this? 3 defenders, no supporters?
I'm going to try to count it out right here. 1, 2. Yep, 3 of them right there. That is going to be a huge front line for Luminosity. We're going to see if there's anything Time to Shine can do about it right here as we get ready to head into our match. Again, this thing decides a lot. It's deciding who is moving on to our top 8 tomorrow. We're going to send this thing over to the incredible Zoinks and Wonder Chef to cast this game. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, analysts. Wow, what a draft we are looking at for game number 1 of Wonder Chef. And may I remind everyone that whoever wins this game is headed into tomorrow's top 8 bracket. That is how important this game is.
That's right. They had to bring in the big boys for this, you know. Sprinkles, Doop, Snacks, they got their time, but it's our time here. And this is our first, I would say, not only technically, well, I wouldn't call it elimination match. It's whatever the opposite is. Our first qualifying match. There we go. That's the word we're looking for. Oh, we got everybody excited out there. Nakugashi, but that's the soft and fluffy. Those feel amazing, by the way. They were in the Poké Center. I'm so excited for this. I think this draft was also a really interesting one to start off. We got a 3 special attacker comp versus a triple defender comp.
Yeah, it really seems like Time to Shine is leaning into that front-to-back strategy. They see that gigantic front line of Luminosity Gaming. They are instead going to be trying to just deal that damage from the front line slowly but surely and cut through those huge HP bars.
All right, well, here we go. Time to Shine on the left, Luminosity on the right. Game number 1 of the set to decide who makes it to the finals bracket on day number 2. Overlord is going to be in that center area with the Bulbasaur. And now I actually didn't get a chance to see what the items were, but I'm interested if we are going to see the same build that we saw in that previous game of the last set, or if we might see a switch over to Venusaur. I'm sure there's a level of ability playing both.
I think at this strategy, you can't play Venusaur, especially when your only supporter is Umbreon with Wish. If that's your only source of healing, I think you need to go into that Giga Drain, Petal Dance combination. Of course, rushing into the backline won't be an easy task. However, if you get in there, that Venusaur is going to have a big impact. Level 5 Overlord coming up for this first round of Altaria Swablues, as this clear was actually exceptionally quick for the Venusaur.
That's right, yeah. There's actually a little bit of a rotation down, actually. Kind of going for the, I'm going to show myself here and then maybe get the quick rotation. So we'll see if they're actually ready for that. We are splitting now both the center area Pokemon going to different paths, and they are going to be trying to confirm that. Ooh, yeah, there was a little bit of EXP gained on the side of Time to Shine. We saw the evolution, but oh no, not able to escape the triple stack down here. And yeah, look at this, just trying to get the berry, trying to stay up, and that was honestly a cool little maneuver.
Yeah, very, very solid play there from Luminosity Gaming, showing in one path and then rotating to the other. And of course, I think the most important effect of that is Gecko Kami is not at level 5. Stuck on that level 4, a very important spot right there.
Oh, trying to get the pick here on the Espeon. It looked like that was going to be it. That was actually a really smart choice to not overcommit right there, as it would have been a very easy turnaround. But in the end, they might be able to escape. Ran with the great manual dodge there on the side strike. But oh no, that was actually a pretty, I'm sorry, side strike. But that was a really scary situation for honestly both sides. It seemed like both were about to get one Pokemon picked, but you can tell just how good these teams are at being able to know exactly their limits without overextending.
And Luminosity has to in this competition, right? Again, the support play is just not going to be there. You are going all in on this defender tanky strategy, and healing just doesn't exist. So if you go too far, then Time to Shine is just going to bounce back and win a team fight in the other direction. Of course, they can rely on Ware's incredible healing play with the Clefable to outlast some of these team fights. Rin almost getting one stack in, but they need to bail again on such low HP.
Oh, trying to get just little bits of damage here and there. There have been a really surprising. It is beam. Yeah, wow. Okay, so again, showing that level of flexibility that we know from Overlord, not only able to flex different Pokemon, but being able to flex different builds within those Pokemon. So, I mean, hey, you gotta expect something like that from what is considered maybe the best player in the world, or at least up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the best players in the world, can we talk about Elo's support play a little bit? Playing this Umbreon in this Wish build that we haven't seen too much on broadcast as of yet. yet. However, that effect, of course, is some great healing, but do not forget about the damage reduction that you have on basically a 5-second cooldown. Time to Shine with some early presence, getting a defensive area around this Regirock with only Slash here to provide vision on the objective.
Oh no, there's a chance for a steal here, but they're not going to be able to get it. And this is a little bit of a late engage on the side of Luminosity. It looks like, again, neither team taking the advantage there to try and start a fight. This has been such a safe game. They are just fighting for all of that neutral EXP, nobody overextending. I feel like this has been one of the lowest KO games this far into the game that we've seen all day.
We're watching an LG game. We're watching an LG game, and this is what we are looking at so far. Kind of crazy. Overlord has hit 9, though, so the experience race definitely looking pretty good for them. Where is pushed back by that foul play. However, they are able to escape it. Curious with a big engage. Going to go down to that Electro Ball, and finally LG is on the KO board.
All right, at least there. I mean, I think they did get at least that one earlier where they took down the Trevenant, but oh no, the turnaround as well. It's going to be Umbreon going down, but there's just so much damage on both sides. You cannot even stand on your own base or you are in trouble here. The range damage can be significant. I mean, this is just damage versus such a tanky team. So honestly, even if they don't do that much damage, they're doing a lot of damage based on the time to shine comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all about these interesting one-on-one matchups. Amnesia makes Slash able to outlive that side shot. Regirock about down to half HP. Big SP on the way off to bring everybody up in the air. Clefable's close combat does not land on anyone, and now Regirock is going to become the main objective focus. Venusaur grabs it with the Solar Beam, and it's going to be headed towards that tier number 1.
It looks like they didn't mind letting that go as much. There was the opportunity to steal, like maybe with the Gardevoir pushing up, but they would rather just not take that risk. Ooh, a big Unite there from the Umbreon, but that's going to go in. This would be a strange time to try and counter-engage. They've got some damage, but they've actually got the Trevenant coming from the back. Even I didn't see that. That's going to be a little bit of insulation from this Umbreon, but I don't think it's going to be able to pick off anybody before it goes down. So that was, in fact, a great counter-engage. Gek coming in from the sneakiest spot possible. It's going to be 5 points down in the bottom tier 2 as well. Not going to be that big of a deal, but we are going to start getting to these objective spots.
Aggressive little play there by Curios, wanting to outplay Gex, just a check button directly into the tall grass, as making that their option. Rin with a great split push to get yet another stack on those special attack specs. Blastoise with those numbers is going to be doing absurd amount of damage with that Unite move in conjunction in these final fights. It's going to be very important. Now, we talk about that last team fight where they were able to score a little bit thanks to that Regirock. They did get a few knockouts. Time to Shine got a few knockouts into LG. However, I think score is going to be so important in this game so far. It has been a very slow scoring game, as I say that. Time to Shine reigns in some points over the top path, but a great little defense there by Elo in what I think is going to be a very important numbers game.
Right, I agree. I think 200 is kind of the level you need, but there we go. We're going to get the Unite from behind. Overlord coming in, trying to clean up at least one more. We're getting beamed. Not going to quite be enough, especially with that healing, but that's more than enough to at least prevent Time to Shine from scoring in that tier 1. Both tier 1 still up, which is good for them. There is the opportunity for a pretty good level of overdunk. However, they don't have the opportunity. We're at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The levels are not too far apart, but like you mentioned, the score, 150 scoreline difference is big. 200 is that point where you really kind of almost have to win Ray or have a super huge team wipe regardless. So you're essentially winning the Ray fight. So they are starting to just about get there where even backcaps won't mean anything.
And look at this incredible support play from Elo and Slash. The Umbreon and Slowbro are pushed up so far in their individual paths just for vision. They're giving so much information over towards the rest of the team of LG, and Time to Shine is kind of held in place, not able to push too far forward while being unseen. So good rotation there by Luminosity. We're getting a bit of an engage, a Surf Knock scores 2, and Elo tries to grab another, and a great Solar Beam from Overlord to capitalize on another one. Big knockout there.
Ooh, and some extra damage in. Now, that is going to be big because that's building up space to secure this Regirock. They are burning it pretty quick, though, so assuming they don't delay it a little bit longer, this should be able to be dealt with before this final 2-minute mark. It's just going to be whether they're going to let it in, whether they're going to take the time to try to burn it down. It looks like there might be some priority going down to this basement Regirock.
Yeah, I was going to say, but timing is so important with this, right? If Time to Shine dedicates any resources to stopping the Regirock, it means they don't have all hands on deck for this basement Regi fight. Slash able to outlast a lot of that damage damage, but they go down to the side shock. Great little play there from Shelvin to find that knockout, but they hit brought down so low, and Elo finds that knockout. Registeel is now as good as Luminosity Gaming's. They're going to be headed into the final stretch with a huge attack buff.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna have enough time to take this out within the last 4 seconds. That is gigantic. I do like the fact that we saw Gek back up to make sure that it wasn't a double KO there, giving him even more of an advantage. But we gotta look, Levelist, highest level in the game, is going to be that Inteleon. That is going to be Lunder. That needs to be dealt with. Cannot just allow to be dealing damage from the back. And look at this, almost a little bit of a pick. Rin in an unfortunate spot, not gonna be fully taken down. In fact, moving forward again, a little bit of a risky choice. We've got 2 members as well of Luminosity up in these top tall grass.
As long as you don't go into that corridor, it's great positioning. As soon as you're there, you're being subject to a Trevenant or maybe even a Gardevoir Unite, but if you hold out, you get that information. Slash goes down though, big engage there by the Espeon and Trevenant together. Gek takes a lot of damage from the Solar Beam, but they're able to be pushed out. Rin tries to engage on 3 of them. Unite move knocks up 2. Overlord with a great capitalization from range. That Solar Beam combos along with a double Solar Beam. Overlord eject buttons, and again, LG is starting to cook.
Oh no, only Lunder left. Can't even get this last hit on Overlord. And at this point, they know, LG knows that they don't need to even take this Ray. They've got the ability for the back caps. They know that they can outmaneuver everybody who's up on Time to Shine left. There's less than 1 minute. I mean, Time to Shine maybe can try to get back in, try to get the Ray for this comeback. It's not looking super great. However, the score didn't actually increase at all for Luminosity. So this is going to be a re-engage, and already we're going to see Slowbro going down.
Yeah, Slash does go down there, and they had their Unite move as well, so no Slowbro Unite move on the other side. However, Elo does. They steal a lot of that Buddy Barrier shielding that Ware just created with their own Unite move. So great counter Unite to try to shut down that initial engage. Rin with a great surf to isolate 2 members of the team, and Curios tries to double up on that by splitting them with their own Unite, and they find the knockout onto Hawk.
Oh, and actually the Umbreon wasn't able to score because of the Gardevoir defense on the bottom tier 2. There are some potential big scores going in here, but no! Actually, Lunder taking out Curios. That is gigantic. This should be the 50 in the very last moments. I don't know if there's enough. They might need more down in the bottom tier 1, and I don't know if they were able to get it.
Time to Shine have certainly made this a little bit closer. We'll have to wait for that final scoreline to see the result as it climbs up and see how these teams react. But in the end, it is going to be Luminosity Gaming holding on to their lead.
Wow, yes, just barely actually. That was as close as it gets. If there was just even a little bit more going into that bottom tier 1, that could have been it. An extremely close game. There's a reason why both these teams are 1-0 in this so far.
Absolutely. Well, let's send it over to our analysts to break this game down. Spraggles and Kello, take it away.
Wow, what a nail biter, Kello. I mean, incredible stuff here. Obviously, Time to Shine behind a lot of that game. This looked like textbook Luminosity, but right there at the end, very, very close.
Oh, very, very close indeed. And considering they didn't even end up securing a Rayquaza to be able to shoot up right at the end and, you know, to know what is going to happen is incredible. But obviously, Luminosity, they held their ground. They were able to win that match.
Yeah, Luminosity looking really, really solid there. Obviously, we saw some incredible moments in the end there from that Solar Venusaur. Obviously, Overlord can really play any type of Venusaur that they would like to. Taking a look at some of our damage numbers, 113,000 from Overlord. Pretty light performance from Overlord, I would have to say. But I mean, looking at it across the board, really nice stuff all over from Time to Shine. They just couldn't seem to crack through that tough exterior of Luminosity.
No, it was honestly at its breaking point right there, but they were just not able to get that final push.
Let's take a look at some of the big moments from game number 1 right here between these two teams. Again, Time to Shine, Luminosity. Luminosity, if they win 1 more of these, they are going to move forward to our top 8 tomorrow. Obviously, a lot of teams would expect Luminosity to make it to the top 8. Time to Shine still looking pretty good here in game number 1, and they could shut them down.
Look, it's all about being able to shine, right? They still have a chance to make a comeback, and we've seen a fair few round 3 situations, so whether they're going to be able to flip it around and we might end up getting another round 3. But you can obviously see that LG being able to lock down most of those objectives for that match and just put up the defenses.
Yeah, LG just looking incredible throughout this game. You could say it was their time to Luminosity. Dang it, screwed that up.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, should have been time to shine, I think, actually. And yeah, just huge moments here. Obviously, this was the big fight, and you saw a massive moment here from the Solar Beam Venusaur, pushing them out. The Unite move from Blastoise, Unite move from Venusaur into a huge Solar Beam right here. Really started to seal it up for the side of Luminosity. Here we have Time to Shine pushing back in and then realizing there's really no time left. They have to make a score happen. We see the Mew peel up to that top path, but they were able to, even after getting KO'd, they were still able to keep their point lead right here. Luminosity up 1. Curios with the MVP on the Mew.
Look, it makes sense. You have that double beam secure there. It was insane just seeing them pivot around each other and get those snipe shots. It was spectacular. But obviously, having those double specs, you got to be able to see off in the distance, right?
Yeah, if you have 2 pairs of glasses, you either are seeing extremely well or something horrible is going on, and it looks like it's working out pretty well here for Luminosity as they move into game number 2. Obviously, they have this tanky front line, and then behind it, like you said, just this incredible volley of ranged attack, and it was really difficult for Time to Shine to do anything about it throughout most of the match.
Now, we've obviously mentioned it. There is a lot on the line for Time to Shine. They have to collaborate together. What are they going to do this next match?
Yeah. Everything comes down to this for Time to Shine. They need to win 2 in a row against Luminosity, the current world champions of Pokemon Unite. Obviously, Luminosity looking to shut this thing down, looking to prove that those games against S8UL earlier, they were just shaking off some of the cobwebs right here as we head into game number 2. They want to take this 2-0 and start prepping for tomorrow.
Look, this makes sense. Ban those defenders, Slowbro and Lapras, and I predict possibly Umbreon being picked up, but no Curios. He's gone for the Inteleon, and I must say, this is such an incredible Pokemon that we have seen shine today.
Yeah, Inteleon's been really amazing, and there are some moments where it absolutely is game-changing. It's been interesting to me to see so much of the snipe shot Inteleon, not because it's bad, but just because when you happen to miss one of these pivotal snipe shots, you go from a liquidation that would have done a lot of damage to a snipe shot that does 0 damage. So I'm interested to see what teams decide to do with this Pokemon that is without question a powerhouse, especially early with some of the best secure in the game.
Look, we are in the house of pro players here. Spraggles, all right. Yes, we might miss some shots, but I think a lot of the time they're going to end up getting them. But look at this. We have seen it. Comfey and Urshifu duo just running at you, cannot escape.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult to deal with. And yeah, you're right. We're in the house of pro players, and you miss 100% of the snipe shots you don't take. But at the same time, you hit liquidation every single time, no matter what. So, hey, I think if Wayne Gretzky knew he was going to hit every single shot, he'd say, what am I doing? I'm going to keep using that one.
I don't know, but look at this. We do have Overlord that has locked in that triple-headed bird. Definitely one of your favorites.
Absolutely.
And Slash has picked up that Trevenant.
Yeah, this is a really good draft here, it looks like, from Luminosity. We have some unusual picks on the side of Time to Shine, I would say. You know, Blastoise proving to be pretty popular in this tournament so far. Leafeon's had some ups and downs as well. But, of course, they got that Umbreon very, very early. This feels like a almost classic Luminosity setup, and we're going to have to see what Time to Shine can do about it. We're going to send this thing over to the Wonder Zoinks and the Zoinks Chef to be casters. Boy, I didn't make that one work.
I'm pretty sure my name just got said twice, which I'll take, I suppose. I'm a big fan of that one. Wonder Chef, we have a very interesting draft, and I think Spraggle said it best. We are looking at a classic LG game right now.
We are. They got everything that they love. This is going to be definitely a great game for them, starting off like just as far as their feeling, you know, like how their just comfort is going to take them far in this one. But on the other side, it is a very interesting comp coming out of Time to Shine.
Yeah.
It's definitely very different than what they've been playing, not only just different Pokemon, but some different roles kind of splitting around as well. Now, my big question is, are we going to see the mean look from the Umbreon to maybe try and counter a little bit of that drill mobility, or is it going to be changing? I mean, there's so many options.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting how Gek wants to play this specific matchup as well, because I think the Unite move is going to be one of the most pivotal ones. Of course, Umbreon stealing away shields. Rin on this Urshifu is going to love to create as many as they possibly can. Taking that one away is going going to be huge. However, my questions around Time to Shine's composition are going to rely on the Blastoise and the Venusaur. These are two very late-game scaling Pokemon, and Luminosity has an extremely strong early-game composition. At the 7-minute point to maybe the 4-minute point, it is going to be tough sledding for Time to Shine to try to make their comp work.
Yeah, they've got a really weak early comp, and then a really strong power spike. It's about as strong as you can get, and then everything changes from there. So these are going to be some very different phases of this game overall, I would say. Currently, nothing super big. It looks like we're just trying to get some stacks in. That's going to be very effective. Double stacks potentially in this path right now, as we're going to see this Squirtle really get bullied. You know, not really be able to defend all that much against this onslaught, and the ability to just so freely farm stacks here for Luminosity, I think that's also very much in their favor.
I mean, the early game is just looking so good for them already. I mean, they have Dodrio and Urshifu. We've only hit that 8:45-minute mark. We already are scaling so well. Bottom path going a little bit tougher, taking a bit longer for that one, and Time to Shine with a pretty intelligent push down there. However, Overlord Reason is going to try to join this team fight. Gets mean looked and actually can't chase down their initial target. They had a choice between two, and when you choose other than Umbreon, sometimes you get stuck.
Oh, that was an excellent eject button. Not going to be able to fully chase down, I don't believe. But I mean, not in that exact moment. Of course, the fact that you're going all the way back towards the enemy home base, eventually you're going to get caught. But that was at least a really good way to delay a large amount of time, a large amount of EXP from that Inteleon, or not even Inteleon quite yet. And here we go. Oh, look at this. A little bit of a fight here. Slash just trying to get out of there. They actually don't try to confirm that. They say, hey, there's more than enough taking us.
Well, with just Razor Leaf available, it's not going to be too easy to get that knockout. They haven't quite hit that Solar Beam level, which again, this late game focus from Time to Shine is truly putting a lot of pressure on their team. Score-wise, though, they found some ways to make some early dunks happen, which is looking pretty good. I'm looking specifically at Shelvin on this Blastoise to have a big swing into the late game, and if they can get to that 9 quickly, they'll be in a lot better of a spot. Overlord goes in, gets out of there, and immediately tries to avoid the Solar Blade damage.
I do have to say, we haven't seen very many Solar Blades land. We've seen a lot of the charged versions rather than the full chloroform ones. Oh no, that is going to be already some huge picks right here. That is going to be everybody up on the top path going down. That is a huge lead. Look at these level differences. A level 10 already on this Dodrio, and the next highest on the other side is 7.
What do we say, Wonder Chef? Classic LG game right now. I mean, they are looking fantastic in these first steps of the game. Time to Shine hasn't really found a foothold whatsoever. First objective of the game could change that, though. They have a pretty decent secure with Venusaur and Leafeon Solar Blade, so some chances to earn some team-wide experience are definitely available.
That's right. They do have to completely, I don't know, that's a great way to fight back in. That's really what they should be focusing on, I think. Of course, the spacing already is so strong on the side of LG, and they don't need that many people to even be the one spacing. The mean look is good, but we are going to see the tri-attack, which is going to honestly make that mean look counter not as strong. Look at this. It's just going to be the duo of the Dodrio and the Comfey spacing aggressively as just two members of LG take out that first base.
Yeah, great play there from Luminosity Gaming. They have now broken 2 goal zones. Curios is the one caught in the meat look, but with that Unite move, they are doing so much damage. So many critical hits coming in for Curios and company. We are going to be able to try to outlast a lot of that damage, but not quite enough. They retreat all the way back to base, and some huge dunks are going to be happening for LG as the scoreline climbs higher and higher.
Oh, this is looking like LG's game right now. They have taken every objective. They have taken a gigantic lead. Now, the real big question here is, can Time to Shine fight their way back in? We're only at the 5-minute, 40-second mark. There's plenty of time for them to get a lot of EXP back, and we've seen this, especially we were watching the TTV match earlier, the first match of the day. There is a great opportunity to make these comebacks if you can stay safe, maybe just get one really good pick on Overlord, seeing like maybe an overextension or something. That could be all you need.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, though, right? I mean, you have Elo giving them the support on that Comfey. You get too close and you get Grass Knot, you are in a tough spot as well, which it's really cool to see these players in these offline environments choosing Grass Knot quite a bit. Really liking the feel of that move as of recently. Some good aggressive positioning from LG, taking over that halfway point of the map. making sure they have as much vision as possible. The Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam combination is powerful, but they got to make sure they line it up perfectly as Dodrio finds a 1v1 knockout into the Venusaur. Great play from Overlord.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, you are not going to be able to get any mileage there. And on the backside as well, we saw Auk on the Leafeon try to get a pick on Inteleon, and it just wasn't quite there. So a lot of opportunities here. Time to Shine trying to take them, which is very commendable, but the strength of Luminosity's team right now is just so far ahead. Level 13 on the Dodrio, and almost everybody just levels ahead of their counterpart.
Yeah, and we talked so much about Overlord. We cannot leave Rin out of this conversation either. 12 on that Urshifu, and if you're watching closely to the minimap in these early games, that Blastoise was held down to level 6, level 7 for so long, thanks to that amazing top path presence of Rin on this Pokemon. So great shutdown in terms of defense and offense. LG really is finding a ways to win this game, and currently Rin is actually pushing towards the enemy's home goal zone to just score again.
Almost unnecessary at this point. Everybody else converging up in the top path, trying to get this Regieleki. At this point, it wouldn't even do all that much, I think, on the side of Time to Shine. They really do need to start fighting back for these points, but there we go. Big initiation, and once again, Venusaur going down, almost always the first one to go down. Leafeon as well, Fable following every single Pokemon up there, going down. That's going to spread the lead to almost 400 points.
Luminosity Gaming has currently learned that if they win this game, they go to top 8, and have certainly found a new form in this tournament that we have not seen quite yet. They are beating one of EU's best, 428 to 30 right now. And like we said before, if Luminosity wins this game, they are going to be advancing to tomorrow's top 8 bracket.
They just got every single Pokemon that they wanted. This Regieleki is going to go in the favor of Time to Shine, but that's going to not go that far as trying to even this up. They should be able to get a little bit of an overdunk. They've actually going to be able to get a little bit more, and hey, they almost got that pick right there. That would have been big, but I don't even know how much of an overdunk they really got. They're still behind by just under 400 points. It's all going to come down to this Rayquaza. There's truly no other option for Time to Shine, and LG absolutely knows that.
And it's more than just an objective secure, right? At this point in time with a score line like this, you need to not only knock out that major objective, but you also need to wipe out the entire enemy team to take away any chance they have to score the other direction. Luminosity Gaming currently has an ironclad grip on this lead, and they actually knock out Shelvin as well. They are going to have a very short respawn timer, seeing as Luminosity Gaming has had such a great game so far, but they will be coming on the back foot for this final fight.
This is a Luminosity classic. They're so far forward in the enemy central area. They're making sure to cut off everybody before they even get a chance to regroup and try to fight their way back in this. Look, as Rin in a potential scoring position. Curios perfectly getting vision on Rayquaza, but here we go. It's all of Time to Shine trying to fight their way through. This is where the first initiation is really going to have to happen, and they're actually going to be able to try to take down Overlord, but can even the entire team of Time to Shine take them down? That combo is not looking stoppable right now. Still staying up, still the target of everything. That's 2 down, 4 down, 1 more to go, and that's going to be it. But coming all the way back to base, denying the Penta, that's going to be regardless of Ray. That's going to be a game win, and that's going to be our first team qualifying for the finals bracket on day 2.
What an incredible showing from LG. From front to back in this final game at number 2, they have looked amazing. This Dodrio Comfey combination looking completely unstoppable, and then Rin really shutting down every comeback chance that Time to Shine had, in my opinion. What an amazing game. Slash's Trevenant, it literally looked un-KOable in that game as well.
Oh, yeah.
Every single team fight, it's coming away with just fractions of HP. Time to Shine putting on a pretty solid show in that game number 1, but let's face it, in game number 2, that was all LG.
It was. Look, this is a great, honestly, on a great near team wipe, but oh my gosh, they're actually coming back in and just continue the fight. I was going to say, even if they got a full team wipe on Luminosity at this point, I know we're calling this game like it's over, but that's because it is. If you had 100 Aeos points in Aeos energy in every single pocket of every single member of Time to Shine, and they all scored, you would still lose by 300 points.
Yep. The current reigning world champions are going to be moving on to the top 8 bracket. yet again. Wow, it's pretty amazing to see our champions having a great performance yet again, and they're going to have a chance at a second title. Time to Shine going to be heading home. However, LG going to be moving on. What is he? Ring can't believe it. He's shocked they won.
Can we get a round of applause for our first qualified team? We're going to be seeing more of them tomorrow, fighting their way again to repeat their win, their victory at Worlds. But also a hand for Time to Shine, fought extremely well. A tough group to be in, but they represented their region very well. Same thing with SAUL Esports. I got to talk about them too.
I was just going to say SAUL Esports putting on an amazing show, pushing Luminosity and Time to Shine to the edge of their seat in some final moments. Really incredible. But in the end, it's Luminosity Gaming that stand on top of their group. Yet again, the champions pushing on. Shelvin there, unfortunately, having to play against this squad twice, 2 Worlds in a row now. So if they both make it to year number 3, we know they're going to have to compete again.
Oh yeah, that is just how it goes. But hey, you know what? Maybe third time's the charm. But regardless, great stuff to these teams. LG, you know, we got a chance to hear Overlord saying that as time goes on, they are going to get more and more comfortable in the tournament. And look at this graph. That is a show of comfort if I've ever seen one, especially considering how close the game number 1 was.
And just, you can see at how much of a championship caliber team Luminosity is and how they play those final moments. You have that big of a lead, a lot of teams are just going to shore up, they're going to play defense, they're going to play it safe. However, Luminosity Gaming instead takes the fight to the enemy in the enemy central area, and there we go. The damage number is looking clean. Rin in top of the lobby here with 128,000, and of course, Overlord again at 6 digits at 121.
Oh yeah, it's just a race between these two most of the time, and then Elo working overtime to try to keep them all up. I do have to point out one MVP to me as well was Kyrios. Kyrios, you know, we know such a strong special attacker player, but being able to be on that Inteleon just makes them an extra dangerous threat on this team.
Absolutely. And I think they were maybe the best example we have seen of good Unite move usage on Inteleon so far in this tournament. A lot of people forget how great of an objective securing tool a Unite moving Inteleon is, as long as you hit that B button. So I really do think that they are going to be in a good position moving forward into tomorrow's bracket. And well, let's face it, that's what we got to talk about next. They are one of the few teams that has the privilege to be in day number 2 of our World Championships. A lot of people have them ranked extremely high, and well, Luminosity so far fulfilling those promises.
If they can keep on playing like this, it will absolutely be their tournament to lose. They just have, I mean, you know, they got everything that they wanted. That's the biggest thing here. I feel like this was a huge draft win for them. I feel like we can say it over and over, and a big reason why. Overlord, of course, we just heard from Overlord, MVP, player of the game on that Dodria with the damage, with the scores, and most importantly, in my opinion, choosing that tri-attack in such a great opportunity to use it.
Yeah, it's hard to pick Drill Peck into Gravity as well, so that is pretty tough. But we do have an interview on stage with LG's own Rin. Take it away.
That's right. I am on stage with the one and only Rin from Luminosity Gaming. Incredible 2 rounds, Rin. I have to ask, it looked like against SAUL earlier, there was a little bit of a, I don't know, a slow start from you guys, but that felt like vintage Luminosity. What do you think changed?
So I think in that first game, we just kind of drafted something we hadn't really played before, thinking that would be good into the enemy, but we weren't really prepared to do it. So what we did was we just pivoted to things we practiced in scrims, and it ended up working out really well for us. I felt like the rest of those games were really solid.
I have to wonder, there's always a lot of talk about Overlord and how crazy he is and his crazy damage numbers. But wouldn't you say that's just because of Elo and maybe you carry a little bit harder?
Elo's 1v9, what can I say? Support's getting no love. It's messed up.
It really is messed up. As you look towards day 2 here, and as you look towards possibly being world champions again, what do you think your biggest hurdle is going to be?
Honestly, whoever makes it out of Group B is going to be an absolute challenge for us. There's 3 amazing teams in that group, and every single one of them can beat us extremely easily, so we have to be prepped for that.
All right, you heard it here first from Rin, who insisted we do this interview this way. I did not want this at all. I cannot wait to see you all on day 2. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with more Pokemon Unite!
pushing in, and that's the Trevenant Unite as well. That picks up now.
They get it! MC Sports takes it!
They absolutely took it up. They had Dexter Unite, and now they're pushing forward.
He dives right back on into Slash, and in the meantime, Kirio finds 2 KOs.
Look, absolutely dominates the final fight.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan. Uniting on the mics with Zoinks. Dupes next here. I'm ready to go. We got some Group H action to keep this thing rolling.
I've been so excited for this group for so long. I got to see one of the matches already on the B stage between Oyasumi Macro and Kumu, which was an amazing match. Oyasumi Macro coming away with the victory there. But this, I think, is going to be the highlight game of this one so far. It's going to be Entity 7 versus Kumu, which is going to be an incredible game.
Yeah, Kumu, formerly Old Guys.
True.
Entity 7, a team that you're quite familiar with.
Yes.
And quite excited for to see play in general. But we must say, based on the Oyasumi Macro win that they had earlier, there's a lot of people in the crowds that are excited for this team as well.
Absolutely. So we can take a look at how this group's played out so far. Like we just mentioned, Oyasumi Macro did take that first win, so Kumu is in a must-win scenario. If they lose to Entity 7 here, they are completely disqualified from this group. You cannot advance in a group of 3 with an 0-2 record. Kumu with their backs against the wall here, which is going to be a really tough spot. But we have yet to see Entity 7 really debut here at Worlds yet. It's going to be their first game, and they're going to be starting off on the main stage.
That's where I'd want to start. Let's take a look at both these squads that are going to be squaring up here in a few moments.
Entity 7 on the top, Kumu on the bottom here. Steven Leto, Reggie Minato, and Hitman are going to be that first roster there for Entity 7. I think they look incredibly strong, and I know a lot of the community is thinking as well. So why don't we get to know this Entity 7 team a little bit more with this team profile?
Somos Entity 7, campeones de la región de Latinoamérica Norte. I think so, Reggie, el capitán.
Pues yo creo que la fortaleza de Gil es el macro que tiene por toda la experiencia. Yo creo que la fortaleza de Hitman es el micro, o sea, tiene 4 manos, bro. Yo creo que la fortaleza de Minato es que él es el más clean. Entonces, yo creo que la fortaleza de Steven es igual, las mecánicas que tiene dentro del juego.
La fortaleza de Reggie pues es el que mejor domina los Pokémones, los ágiles, y pues sí, mecánicamente sí es el mejor. Lo que más me emociona de estar aquí en Japón es obviamente competir, demostrar que podemos ganar, la comida y conocer los Pokémon Centers.
Si pudiera decir algo a uno de mis fans o a mis fans, pues sería que gracias por todo el apoyo y por siempre estar ahí tanto en las derrotas como en las victorias.
Quiero agradecer a mis fans por apoyarme tanto y a mis padres que siempre están ahí apoyándome en todo. Son una gran pieza importante por la que estoy aquí.
Yo quiero agradecer a toda la comunidad de Latinoamérica que nos ha estado siguiendo y apoyando durante toda la temporada, y sobre todo a mi familia, que sin ellos pues, definitivamente no podría estar. Mi esposa, que ha sido un gran sostén para mí durante esta trayectoria.
Entity 7 looking extremely strong. You can see there showcasing or maybe shouting out each other's micro gameplay and their macro gameplay. But if I'm looking at someone with the micro gameplay on Entity 7, it is Reggie. Reggie is looking amazing in their regional competitions. I cannot wait to see them against world caliber teams.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned Reggie, and who else mentioned Reggie but Entity 7 in their interview saying, yeah, this dude's a mechanical god. He is on the sticks for this team. And Entity 7 is really, that's a reason that we both like them so much and have so much confidence in their abilities here in this event is off the back of Reggie, who is also the team captain.
Yeah, we have a lot of exciting stuff to talk about in this matchup, of course, but that is also going to be Kumu. And I just want to throw in this one more quick update. Team MIS was able to defeat TTV off camera, so TTV is going to be eliminated from this tournament. NA going home early.
NA going home early indeed. But we just took a look right there at Kumu, formerly Old Guys earlier, if you are familiar with them. And I got a little bit of the lowdown from Danley about this team. And although they may be the old guys, air quotes, and the Raucous Upstarts in that group, a lot of them have a lot of esports-based experience and bring that to the table here, so might not be too shy on stage for this match.
That could be monumental, right? I mean, they're starting in a tough position already. We talked about it. We already saw that group stage graphic. They are coming into this game 0-1. However, they're going up against opponents that a lot of people have picked for top 3 caliber in this tournament. Entity 7 is the same case, though.
Right.
This really has become such a competitive group, and Kumu is going to have to prove that they belong in that top 8. Obviously, they've proved they belong here on the world stage already. Their regional performances looked amazing there in that regional finals. However, this is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, actually going back in the history of Kumu here in this past UCS Season 2, they were actually looking for teams to scrim early on the UCS and weren't given a lot of respect or love in getting into scrims with these top-level teams. All of a sudden, they spike one of the monthly finals, and everybody's like, actually, you know what? We'd like to play against you guys a little bit. We'd like to play against you guys. So old guys showing the young guns how it's done.
Exactly, some respect given. Now let's flip to the other side of the coin, though. Entity 7 from Latin America North, coming out as that #1 seed. They had an amazing season, but it started a little late. At that AOS Cup was when things really turned around for this team, and then they started winning everything. And from that point on, Entity 7 wasn't dropping a tournament. They looked untouchable, and honestly, they have garnered a lot of respect from their region. A lot of these teams tout Entity 7 as one of the best teams here at Worlds.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, everything leading up to that AOS Cup was essentially the countdown to the rocket ship blasting off, and then ever since then, it's been to the moon. Now they got to keep this thing going against Kumu. Again, if they can beat Kumu here, Kumu will be eliminated. However, that sets up our next match to be a group winning match between Ayasumi Makaro and Entity 7, if that's the way this one was to break down.
Yeah, and if it goes the other direction, Kumu sets up things for a really close tiebreaker scenario where they would need to then really rely on Entity 7 to beat the team that they could not. So this, of course, is such a complex thing that we are sent into. And of course, hello to everyone in the venue. I know I've been enjoying watching the games for the venue. I've been checking out B stage. I've been checking out A stage. This is so much fun. I hope everyone at home is feeling the energy that is in this convention center right now, because, I mean, Pokemon Unite is delivering.
Oh, it's crushing. I mean, we've had almost every single match go to 3 games. I mean, SAUL is like the highlight of my day so far. Like, just not a lot of respect being put on their name, and they got to step up and show out. And now we have another opportunity here with Kumu in the face of these 2 giants, as we know as Entity 7 and Ayasumi Makaro. Tell me a little bit about Reggie, though. What type of Pokemon are we going to see this player play to defeat the old guys?
I'm on my hands and knees begging for Zoroark, okay? I really am. Their Zoroark is in another world in terms of skill caliber. However, this player gets compared to Overlord from Luminosity Gaming quite a bit in terms of playstyle. They're a very resource-hungry player. They'll take a lot of their support's attention or, wavelength in that matchup. However, those Pokemon that they play are high-impact, really big pop-off Pokemon. Zoroark, Dodrio, even if they want to switch over to the Leafeon and kind of roll swap, they have that caliber. So I really am looking towards them to be a big deal. However, Minato's support play is another thing that we really should be looking forward to. I'm excited to see it in-game. I mean, again, Worlds is so good for a lot of things, but the best thing is really seeing, is our region this competitive when we look this good in our regional competition, and now let's see how you look on the world stage. Sometimes it can be night and day, but sometimes we all just nod our heads and say, yep, they're pretty good at the game.
Well, that's the thing. A player like Reggie, like Overlord, is only facilitated or elevated by how good their support player is. Minato and Elo, in both respective cases, are getting it done, but it's time to ban some Pokemon and get this thing underway.
All right, our game is going to be getting started here shortly. Ban phase up first, of course, and currently Entity 7 hovering over a few different bans. It seems like Hoopa is going to be that first one. This is a Pokemon I predicted would be on that ban table quite a bit. Pokemon that would really change how you play the game, and it's really hard to counter score quite a bit against this support Pokemon.
Kumu looks like everybody's just letting RBX handle the ban here, and Lapras has been queued up. That's going to be locked in. So we've got Lapras and Hoopa locked out, 2 quality Pokemon for their respective roles.
Yup, now Entity 7 has their chance at first pick. Now, a lot of teams tend to go towards another top-tier defender pick in this position, which mostly is done so you don't give over amazing double defender strategies to the enemy on that double pick.
Yeah, and you mentioned it right off the bat, of course, Umbreon is locked in. You've got Slowbro still out there. It's a good one. It's a good one. Now, are the old guys going to throw some old tricks into the mix? We've seen Leafeon locked in first a lot today, and I'm not quite sure it's leveraged that level of respect yet, but I'm always looking forward to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Kumu play this one. Now, also interesting, Kumu not giving any defenders in their first selection. This does give Entity 7 the chance to play both the Umbreon and the Slowbro if they want to, but instead right now they're kind of hovering that really popular damage core. We just saw Luminosity Gaming pop off with this specific comp so far. Entity 7 really trying to showcase that they are here and ready to play.
Great counter pick opportunities here. Slowbro and Eldegoss coming a little bit later, and why pick it early when you can pick it later and not have it impact what your draft is, of course. And really, the highlight to me in this draft is A9. A9 has looked great all weekend long so far in the hands of these capable players. Hitman locking in Blastoise, Clefable there, and I think that Clefable is just to actually save the Dodrio from getting darted into a gravity here, and not a bad support option just overall.
Yeah, it is an interesting support. It's tough for Dodrio to play around it, right? Dodrio doesn't have that healing that can kind of be done from range, given Comfey or maybe the Blissey soft-boiled. Instead, you have to return back to the Clefable to get your healing, but a pretty good gas station to come back to at any given time.
Yeah, without
Venusaur, the final selection for Kumu, very interesting. Things just got a whole lot harder for Entity 7 with that pick.
Yeah, I mean, either flavor of Venusaur you like, they've both looked good so far today, and I'm not upset that they locked that in. Another just aside here, of course, the Blastoise works great in Clefable in any variety as well, so it's naturally safe pick, and of course, Umbreon engages with Clefable to sit on top of you is great too. So ultimately, a great support player there.
And when Steven grabs that Blastoise, they don't have to worry about Umbreon on the other side stealing that Blastoise shield. So a really good draft strategy of grabbing that Umbreon early and then opening yourself up to a few more selections down the line. Entity 7 really impressive in this draft screen. We'll have to see if they can do it in game as we throw it to our casters of Wonder Chef and Kello.
In the words of the content cowboy, here we go. Actually, that was actually kind of closer than I thought I was going to be, but here we go, actually, for real. I'm so excited, Kello. We get to cast this together, and I am honestly so excited to see Entity 7. I said this at the start of the show, but they have been one of the teams that I have been looking forward to seeing the most. I know Zoinks have them as one of our teams that could make it easily into even at least the top 3.
Look, we're just going to have to wait and see. Obviously, we have the other team that they're going to have to go up against. And I must say, their team composition is looking quite fierce.
It is. Honestly, though, I do like a whole lot of stuff from both sides. This is a really interesting draft overall. I don't feel like anything is super out there, but there's some really minor differences from what we're used to seeing. And the order that they took everything was very, very cool. So I like the biggest thing here is that this Dodrio is just so unaffected, right? No gravity, no mean look. It's going to be able to get pretty free reign of movement. I'm also excited to see if we end up seeing the Wish from this Umbreon, because I feel like that would be a great way to keep up that Dodrio.
Oh, definitely keep up indeed, because as you said, you have to return back to that Clefable gas station in order to get those healings. But look at this, we do have our first KO of the match. The little Sobble has been taken down.
Oh, that's a really rough one too, because you can get kind of left behind on that Pokemon. And also, you just don't want to see the Sobble go down. That's very sad. It's a very crying little baby, and you just want it to be happy.
Well, you know what? Another crying baby on this map is this Umbreon, but I mean, they're those fake tears that they are popping out. They are crying, trying to dash away with that X-Speed there. Does manage to make it back. They're trying to tick on over to that most valuable level 4.
All right, this is going to be a big moment. Wow, only drill pecking one of the Altaria. That is really unfortunate. Just barely out of range there. Still, though, they managed to at least, I believe, secure one more after that. A little bit hard to see. And this is a strange place for this Eldegoss to be, kind of really preemptively trying to position for the 8-minute mark. But in the meantime, we're just going to go back to our center area on both sides respectively. And actually now the Umbreon kind of in prime position for the 8-minute mark.
Look, that's the thing. Early game, I must say Kumu, they have those level 4s. They have Leafeon online, they have A9, but they also have Slowbro. We still have a Clefable that hasn't even evolved yet.
True. Yeah, there are a lot of evolutions that we need from the side of Entity 7. Okay, here we go. Finally collapsing here in the center area. 4 members of Kumu, and especially with that beam, that solar beam, that is going to be so hard to get any of these. You definitely wanted to get out of there, especially as well on the Dodrio, having those double buffs. You did not want to give those away for free.
No, do not want to give them away for free. You want to be able to get as much experience earlier on. Finally, we do have a War Turtle that has popped on out. Leafeon trying to use their Solar Blade to just check those bushes. But look at that. Huge Solar Blade comes on out, chips out half of that HP of the Dodrio, and they do have to back away, unsuccessfully being able to dunk in any AOS energy.
Wow, 1v3 on the defense. Yeah, Leaf Blade, Solar Blade is such a great amount of AoE damage in general. You love to see it, and look at this, still just kind of holding the lane against 1v3. Oh, even getting a pick on top of that. Hold on, you gotta be careful. I mean, that was a stack in, but going in smells the chance to get that pick, and just needs one more hit. That is it. Look at this Leafeon actually with the 1v3.
Lance is on fire, being able to get in 30 ducks. And look at this, 3 members of Kumu are making sure to take care of that Regirock, getting themselves some defense buffs here.
All guys with great reactions right now. This is looking good. Kumu, if they win this, again, they're going to set up a really strange potential tie situation in their group. And right now, they have a pretty significant lead in points, in objectives, in experience as well. Everything on board is looking good for them as they're going to be pushing down this tier 1. Plenty of defense, though. Not sure they're going to fully commit. Oh, but the Drill Peck is going to get that Eldegoss. Oh, my, what a unite! Way!
That was insane, the Solar Blade, and then you also have the Solar Beam. Just the Solars are popping on out, leaving this on 7 points. They're going to wait a little bit longer before dunking in that 40 points because you want to delay them from getting that comeback experience from those NDDs on the side.
What is this? Kumu is looking unbelievable right now. What a turnaround. That has to be one of the best unites I have ever seen in my entire life. That was beautiful. Of course, that Verdant Anger coming out from the Venusaur. Look at this experience lead now. They've got, they had 2 levels when I started that sentence on the entire enemy team. Now, starting to catch up just slightly, but just barely. So it's going to be Kumu really taking control of the positioning throughout the rest of this early game. And you can see they're actually pushing very far forward. They don't have too much of an opportunity to score there, but I think they just want to take the space. They've got plenty of chances to kind of get their own EXP in the meantime.
Look, the benefit is they do not have jump pad just yet. So they're trying to gauge whether they can actually push on forward, but it does look like they are opting to retreat, get ready for this basement Reggie to spawn.
Ooh, there's a chance again, but I mean, you tried this before. You are getting stacks. I did mention last night, I said, hey, if you're not inting for stacks, you're not actually making it happen. You're not coming in from the Blastoise. This is a great engagement, but the turnaround is happening as well. The Blastoise not able to pick up anything, and that's going to be 3 for 0. Kumu once again. Lance has to be one of the MVPs here, doing so much damage. Highest level in the game.
Highest level in the game, but you know what? Look at this scoreboard. 244 to 52. Another Regirock has spawned in that bottom half. We have Venusaur and Slowbro making sure to try and take care of it. Solar Beam pops on out, gets a secure, and now they have themselves that extra defense buff.
And a double level 12 on their team. This is just going so in the favor of Kumu. Now we've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. We gotta look at what can Entity 7 do to turn this back around. And right now, there's just not that much that they actually can do. The forward positioning of Kumu has been so good. It's very similar to what we saw from LG in the previous set, where they will move forward to make sure that you can't even get your own experience. You know, the best defense is a good offense sometimes, and that's what they're trying to do.
Look, that's the thing. You just got to take up as much space as possible. Try and deny them. Keep that pressure on, as the game person would say. But otherwise, we do have a Regieleki that has spawned in that top half. Dodrio going in just to try and tap it. 4 members of Entity 7 are diving on in, hoping to get the secure. But Leafeon is diving on in with their Unite move. Tries to get in with the Solar Blade, but ends up getting scared off.
Didn't get KO'd though, that's good. That would be huge. You know, getting your level 12 KO'd at this point in time would be one of the biggest things. Okay, get some damage. However, it was Entity 7 picking up this Regieleki. The Regieleki's definitely not getting in. You're just going to build a little bit more space. You can see all those little yellow dots for all that wild Pokemon on the side of Entity 7. They're now going to be able to get a little bit more time to try and farm those all down, as there's just about 1 minute and 10 seconds left before the final stretch.
Well, that's the benefit. Entity 7, they do have that comeback experience on the sides, considering both of those bottom and top paths. T1 pads have been broken. Although, Kumu, they don't really have much on their side to farm up.
That's true. That's, I mean, I think another great reason why they've been holding such strong forward positioning. And now that they don't have all that much, let's see if they do decide to focus on this basement Reggie. It's going to be spawning a good amount of time before the Rayquaza spawns, so plenty of time for either team to potentially take it. It feels like ignoring it completely would be a little bit risky, but instead they're going to try to find each other in the center area. Well, maybe they didn't try to, but they ended up finding, I should say. And a little bit of a disengagement. They don't want to overcommit at this point. I mean, there's still 30 seconds left, but you don't want to have to kind of make that run back, especially as we do see Kumu move down to try and take this basement Reggie. They've got plenty of time, but there's a chance that they get collapsed on from Entity 7 from above.
Yes, this is a really risky move here. Obviously, getting a Reg Ice will give you that HP buff there, but we do have Entity 7 that has got their positioning. Now, it's just a matter of time before they go in and collapse around, but at the moment, we are just circling around. But look at this, Entity 7, they're going in for the red.
Oh, the slow being used, and it was actually followed up beautifully. That's going to be Inteleon going down as the first of the bunch. 4 down without 5 down, the entire team. There wasn't even a fight. That was just an entire team wipe in a split second. What a fight from Kumu. The engagement with the slow beam into the eject button, Solar Blade into just everything else from their team. That was honestly, we would need to replay that at 10% speed to see everything that happened in that exact moment. One of the fastest, most dominant team fights that we have seen, and Kumu is looking unbelievable.
Entity 7 just got squished there. Obviously, they secured themselves that Rayquaza, but they didn't even get to capitalize on those shields as they just got, and they ended up getting knocked out. But look at this, we have the defenses coming on in. Slowbro being in that bottom path, but A9 and Eldegoss making sure to wait on out. There's still a minute left. 4 members of Entity 7, they're looking for a push on this top tier 1 pad, leaving Umbreon to the bottom.
This is really scary. They're splitting up here. We are going to get 1 KO. The Claymore going down. No more support. Oh, another big unite, though. This one coming from Entity 7, and that's going to be, it looks like an opportunity to get the points in, but no! The Eldegoss is actually going to prevent at least some of those points from going in still. About a 140-point lead. No, I'm sorry. That's totally wrong. 100 and something else. I can't do math at the point in time, but we are getting still close to an opportunity where 2 100 scores could easily take this.
2 100 scores. Look at this. Blastoise almost about to get 100 dunk in. You still have a Dodrio with that quick scoring right now. It's 250 to 244, 350. Entity 7, they have just flipped this table over.
Oh no, it was looking so good. Kumu was in control completely, but they weren't able to stop the scoring in the end. Split up a little bit too much, and in the end, they just allowed 2 big 100 points in. You can see even how close this was. Wow, I mean, it was all within the last, I would say even 10 seconds of the game was, I mean, I'm excited to see the graph. I feel like the graph is really going to be the name of the game as far as the, you know, seeing just how, it's going to be very steep is what I would say.
Well, I reckon we take it on over to our experts, Zoinks and Doobsnacks. Please break down this match for us.
Break it down, we will try. As the as the new numbers guy, let's take a look at some of these numbers. Zoinks, you've done, you know how math works.
Yeah, but you're killing it, though. Don't worry.
Trying.
The math-wise, numbers-wise, you're absolutely doing it. But who's doing it a little bit better was Entity 7 with an amazing blitz there at the end. They lose red. Well, they got the Rayquaza, actually, to be fair, I will say.
Well, let's watch it. Let's watch it in action, Zoinks, as they're moving through. Blastoise is trying to chip up here, and really, big-time Rayquaza fight as it populates on the map. I'm sure it's there. We'll see it here in a moment.
Yeah, honestly, one of the fastest Rayquaza fights that we have ever seen. That Liquidation Unite move from the Inteleon, but they get shut down by the Slowbro in a great little defender play from the side of Kumu. And, I mean, it was all going Kumu's way in this team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the Solar Blade come through, Solar Beam back the other way, Hydro type. Everybody's hitting all their buttons. They're getting low. We got the move-in scenario here, and there's 4 players down. Blastoise clutching it out.
Yeah, Blastoise gets it, but the problem is 4 players are knocked out, and spoiler alert, that Blastoise is about to go down as well. Kumu knocks down all 5, but this is where things turn around. I mean, the respawn timers start coming back for the side of Entity 7, and all of a sudden the defenses start beginning. We are going to throw it to a graph, though, to take a look at kind of the storyline of this game, of course. Take a look at this. Entity 7 with a final push that honestly was just heroic. He had no reason to have that. What an amazing push.
It really was, and Chef called it. It's an absolute deep line straight up for Entity 7 as they're able to secure the win. But what really stuck out to me is the absolute flat line at the 4-minute mark from Kumu. Couldn't generate any more Eos energy into those buckets.
No Rayquaza shield to try to activate to help those scoring, so that last second goal zone defenses were looking fantastic from Entity 7. But what looks even better is those pushes towards those goal zones. I mean, this is championship material from a team. You get pushed to that brink and you still are able to charge all the way to the enemy goal zones. You don't got a Ray shield, you have barely any Unite moves, and you just got to make it work with what you got. Entity 7 with a 1-0 lead that I think is maybe one of the most earned 1-0 leads we have seen so far today. What a finish.
What a finish indeed, but we're about to see this Leafeon come unglued, and I said I'd happy to be wrong, and I'll tell you what, I think Lance just proved me wrong here.
Oh, yeah.
That Leafeon with that Solar Blade looked good. I thought Potatoes earlier was maybe our best look at a Leafeon, but Lance one up in that quickly.
Oh yeah, Lance the Leafeon MVP of this tournament so far. What an incredible performance. Hitting that 6-digit damage mark, of course, looking fantastic. But these Solar Blade Razor Leaf combinations have been really powerful. Razor Leaf does give you that slight bit of mobility, so we even saw Lance kind of dodging moves from opponents, but then of course these big Solar Blade finishes were the talk of the town. And here you go, that damage on the Blastoise definitely impactful. The Alola Ninetales slow made things tough.
Listen, spin to win indeed, and that's exactly what got it done for Entity 7 there, because of course if the Rayquaza goes into the hands of Kumu, there is zero chance of this counter push at the end, but alas, that isn't what happened, and Entity 7 finds themselves off of a 1-0 off of, I guess you could call that game a shaky start.
It definitely could be, but now we have to award our player of the game, and that's going to go towards Hitman, who obviously in their player picture knew they'd be playing a whole lot of Inteleon so far today. Got that same finger pose, 59,000 damage, and they of course are running that liquidation build, which so far has seemed to be a bit more successful on stage.
Yeah, it really has. It's really seemed to be only the Western teams that have favored the snipe shot, but liquidation has looked at worst mediocre,
right,
and then up from there, whereas Snipe Shot has looked tragic to mediocre on the other side of the scale here. And as we're getting ready for Game 2, Entity 7 obviously eked out a win, but not in the way that any person wants to win this game. You want to have a more control and a more commanding presence. What do you think they can do to switch it up?
Well, if you want to have a bit more of an early game showing, I'm looking at Urshifu. I mean, we have a lot of big explosive Pokemon like Inteleon and stuff like that that are having good impact, but no Urshifu on their side, it made things a little bit tougher. Now, we are going to be flipping sides on this draft, of course, so Entity 7 is going to have that double selection. They are going to hover over that Leafeon ban. Lance earning that one for sure.
Oh, yeah, they're saying this Lance kid is a problem. 119K on Leafeon with 2 different KO streaks of 3. Not today, not again. Give them double defender or anything but this Leafeon.
Well, both teams don't want to see that Leafeon. We, of course, have blind simultaneous bans right now in the second season of the Championship Series, so we do have the chance for bans on the same on both sides. So just Leafeon banned away from this game. Kumu gonna have their chance at first selection. Normally we do see a Lapras here. However, if you grab that, you have the possibility of Umbreon Slowbro on the other side, but Entity 7 has really favored those damage picks up front.
Yeah, and as you mentioned it, Inteleon locked in. They got a good Constellation Defender here in the Umbreon. Minotaur locking that in for them. And, oh, please don't do this to me. A Goodra?
I mean, I think it's a genuinely really strong pick right now in the top path. I think we're going to see more of it later today. It's definitely a Pokemon I think is a little bit slept on. But instead, Kumu going to grab that Hoopa. Now, this was Entity 7's ban last game. So now that Kumu has access to it, we'll see if this was kind of a targeted ban from Entity 7 or if it's just Kumu bringing in the surprise that, yes, please, Reggie, hit the A button. Yes.
All right, you got your wish. Reggie on that Zoroark looking to pop off, but there's some good counter pick opportunities here that Kumu still has available to them. I'm not certain Azumarill is where my mind was at, but Kumu just kind of came unglued with the Leafeon. So maybe, you know, Lance is saying, you know what, let's just do it on Azumarill. Nobody's going to ban Azumarill, and that's what they lock in with the Dodrio. Zoinks, what's going on here?
All right, so it's going to come down to path allotment. Where do these Pokemon find themselves, right? We're going to have Dodrio in the central area. Most likely, we're probably going to put the Azumarill into that top path. Sure. This is a pocket pick of Lance. They do like this Pokemon quite a bit and are an individual master on it. They are running that attack weight, scope lens, muscle band. So just a reminder for everyone how that huge power passive works. They're hitting just one enemy. Every hit is a critical hit. Right. So scope lens not really helping with the percentage chance of critical hit, but just increasing that critical hit damage.
Sure. Well, they need to find themselves opportunities to 1v1, and if it's anything like game one, they can just mow through 3 straight players right in a row. As long as they're staggered a little bit, Lance looking to use that passive to really take over the game. And Teleon shifted down. Hitman's going to be playing that, of course. They gave the finger gun in their picture, and they're looking to use James Pond to take over this game and get Entity 7 a clean 2-0 win.
Early game looks pretty solid for Kumu. I mean, Azumarill and Alolan Ninetales both hit those power spikes early. Umbreon a little bit later than that, so we'll have to see how it goes down. But to break it all down, we're going to throw it to our casters of Kello and Wonder Chef.
Thank you so much, Zoinks and Doob Snacks, for breaking that down. Now, Wonder Chef, Azumarill, I am so excited to see this pick.
I know. Of all people, too, I know you're a big Azumarill fan. Got the bunny, and I am so excited to see it in competitive play. This is, I mean, I expected some spicy picks this weekend, but this is one that I did not expect at all. It's going to, of course, for anybody who doesn't know, it's a kind of a brawler that's better at 1v1ing than fighting in group fights. It literally just does more damage when you 1v1. So we'll see how this goes. Love that Hollowware, by the way. Big fan of it. Makes it a little tougher, which is funny because it's so cute.
Yes, tough indeed, but you know what? It needs to get that level 4. Obviously, get in those stacks early, but you can see both of those supporters making sure to support their central laners there. And we do have, the Zorua actually taking the red buff instead of giving it to the Gossifleur there.
Oh, yeah. Usually that does go to that support to help in the path, just be a little bit more dominant, but maybe you just really, really want a power spike on that Zoroark once it becomes a Zoroark. Very understandable, so we'll see how that goes. I mean, that is going to be, honestly, from both sides, using their center areas for their speedsters, that is going to mean that the opportunity for these big jump into paths to be very dangerous, including right here, starting it off, trying to get that Lapras. Unfortunately, one of the tankier targets that you can try and pick off, so all they're going to be able to do is get some very good forward positioning, try to get some stacks, but are you going to jump back in? No, just going to be backing up, just going to get a little more XP. The stacks happen, the evolution happened, you're happy.
Yes, that's the thing. You do want to get Umbreon onto that level 4. So in for stacks, and you know what? They managed to make it on out, but now we do have the Swablu's and Altaria that do end up spawning. Umbreon ends up getting taken down. Dodrio making sure to get some HP by going back home through that Hooper portal.
Yeah, Reggie making some really, really safe calls here as far as when to go in and when not, and this is going to be one of them to go in. Trying to go through the portal, not going to have the opportunity, and there we go. Actually just hiding as the Hoopa. The Hoopa disappeared, and then a different Hoopa suddenly appeared. So really good opportunity to kind of take that first pick. There were a lot of chances to fight down that bottom path, but didn't take one until they knew that they could actually get the win.
Look, the thing is they are just trying to play it safe currently, try and get those early stacks. It's only 15 to 7 points, making sure to get that experience. And you know what? They definitely want to get Inteleon to that level 7. They are at level 6, so not too far off.
We do see an update of Orangutan on the bottom. Of course, reminder that there is a B stream that you can be watching for a lot of those extra. Oh, and the Hoopa just barely not getting away. Interrupting my thought. That was a split second away from that portal activating. But once again, the Zoroark just doing so much damage that the Hoopa portal is not in time. So this Zoroark already is working very, very well. We do see both of the center Pokemon at that level 7 spot. They're both really power spiking already. And look at this Umbreon trying to get away from 4, saying, oh gosh, please, team, where are you? Help me.
This is a really interesting strategy here. We have 4 members from Kumu making sure to push this bottom pad, making sure to try and get some dunks in, and they were able to break it as well, giving them the space to take these birds down.
Right, this is really heavy commitment to just separate lanes from both teams, which is very strange. Now, of course, this Hoopa we're seeing exactly right here, the Hyperspace Highway, is such a great way to make sure that even if you do commit a lot, you can rotate very fast, but you can rotate right into the the danger zone here. Lance is trying to get the pick. In fact, multiple members of Kumu trying to get that pick, but again, Reggie on this Zoroark has just been the dominant force of this game. Between these two, the speedsters have for sure been very, very key, continuing to stay in at pretty low HP, slowly getting healed up by the Eldegoss, cannot speak, but that was very risky as well, especially you don't want to give away any of that EXP from getting taken out.
No, you do not want, but otherwise, Reggie Alecki is marching its way down to that tier 2 pad, but you have 3 members, the Do trio using the drill peck. It was awfully close to the goal there. You do not want to push that Reggie Alecki in.
Oh yeah, on accident. I can't tell you how many times that's happened for me. Oh no, that is going to be a Buzzwole going down. 2 KO streak on the side of the Lapras. And now we're going to see a pretty aggressive move from Kuma. You can see a lot of them rotating into the enemy center area, trying to see if there's any EXP around to steal. But most of it's gone right now, so I think they're pretty quickly going to back up. Wow, this is very aggressive. Trying to take out the Inteleon. Not quite able to get it. Great defense there. And yeah, you're just not going to be able to do that much damage with the EXP share version of the Lapras. So the aggressiveness is cool, but Lance actually trying to get a ton of damage. We still have not seen this Azumarill pop off.
No, but we'll just have to wait and see. It does have that level 9 now, using those water pulses to just slow them down, back away as they go back and farm up those yellow dots, those wild Pokemon that are on the map.
I love the mobility that Azumarill brings. Like, it's so hard to actually lock down an Azumarill, especially when you're a team like this, where a lot of their team is just these like physical, like chase down Pokemon, right? You're not going to have, except for maybe like a mean look, which I don't believe we have. There's not an opportunity to really just like set somebody in front of the Azumarill and just say, okay, you're not moving at all. And whoa, they might find Lapras here. Oh, this is actually going to be a counter engage. That was so much damage just for the Lapras alone. This should be an easy cleanup, at least for one. We're going to try to take out this Umbreon. He's going to have some healing, so the fight's going to mainly be on top. Zoroark going down. That's a huge amount of EXP backwards. Still, this Lapras available and healthy. It's going to back out. It's going to be happy with exactly what it got. That is a huge amount of turn EXP. Highest level, probably highest amount of EXP in the game before that fight was at Zoroark, so taking it down, beautiful.
Look, the benefit is we still have a Hoover Unite move on the side of Kumu, so it's just waiting for that perfect opportunity, seeing if it needs any backup, but it looks like they have enough space for Lance to solo this Regirock.
Right, being able to get the 1v1 here is pretty nice. I mean, you're going to do a lot of damage on this Azumarill. It's going to be some great experience as well. And we're in a pretty tight race. That is going to push Kumu just barely in the lead as they're going to be pushing down this tier 1 as well. They will be breaking it and wasting this 4-minute Unite from the Eldegoss. I mean, it was a little bit more done for safety, I think. So I don't know if I'd call it a waste. It did allow them to get away, but they're not going to get a huge amount of impact if they do have a team fight with the next few moments. It does look, though, like MD7 is going to be playing safe, trying to get all the XP on their side, but they're starting to run out. They've got to make a choice.
They've got to make a choice indeed, but look at this. You can see that the Lapras and Hoover being in this middle area here, making sure to take those bolt toys for themselves, get that positioning in the tall grass, seeing if they can possibly get any picks. Zoroark not knowing, unsuspecting a Lapras to dive on in, but it was able to zip on out.
Oh no, they have just never been able to lock down that Lapras no matter what. It is just staying up forever. Look at this, just willing to kind of just run into 4 enemies on the side of Entity 7. It's just like, yeah, it's fine. You won't catch me. I'll get out. It doesn't matter. Oh, speaking of catching, though, that was a great stun. A little bit of a, like, hiding in the tall grass as a Hooba Unbound. Kind of a funny way to try to start initiation. Of course, they didn't follow it up. They didn't really have anybody there. And so it seems like we might be seeing some pretty safe play from both sides until we hit this final 2-minute mark.
Look, we still have a minute left until that final stretch. It's just this preparation. It's all about that Rayquaza, right? But we do have some wild Pokemon that are spawning on up now. Lapras making sure to just try and scope out, get those eyes. Umbreon also wandering around, possibly looking to get this Altaria and get the steal, but no, it ends up being the Azumarill that gets the last hit.
And just as a reminder, if Entity 7 wins this game, they are going to go up 1-0 in their group as well, and it will be a match between them and Oyasumi Macro to make it to the finals day, which will be, or would be, our next match. So we'll see exactly what happens. Otherwise, Kumu taking the win here could force a 3-way tie. It might go to tiebreakers, so there is a lot on the line right now, as we're going to see an attempt at jumping here from Entity 7. They're not going to get very much damage, but they also didn't get picked. Both of these these Reggies actually being threatened both by Kumu at the same time. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of like a unite from the Hoopa down there, but we might see a hyperspace highway if they choose to prioritize it. No, they're just going to take nothing, actually. I felt like they could have taken at least one of them, and this is going to all come down to this Ray fight.
All right, it is time. We have Umbreon getting the first hit on the Rayquaza just to initiate it, poke at it, and try and bait out Kumu here, who is going to fall for it. As a Marill going along the backside there, making sure to hide in that tall grass, unsuspecting at the moment. They're just circling around, waiting for that perfect pick.
And D7's the one with the deficit here, so they're going to have to make the first move, and they do, as Umbreon looks like potentially the first to go down, but no! Going to use the Unite to steal so many shields, get back to healthy very, very fast. It looks like a little Ninetales is going to go down. Eldegoss is being lost on the side of Entity 7, though, and now most of Entity 7 going down. They've only got the Zoroark up, but that could potentially be enough. The score lead still very much in the side of Kumu's favor. It's going to be just the Zoroark here, and with the fact that Kumu is not trying to be the ones to burn down Rayquaza, seems very smart at this moment. They're not going to allow the Zoroark to run back, the Umbreon to run back and try to steal it. They're just going to say, you know what, we're confident in our defense, we're confident that you can't get past us and score, and we are just going to hold on to this positioning. Lance, once again, in a great spot for just that visibility.
Yes, they are waiting to get that ambush, but interestingly enough, we do have Entity 7, which looks like to get their Unite moves back here.
Ooh, there's plenty of time for them to push down this tier 1, and all they need to do is get the 50 in there. But instead, they're not going to. They're going to be going for the raid. They're initiating this fight. Like you said, getting back a lot of their Unites was their goal. And we're going to see if anybody can make it back into the Hoopa portal. Looks like at least one. But the Dodrio going down. This is going to be a burn on the Rayquaza. This is a bit of a flip. And who's going to get it? But it's going to be Kumu on top of the full team wipe. Already with the lead. 10 seconds left. They're tying up this set 1-1.
They are tying up the set, but we also have that Alolan Ninetales getting a 4 KO streak at the end there.
Alolan Ninetales. I was talking about how strong that Pokemon is. It is just always on the verge of, I feel like, potentially getting banned. It can be really the life or death of a game for so many of these teams. But wow. That was a huge comeback from Kumu. Kumu is honestly, in my eyes, looking amazing. You know who's looking amazing? Unite Max guys. Let's send it back over to them, our analysts, to take this one away.
Absolute facts spoken by our casters. Absolute facts being said. Yes, thank you, Wonder Chef.
Okay, can we talk about Lance for a second?
Yeah, I would like to keep talking about us, but we can talk about Lance if you would like.
I swear this person is listening to the stream and saying, what did Snacks just say? No. We're going to prove him wrong. Again, look at the, I mean, just a commanding victory. Great engagement on the refight, sealing Ray on the back end of that. And really, Kumu finally delivering on that performance that they had on the first game.
Absolutely. Yeah, wow. What a game there from Kumu to bounce back in. I think a really big change in tempo shift into game number 2. Game number 1 was a lot of early fighting from both teams, really trying to push an aggressive stance. Game number 2, not that way at all. Very passive, very slow. Even into those final moments, it felt like it was an entire minute until things popped off around that Rayquaza team fight. Of course, we had that refight. Take a look at the numbers, though. A player like Reggie being held to sub 60,000 damage is a problem. Great play by Kumu to shut that player down.
Without a doubt. And again, let's talk about Lance for a second. As those damage numbers measure up to the 119 they put in the previous game? Of course not. But the way they were playing, being able to hold down paths by themselves, and of course, in the first engagement on that Ray fight, you look to me and say, Azumarill kind of smurfing right now.
Gotta kill it. Let's take another look at that game because it was a really exciting game number 2. This Hoopa as well, a Pokemon that I think Entity 7 is going to be putting back on the ban spot, by the way. And of course, Entity 7 wasn't even able to break that first tier goal zone in the bottom path, making a lot of great and easy rotations for Kumu possible. And I mean, look at this. They're shutting down these team fights every time. Entity 7 trying to take a big score lead, and the immediate Hoopa portal shutdown is right there. I mean, that's why you have to break these goal zones so early against the support Pokemon.
Yeah, if you're watching these highlights here, a key component of all these big scrubbings that Kumu were able to get is off the back of a Lapras Parish song in the middle of multiple players, and then a subsequent engagement after that. And that's exactly what it is. And this is the Azumarill just kind of going off and opening the door for Kumu here to step up, take this thing, and win this thing.
The most disrespectful thing in the world is how Azumarill walks around. They're just having a jaunt while they are KOing your entire team. And that is disrespectful, but when Lance is playing it, it looks phenomenal.
phenomenal. So I am really impressed with that.
It felt disrespectful to me personally because of what I was saying about Azumarill before we jumped into that game. But you know what? Lance is on the stage for a reason. I'm on the desk for a reason, and they are correct on the sticks. Lance looking good, not wasting any opportunity to be on the big stage.
I'm so excited to see Kumu really finally hitting that potential in this game number 2. Of course, we said they were this one of the old guys team, and I mean, they are looking amazing there. The vibes immaculate. The gameplay even better. And so it's been really fun to watch. Game number 3, though, is going to be very interesting from a draft perspective for me. I already mentioned it when we were talking about that highlight reel, but I think the Hoopa ban is an immediate snap decision from Entity 7. I really think we need to go back to that one. You can allow Leafeon in. Yes, it had huge damage numbers, but again, that macro gameplay is just so tough to fight against.
It really is, and if they solve that problem, they generate a new one, right? Yeah. They were able to eke their way past that finish line in game 1 and get themselves a win. So one thing we know about Entity 7 is they will not quit until that game ends and they actually see the final score line. And they're going to need that energy here in game 3 as Kumu has to be feeling, quite frankly, good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is the perfect word to describe what they're feeling. So yes, Entity 7 going to go back towards that Hoopa ban. Now, what does Kumu want to ban away? If you ban away the Lapras, just kind of out of fear, it looks like that is what they're going to grab. You were giving Entity 7 maybe one of their better damaging Pokemon. Maybe Hitman goes back onto the Inteleon. Sure. The problem is then Kumu gets Umbreon on the other side. Exactly. And just such a powerful Pokemon. So when you're banning away a non-defender in that phase, it is a bit of a risk. However, doctor's orders, take that Hoopa ban, please.
Yeah, of course. I like both of these bans for both teams. It really sets us up for success either way. Wow. Both teams understand where they're at. And Entity 7, fearing the Leafeon so much, they didn't ban it, but that's because they were going to take it first, which opens up, like you said, double defender. Great opportunities here for Kumu.
Yeah, and of course, Entity 7 this year, their regional roster is a little bit different than the roster they're bringing to that World Championship stage. Sherlock, their normal top path player, not able to make it. Sure. But that is going to give them a bit more flexibility now. Teams might not know as much about current Entity 7 structure. Umbreon, Alola, Ninetales locked in, and that is a powerful bottom path, though. This A9 has been unbelievable today.
Across every team, across all these different pro players' hands, A9 has stood tall and looked solid and has never been really a call to question as to why it's being picked so high. And honestly, just throughout the day today, we've seen it rise in draft priority across these games.
Wow. An Espeon selection over top of an available Inteleon. Yep. A really interesting choice from Entity 7 here. Hitman obviously just thinking that they have a decent answer towards this bottom path, which again, I said is so powerful. Maybe one of the best you have available in game right now. Zoroark grabbed by Kumu. I don't believe we've seen this team play this Pokemon quite yet. So it'll be very interesting to see who grabs it, and you know, if they can put on a show as good as Reggie on Entity 7, can be a bit of a mismatch there. However, Reggie gets their other pocket pick. It's going to be the Dodrio.
It's going to be the Dodrio, and that's again right into the face of a pre-picked Clefable. So that's an easy swap into Gravity, and you try to engage, and that way your Zoroark can operate through that Gravity sphere, and of course the Dodrio cannot. So that's a decent look, and we're going to get it. Is Lance going to get the Azumarill? Is that what we're going to do?
Please. Feels wrong to deny it at this point. I mean,
last moment switch, Lance said, oh, Snacks is talking again. Got to do something completely different. Blastoise locked in. We're in the preparation phase here. One more opportunity, Zoinks. What does Entity 7 need to win this game?
A team fight. It's going to come down to some big final team fights. At the side of Kumu, look at their Unite moves, right? You have Zoroark Unite move, one of the biggest damaging moves we have. Blastoise Unite to knock him up all sky high, and Umbreon to try to shut down the shields on the enemy side. I mean, it's going to be tough in a final, everybody having Unite move scenario.
Well, you heard it here first from the Giga Brains on the analyst desk. If you want to win at Pokemon Unite, your team of Pokemon need to have some unity. Crazy, crazy thoughts out here, but ultimately, you and I need to kick rocks. We're in Game 3, and we're passing it back over to Kello and Chef to bring us through this one. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Zoinks and Doof Snacks, for breaking that down. Here we go, Game 3 of Kumu versus Entity 7, Chef.
I know, the stakes are so high. And look at this, everybody out in the crowd. Shout outs once again to everybody out there. This has been a full crowd for Unite the entire day through. And let me say, we've been up pretty early playing Unite, so I'm excited to see, of course, which of these teams will potentially make it out. I mean, if either of these teams loses, it's gonna be a really tough road for them. And if Kuma's the one that loses, they are for sure out. So here we go, Game 3 of the set. Entity needs to win this to be able to play a decider match. Kumu needs to stay in the tournament with this win.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We can see that the Dojuo making sure to get those Zatus, Gossifleur to just help them on out. But this time round, it doesn't look like they're sending that supporter into that mid path there to help out their Zorua.
Yeah, because last time the Zorua took it anyway. So they're like, no, never again. No, actually, I think that was Entity 7 actually, but that was pretty funny. So yeah, just going solo, I like that. I mean, also though, giving the buffs to the Zoroark in the previous game did seem to work. So it looks like we're going to see the option potentially coming out from the side of Kumu this time, saying, hey, work for you, it's going to work for us. And this is a spot you might not be able to escape. This Clefairy a little bit deep in enemy territory, let's just say, trying to see if they can sneak anything, but the only thing they can sneak is a KO for themselves.
Now this is why you want to give the red buff to the Gossifleur, the ability to just slow them down. We do have the Eevee going down, and now we have a War Turtle that is coming online, but Dodrio tries to get the backside of that Zoroark, but it wasn't able to get the last hit.
That's actually huge, though. That was a lot of experience that the War Turtle was around for. The fact that it's already a War Turtle, and it was not, I mean, before that little bit of a fight, that is very, very early on to get that sort of power spike, which means that most likely it'll be pretty early on to get its final power spike. We do see a pretty even team experience with 6-5-5-5-5 on the side of Kumu. That was kind of fun to say. So they're doing very, very well, especially with those initial first picks in that top path.
Oh, definitely. They are doing well. We still have a Phantom that hasn't evolved into that big tall tree, but it ends up getting main looked down, and Zoroark finishes that up. You do not want to be caught out by that main look.
It is so much easier to chop down a tree when it's still just a tiny little baby tree, you know, and that's exactly what happened right there. It's a lot of safety, you know, when lumberjacks, they cut down trees, they have to like tie the tree down. That's what the mean look was. And then the axe just happened to be a Zoroark, I think, in that situation. So far, this Zoroark is just everything. We are seeing massive, massive value out of it so far. It has got to have like 6 KOs already, maybe, and looking for 7, although this is getting pretty scary. It's going to be a little bit healing from the Moonlight, more than a little bit, and actually going to be able to get out, but wasn't able to continue that reign of terror.
No, they are not able to continue that reign of terror because look at how much HP it had, but thankfully the Moonlight was able to heal it on up, and they are diving on in, and look at this War Turtle just going into that flux zone to finish off that Leafeon.
Oh, and Zoroark's staying a little bit too long. That's going to be a double from the Dodrio. A great way to fight back into this, saying, hold on, you are staying just a little bit too long in this aggressive position. It's my turn to take my turn. So we are about to spawn both of the Reggies. Oh, as we might actually get a pick on the Umbreon. Oh, that was an inch away from that Solar Blade connecting. That would have for sure been a KO. But at the minimum, there's a lot of space being built for this basement Reggie on the side of Entity 7. They're looking really strong to do it, but 3 members of Kumu are going to be collapsing from the top.
They are going to collapse, but you have both of the defenders at such low HP. It ends up getting caught out by that Blizzard and Avalanche, and Dodrio ends up getting the secure for Entity 7 despite that last effort push from Kumu.
That could have been very, very scary. And I do like the fact that Kumu saw that happened, decided to back up. They said, we don't want to deal with your shield. We don't want to deal with, you know, the fact that a few of them, I think, maybe had evolved at that point or just gotten the evolved power spike to that point. But they are going to be pushing now. So this is a really big, look at how far this Blastoise is going, trying to get that damage. And that's going to be a lot of damage going to that Leafeon, finished off by the little Ninetales. But hidden Zoroark, currently pretending to be an Espeon, is now going to try to take down the target. It was imitating, and that's going to be enough. That was essentially a full team wipe within just a few waves. I think the only one not going down was the Trevenant sitting in that top path, but Kumu, they are looking incredible this set.
Oh, they are looking incredible indeed. We have a level 10 Zoroark, we have a level 10 Blastoise, but also we have the level 8 Umbreon as well that has its Unite moves. We are going to try and push this up here. Clefable trying to get in a last stack. It wasn't much of an overcap, but it does create that space for that Regieleki.
Oh, and now the chance for a counter push here from Entity 7, but are they going to be able to take it fully as the Zoroark's going in? The Zoroark going down immediately. unfortunately. But look at how many they are trading in return. That's going to be the Unite to try and stop the 5-for-1, and it's still not going to be enough. That is gigantic. Kumu just pushing on this lead, trying to grow it further and further. Currently now with a 201-point lead. I can do that math. That one's pretty easy. And on top of that, a multiple level lead on the entirety of Entity 7.
I must say, that was a pretty good trade, a bargain. But we also have the Regieleki here, that enough space for them to lock it on down. But look at this X speed. Trevenant trying to get in the last hit with that wood hammer. But no, it ends up being the Zoroark that locks it down for Kumu.
Oh, the Ninja Toll! We haven't seen that before, and actually avoiding the entire combo from the Zoroark. Unfortunately, there was a little bit more than that to back it up, but still a great reaction timing to use that, making you invincible. Newest item added Pokemon Unite, the Regieleki going in. That's going to be all the points. That's going to be even more picks potentially. However, hold on, this is a very healthy chance to turn things around. The Dodrio landing there, maybe a little bit late. It actually had to back up, so it wasn't able to get very much of its sprint gauge going. And this Moonlight, we're going to see so much healing out of this Clefable at the end of this game.
Oh, I bet. They are doing an incredible job to stick by their allies, making sure to provide those necessary heals. Otherwise, we do have Thorfinn on the A9 just poking out that Regirock, making sure to back on out as it spots 3 members of Entity 7 making their way down. And now they are going to try and secure it, but look at it. It ends up getting leashed and is going in for a reset.
That reset was so unfortunate. That's going to mean that's a great initiation from this Blastoise. This Regirock's still staying up. They're going to deal with this Leafeon once again, only saving it for a little bit of time. Who's going to get the last hit there? Great steal. Great steal. Even though it should have been theirs to begin with, that was an amazing steal from the Dodrio from Entity 7. However, they are just getting near full team wiped in exchange for it. 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. An attempt here from Trevenant to make sure that there's at least some experience left in their center area. Unfortunately, a little bit futile. They've got some time to farm, but not that much.
Look, we have the Zoroark that is saying right now, what's yours is mine and what's mine is mine. We do not want to give anything to Entity 7. We do not want to give that comeback experience left. They are looking so strong on Kumu right now. We have 2 level 13s.
And the thing too is Sync was playing great in the previous games, but Sync was not the pop-off player. It was Lance a lot of the time. So to now see Sync flex over to this speedster and be the pop-off player, it just shows Kumu's level of flexibility. But oh, here's an initiation. The drill peck did land, but it looks like the gravity stopped it partway through, and that's a huge amount of healing from the Moonlight. But oh, getting launched and getting beamed at the same time. This is a lot of damage. This is a well-fought team fight from Entity 7, but even still, they weren't able to get a single pick out of it.
Kumu are a well-oiled machine right now, making sure to have that discipline, knowing when to retreat, when to engage. We do have the Meanlocks locking on down this Trevenant. He tries to get that Horn Leech out, but it ends up getting caught.
Ooh, yeah, unfortunately, just barely not. And once again, this healing is unbelievable. Nobody can get taken down from Kumu. I swear this is going to be like a 150k healing game. I'm really excited to see the stats after the fact, but final stretch, it's here, and it's the last chance for a lot of these teams to really put themselves in a good position to make it out of their pool. Right now, Kumu is in such a dominant lead. They're in the forward positioning as well. They're trying to make sure that if anybody gets caught out of position, it's going to be over. Oh no! If their Zoroark's the one to get caught out of position, that could be it, but an amazing escape, and the turnaround, that's going to be a really unfortunate Dodrio, and we're still going to see Sync get out of there. 2-player advantage here for Kumu, and it's just building.
Oh my gosh, look at the shields that Kumu have right now. They are so tanky, but we only have the Eldegoss that has retreated on back. We have Trevenant waiting on out. Kumu, they are really just dominating the field right now.
They are. They're playing very safe. They just are so good at not overextending. And right now, they know how much of a lead they have. They know they don't have to continue to push, and they're taking advantage of that. You can see their visibility is very good right now. They've got 1 on their top tier 1, 1 in their bottom tier 1, and multiple forward in the center area. Now, there has to be some action from Entity 7. This has to be their moment, or they are just not making it through here. And they're going to be the ones to initiate. Only 3 of their members, though, in close proximity. That's going to be Espeon going down. Unfortunately, the big Unite is going to only catch 2 members of Kumu from that Trevenant. Another going down the Leafeon. So much of their damage is disappearing, but the flip! And it was a Dodrio again!
No way, this Dodrio just getting these steals left, right, and center. But the thing is, are they going to be able to get these dunks in? They have 100 points coming in from Eldegoss, but they are still behind. We have Trevenant trying to get away from this Clefable, but it is right behind it.
Oh no, where are they going to push? Not many people were up. 8 seconds left. You gotta get something in. Is there an opportunity getting those points? Is that even necessary? You gotta get it in. You don't gotta the wall at the end. No way. What a way to push them off to build that space. But just to be safe here, let's see who is in the lead. And Kumu takes the set. Incredible play from them. I honestly feel like they almost won 3 games to me in that set overall. An incredible showing, and from a team that was, I think, maybe not expected to do extremely well. You know, of course, we're not counting out anybody, but a 3rd seed out of their region, I mean, that is just some incredible play. Some of the best play I think I've seen from any team all weekend.
Oh, definitely. Starlight, Starbright. I must say, Clefable's Wonder Wish came true tonight as it got that block. They were able to push it on through. But look at this dominant force that Kumu just had, the lead. And you can see Entity 7, they were right at the bottom. They're only having 16 points for most of that match.
Right. I mean, the fact that they were still able to win despite losing that Ray was huge. But let's take a look at the damage. Did we get the 150K? Almost. 136K. That's still absolutely a win in my book. That is an MVP performance to me. Keeping up that entire team for so long. Wham, it's just unbelievable. Huge shout outs from me.
I believe it's Mayhew.
Mayhew. Oh, it's backwards.
It's their name backwards.
That makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense. I have learned that. Thank you for the information.
All right, well, we are going to go and look at the highlights. It was obviously an incredible match here. Clefairy getting shut down, but even then, as you mentioned, the experience that these KOs provide for this War Turtle to evolve.
Yeah, that was such a big deal. The War Turtle is one of the, or I should say like the Squirtle, War Turtle, Blastoise line, I think is one of the Pokemon that we see fail to hit its power spike on time the most. So when it's ahead of the curve, it is gigantic. And that's exactly what we saw, enabled by this incredible Zoroark play from Sync that really was the enabler for how this team played the entire time. Not only with how many picks they managed to get with the Pokemon, but the ability to escape too, which I'm sure you're seeing in a lot of these clips, because so many of these are Zoroark-centric, escaping at less than maybe 5% HP so many times over the course of the day.
Oh, definitely, but I have to give credit to that Umbreon. The mean look going into the rapid spin of the Blastoise, they were just not able to escape that. And obviously, you pair that up with the Zoroark slash and dash, it was definitely a tough match.
It was. I think we gotta look at the player of the game. It's gonna be Lance. All right, you know, even though I feel like, not to say that Lance did any worse than the previous games, but I feel like we didn't get to see the pop-off solo Lance. I think throughout the entire set, also my player of the set, you know, at a personal level. This time, of course, flexing to the 3rd Pokemon of their actual set. Blastoise this time around with the spin. It was working so well. I really want to see more of that player in general. But actually, speaking of them, it looks like we do actually have an interview on stage with Lance so that Lance can actually tell off Dupe Snacks in person.
I am here with Lance from Kumu. Big time win on the big time stage. Kumu, first question, how did you get so good at Leafeon?
I don't know. I just practice it every day, and that's all.
Practice it every day. And for the folks at home, you wanted to speak your language and answer some of these questions, so tell them at home in your language.
Kamusta kayo dyan? Sana sinusuportahan nyo kami dito sa Pilipinas. Ay, sa Japan pala. Sana patuloy nyo kami suportahan, manalo man o matalo.
One more question for you. You need Oyasumi Macro to get beat by Entity 7 next to keep your hopes alive of making day 2. Send some positive vibes over to Entity 7, please.
It's okay. You can beat PYI's team.
Too easy. There you go. We're going to take a pause for the cause. We're going to send this thing to a break. Lance, Dupe Snacks, we're out. Take it easy.